Of course they did.
And then I had in the rotation Ice Ice Baby, because I do know all the words to that. Never got to it. And then we had something else. Oh, just we just wanted to sing Happy Birthday.
Oh.
But we didn't get to that.
Is anybody in particular's birthday?
Well,
Is
it's
that
my
the
aunt's
Marilyn Monroe
birthday.
version?
Oh, yes.
But there was 3 birthday parties at the bar. So we just wanted to sing to her, but we left before. There were so many people. There's so many people singing. So you couldn't even get to all the songs you wanted to.
That's great. So was the crowd, obviously,
Yeah.
when you guys were up, your family was, I'm sure, hooting and hollering.
Oh, yeah.
Was everyone at the bar involved, at least paying attention or participating in a majority of the songs?
Yes, but what I did find is that a lot of people chose bummer songs. Like we kept looking at each other,
downers?
we're like, read the room. Like we don't like
Like
downer
what, like-
song, like more country. Like there was one, and I can't think of all of them. There's a Tim McGraw song that's basically about a person dying. The girl
Oh.
dies at the end.
The girl dies at the end.
Tim McGraw, girl dies at the end.
Yeah, like they were like those types of songs where it's like, wah, wah, wah. Like, okay, fine.
Spoiler alert.
You can
Yeah.
sing it, I guess, but like, come on. So no, it was fun. No, people were involved. People were dancing. During some of them, people had their phones up. They were like
Yeah.
with the lights on. It was
That's
great.
cool.
It was so much fun.
Oh, don't take the girl?
Oh, don't take the girl.
Oh, okay.
Debbie Downer. Like there was a lot
Yeah.
of those.
Don't
Kind
take
of.
the girl. She dies in the end.
Yeah.
It's a sad song.
It
It's
is.
a
Yeah,
sad
it
song.
Yeah,
mean,
you shouldn't pick sad songs for karaoke.
Right? Like I know the song.
Not when everybody's drinking and having fun.
So there was a lot of that, which
Yeah.
was kind of, and then there was a lot of good songs sung by
Bad sing.
singers.
Yeah. Well, that's
karaoke.
That's karaoke.
Par for the course.
Which is why we tried to choose not great songs
Yeah.
for not great singers.
Yeah.
Right.
So did the bar join in when you were singing any of your songs, or
The
was
bar.
it? Yeah, or the other people there.
Oh yeah, and I
Yeah.
joined in when a lot of other people sung too. Like there was a lot of young girls, and I was like, "Oh, I like this song. I'll sing with you."
Yeah.
And then she was like, "Come on, help us out." I'm like, "All right."
How many drinks did it take to get you warmed up?
Well, there wasn't a lot of time. Like we got in, and the party we were with, they're like, "You got to get your song choices in now." I'm like, "No, I haven't even had a drink yet. I'm not ready for this." So I only had like 1 or 2 by the time I sung the first song.
Loosen up a little bit.
That's why you got to go straight shots when that happens.
I mean, I felt like I should have,
No,
but I
that's the move at that
didn't.
point. Like,
Yeah.
if you,
Oh yeah. I gotta get
just chugged.
lubricated. So I'm gonna go ahead and go straight shots.
and you close the bar down?
No, we left at like 12:30.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's pretty good.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, how old is the person's birthday?
I don't know, 75.
Yeah, for them to be out till
And was this Saturday night or Friday night?
Saturday.
All right. So it's 12:30, but it's really 1:30
you get squeezed.
because of the time
True.
change, the spring forward that happened this weekend. So yeah. Well, that's
It was,
awesome.
it was a blast. I want to do it again. We should all do it. It was so much fun.
Hey, I'm
I'd do
all
it.
for it. Yeah.
It was awesome. It was great.
Jim, how was your weekend?
Not as eventful as that.
No, I don't think any of us were.
And the bummer is that my phone died about
Oh,
the beginning.
sure.
No, not lying.
Yeah,
So
there's no
it's
video.
All, it is all
yeah.
on video. We got everything on video, but it's not on my phone. So they're long, and you can't just like text the videos.
If you could edit it down and
I know
Yeah.
it's not on my phone though. It's on my mom's phone. It's on like I've got to like
Oh, so
collect
you're
the
waiting
video.
for your mom to edit it down and send it.
I want them.
okay, well, if we can
They're fabulous. I'm sure.
play some of the audio this week, we will.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I don't think you.
Oh no, week was good. I went to the Wings game Friday night. They didn't win, but at least they won last night. We can
Yeah.
talk a little more about them. But the beautiful weather this weekend.
I'm curious. It was of an amazing weather weekend, and today's going to be another beautiful day. We got a bunch of stuff done, but I am curious the reception that the Wings had on Friday night. I know they lost. All right, that's a bummer. But post-trade deadline, Falk is a part of not playing. He didn't play until Sunday. But what was the feeling, the temperature at the LCA on Friday night?
You know, I'll say I've been to games where they lose and they get kind of, boot off the ice. This wasn't one of those. I mean, no one's happy when they lose, but I didn't think this was some like emotional spiral taking place in the stands.
Yeah.
It sucked too. I mean, as I'm walking out, a listener recognized me. He goes, "You got to tell me how to feel about this one." I said, "If Larkin's out, they're effed." Because in the moment you're catching your breath going, if he's done, they're in trouble. It sounds like they avoided disaster with Larkin and Gibson, by the way, who didn't finish the game last night. But John, it's going to be one of these like grip the steering wheel to the finish, and it's why making a move the way they did on Friday matters. Like, I'm very pleased with how Yzerman handled the trade deadline. I had no hesitations about giving up a first and a third, which was basically a first in Soderblom.
Yeah.
And then some Russian kid that may or may not ever get here to get a player who will make a difference. And we saw it on Sunday. He shot 3 times, blocked 4 shots, laid the lumber, hit 4 Devil players. Like, John, he's a guy that you really wanted, and he's a guy that makes a lot of sense for this hockey team because he instantly becomes their 3rd best defenseman behind Edvinsson and Seider. He stabilizes their second pair. He can contribute, obviously, defensively. I thought he was very smart last night, but also offensively.
Yeah.
10-plus goals this season. Most of them are 5-on-5 goals.
Yeah, what is it, 32, 33 points?
Yeah. And on a bad Blues team, he was contributing some offense to a team that doesn't score very many goals. I do think there's a little bit of offensive upside, so I think he helps him 5-on-5. This was, as Yzerman put it, this was the time to do something.
Which is why I asked about the temperature on Friday night, because they finally did something. They finally made that move, and I thought that they were going to make the postseason even without making a move. Now it just energizes, and they're giving themselves more chances. And hopefully, in terms of trade deadlines moving forward, I don't expect always to have a blockbuster trade, but I do expect that they're always going to be buyers. There's always something that they can do to get a little bit better. And the fact that he is here again next year, now you can start after the season's over, which is always the next step. Like, what can they continue to do to be better?
They'll be better off.
Yeah, they'll be better off. And they can also do something in free agency that, again, takes them forward another step.
I had a realization, too. Pre-game, they had Nick Lidstrom do like a ceremonial puck drop. They were honoring like another generation of Red Wing players. And the people who came up for the ceremonial puck drop are Red Wing captain Dylan Larkin and would be the captain of the Panthers, but Barkov's out, so it's their alternate captain, Aaron Ekblad, who wears the number 5 for Nick Lidstrom. He grew up in Windsor, was a Red Wing fan, and it reminded me we really wanted Ekblad in the offseason. And it's been a couple years in a row we've wanted a blue liner for the second pair, right-handed shot preferably. And, John, it took a little bit, but they added that guy, that piece that we've been begging for, and I do think it's going to make a difference for them. I mean, they have a little bit of a cushion. It can go quickly, but this is a move they had to make, in my mind, if they were going to avoid a disaster.
And they responded in regards to not only just after a loss, but after losing Dylan Larkin.
Yeah.
Which, again, I'll ask you, when he went down, did it let the air out of the balloon for a little bit?
Well, because where I'm sitting, he's on our end of the ice, but he's on the other side, and you don't see it, but then he grabs his knee.
Yeah.
And he needed to be helped. And I'm thinking, if this is, forget ACL, but if it's like something that's going to require 6 to 8 weeks,
right.
We don't got 6 to 8 weeks. And then I see the replay. I don't know if you saw it. His knee twists and bends the wrong way. Now, good news, he traveled with the team. And they feel like this is more of a day-to-day, I think, as opposed to a week-to-week.
Right. That's what it sounds like. I mean, because they got that was the yesterday was the first of 4 road games, and he made the trip. So hopefully we get a chance to see him by the time it's all said and done.
Did you see who they're playing on this road trip, by the way, though? It's Tampa, Dallas, Florida.
Yeah. Yeah.
March is just not going to be easy. I mean,
well, no one thought it was going to be, and that's why adding somebody on the blue line is really going to help. Now, if you had, vision, or if you could look into the crystal ball and find out that Dylan Larkin was going to go down, moments after the trade deadline, maybe Steve Yzerman would have done something else on the on the offensive side of things. But I was very pleased with how things ended.
248-539-9797. We're going to talk Michigan State at 6:35. John, we got a little Pistons basketball to check in with. We'll do that next. It's 97.1.
One of the things I talk about all the time is a great team. And in my career, I've learned that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for years because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you, your situation, and whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for not only myself, but for my family's future as my kids continue to get older. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel the same confidence in your financial journey, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Hey, you've got 97.1 on all day. You're trying to keep up with the analysis, the trades, the drama, but are your eyelids feeling heavy? Is that next morning coffee wearing off before the next hot take? You need a real power boost. That's why I grab a Fusion energy drink. 0 sugar, and it's got the smooth, sustained energy you need to lock in for the whole show, the whole workday, or the whole game. It's the clean fuel for your next all-day Detroit sports watching marathon. Stop dragging, start driving. Grab an ice-cold Fusion energy drink today. Fusion, fuel the fan.
We're all looking at you.
No.
That's actually Heather. This is the
Yes,
replay
this is it.
of, yeah. of Saturday night.
You got that cell phone footage.
Wow.
It's good
The acoustics
stuff.
were great.
It was really good. You would have been so surprised. The mics were great.
Yeah.
The sound quality. It was like
Studio
a recording.
quality.
Yeah, it was like a recording studio. It was amazing.
Good morning, 97.1. I mentioned we got all the major food groups. We're going to talk Taylor Decker, 702, some Lions storylines. He gone. How do they fix this O-line with free agency on tap this week? Open talking a little bit about the Red Wings. Falk, made a difference. John, how about the Pistons? Is there panic in Pistons town? 4 straight losses, season-long 4-game losing streak. And it's not just 4 losses. It's when you got coach coming out saying we didn't respect the game, when you have one of your all-stars saying we got to lock in. JB admitting they have not had that same level of execution post All-Star game. What's the level of panic you're feeling?
So in the 4 games at Cleveland, at San Antonio, I can understand and I can accept those because they're great teams. But Brooklyn, like, what the hell happened? They were up big,
23 points,
and then just decided that, well, this is good enough. I'm done at halftime. I'm done at the beginning of the 4th quarter. Like, I just don't understand it. And then the Miami game, it was completely the opposite, where they just didn't show up. It's like at halftime of Brooklyn, they said, "Hey, you know what? We'll pick this back up next week. We'll wait till we get to Brooklyn to start playing again." And I don't even know tomorrow if that happens or not. It feels like they've lost their mojo. I'm not going to sit there and say that everything is pulled back, but at the same time, when they've lost their mojo, Boston got their mojo back. Not that they were bums, but they get Jason Tatum back on Friday, and now all of a sudden, hey, don't look now, but they're only 2.5 games back. Like, that's the job that Jaylen Brown has done this year, is keeping them in the fight right there behind the Pistons until Jason Tatum came back, and now they're looking damn good.
Yeah, they just went into Cleveland. Tatum scored 20 points in 27 minutes, and they beat the Cavs by double digits.
And from what I hear over the weekend, I thought I heard or read that, there's no minutes restriction. Like, he is good to go.
The 1 seed that the Pistons have been sitting and enjoying, 2.5 game lead now. So, in terms of panic, they clearly miss Asar Thompson.
Yeah.
He's the tip of the spear. He's what allows them to be that disruptive, defensive-first basketball team. However, whether they have Asar Thompson or not, they shouldn't be losing to the Brooklyn Nets, and they shouldn't be losing to the Heat by 20 points.
No.
John, I said it last week, and I think I'm growing more comfortable saying it. This is a one-dimensional basketball team. Elite defense, transition buckets, Cade Cunningham. One-dimensional. They don't play elite defense. They don't get transition buckets. Suddenly they become a very mortal team. They're not a great shooting team. I feel like they're a one-dimensional team. That one dimension can carry you very far if you play elite defense. But if you don't, and they haven't, then you're going to see this. You're going to see losses pile up.
It feels like a young team that has played their best basketball all season long. And you've got Boston, you got Cleveland, and I'm not even going to go anything in the West, who kind of were sitting there playing, that's cute, it's fun, but they are now ready to prepare for the playoffs, ready to play veteran basketball, and the Pistons have maxed out.
Those teams have another gear.
Yeah.
So if you're the 1 seed, I hope you avoid Charlotte because they're on fire, but you should win the first round. We've all said that. The second round, the belief was, if you get like the Knicks or the Raptors or something, you're the 1 seed, you win that round too. The Eastern Conference Final, we were going to position them to be the favorite with home court. Well, if Boston hits that extra gear or Cleveland hits that extra gear, that's where the season ends.
It is, and that's what I said last week, is I've backed off my expectations. Instead of being a team that I thought should be playing in the NBA Finals, I think that would be a bonus, but I do still think that they should be a team playing in the Eastern Conference Finals if they can hold on to that 1 seed. I don't think that they can go through both Cleveland and Boston.
Yeah, where it would be pretty rough as you get through the first round, but then you draw Cleveland or Boston and you lose in the second round. For as fun as this season has been, that's kind of a lousy way to go. 248-539-9797, hitting Pistons and Wings to start the show on a Monday. We'll talk about Taylor Decker at 7:02. How are they going to fix the offensive line? They made that decision to move on, which I think they should be applauded for.
Yeah, they pulled up their big boy pants.
You know what? I know we've been kind of restless about how this is going to go. I think that's a good first step. Still have to make a few more. We'll get to Michigan State talk from yesterday's rivalry showdown. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So we saw some very wild, very intense weather this weekend,
wow.
man. It's been confirmed that 4 different tornadoes touched down in southwestern Michigan on Friday. One in Edwardsburg, in Cass County, another in Three Rivers, another in Union City, and the 4th in Clarendon Township. Authorities say 4 people were killed in the tornadoes, including a 12-year-old boy. 12 others were injured, while homes, cars, businesses completely damaged. I know I saw the images. I mean, homes leveled, wiped out, just mass destruction. A state of emergency was declared in multiple counties to ensure that resources are available to assist in recovery efforts. I know that in Union City, which saw the worst of the tornadoes, they had an EF3 tornado that had winds up to 150 miles per hour. The high school there, Union City, did open its doors for anyone in need of water, of food, of just basic hygiene needs, formula. It's a lot.
The videos are very dramatic.
Gosh,
unbelievable.
So wild. And then there was a big water main break on Saturday in Farmington Hills that caused a lot of destruction as well. Flooded streets and basements. Some residents had to evacuate. Some say that they woke up right around 4 a.m. to police saying, hey, you need to get out of here. Like, you got to leave. There's so much water. It's from this failed water main, 14-mile road at Verona. And people said it was scary, right? You got somebody telling you got to get out of your house, and others say, we just had our basement redone. Just finished, and now this.
No.
Parts of Novi and Walled Lake were under boil water advisory. And
still are.
Are they? Okay, a mess, man.
Yeah, we got the email last night because Jack goes to school in Novi.
Okay.
And, the school said, hey, bring some water because you can't drink out of the fountains right now.
Gosh. Sharon Moore, he was in court on Friday. He has taken a plea deal in his case, pleading no contest to 2 misdemeanor charges on Friday. He was previously charged with 3rd-degree home invasion, misdemeanor stalking, and misdemeanor breaking and entering. In the plea agreement, those charges were dismissed. 2 new misdemeanor charges of malicious use of telecommunications device in the context of a domestic relationship and trespassing were added. He pleaded no contest to the 2 additional charges as well.
Still got some issues.
Yeah. This is so cool. I remember seeing these in the past, but a pair of Michigan State students scored pretty big on Shark Tank.
Oh, really?
Yes. So they were there. They locked down a $300,000 deal with 2 sharks for their shoelace company.
I heard about
Brace.
this, yeah.
And I swear I must have talked about these shoelaces before because I need
You did.
these. I don't know what. Maybe I just don't tie my shoes tight enough. But every time I go on a walk, I'm always stopping and tying my shoes. Like, they always come untied.
Just put them in a double knot.
I don't love the double knot because I love the ease of taking them off. And I feel like double knots don't come out easy.
So how do these work? How does
So
this fix
basically, so these are made with microscopic interlocking technology that promise no more untied laces ever. So I don't know like what they feel like texture-wise, but I think they're almost like a Velcro.
Yeah.
So that when you lace your shoes, that Velcro then kind of sticks and they never... So I want to know how easy they are to untie. Like I need to see these. But either way, they scored big time, so it's really exciting.
It's awesome for them.
They say that like they're super inexpensive to make, 52 cents to manufacture. They retail for $19.99.
Oh well.
So they're expensive shoelaces, but
yeah. But if they don't come untied, then Heather Park doesn't have to tie her shoes when she goes for a walk.
My husband hates it whenever we're walking. He's like, "Are you serious?" Because I stop for the left shoe or something, and then
yeah,
I don't know,
100 yards later,
stop for the right. always coming tied.
Yeah, they look legit. I was just watching the video on it. Looks
Yeah,
like
they're
they're
sweet.
legit.
Yeah.
Aren't they awesome? And I think they were made originally for athletes. So like,
Makes sense.
We had this
Yes,
story
this
a
was
while ago.
when
I
they
think.
first, like,
yeah.
launched them. I think
Yeah.
we talked about it. It's pretty cool. There's a guy from Canada who's facing some charges after he was arrested because he stole a flamingo. Did you hear about this in Vegas from a habitat at the Flamingo Hotel? Took the bird back to his room. It's like
So what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in
it
Vegas?
does not. So he was caught on surveillance cameras entering the habitat around 5 a.m., grabbing the bird named Peachy. He was pretty rough with the birds, apparently. And then he carried one of the flamingos back to his room. Initially told police that he went to the habitat because he saw a flamingo in distress. And he said that he knew how to, quote, pop a bird's wing back into place because of his background as a farm boy. But in reality, he was so brutal with the birds that now he is facing 4 counts of felony animal abuse charges.
Jeez.
Is this like a Hangover sequel? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
How many drinks did he have? I'm gonna steal a flamingo? I can fix it?
I'm a
Yeah.
farm boy.
Yeah, it's like, what is it, Dumb and Dumber? Pretty bird. Yes. Pretty bird.
Heather with
See
the
him
news.
petting the flamingo on his way back to his room.
Coming up next, talking about Michigan State, the Wolverines 2-0 this year, Big Ten champs, and Izzo's not happy. It's 97-1.
Hey, with the weather we had over the weekend, especially some of the rain and the sun that we're having, we're going to have a bunch more sun today. You know that grass is going to start greening up, and you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every year? You've got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can reach them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. And great lawns don't happen by accident. I know every year I'm going to have a great green lawn because they've been at it for 5 or 6 years now. You need the right timing and the right program. They will customize a plan for your yard and your home. They also offer pest services and tree care for greener grass and fewer weeds. Early treatment is the key, so you got to get on the phone right now. If you've battled dandelions, if you've battled crabgrass, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You can get green, stay green, and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month and you get the early bird discount. Again, that number, 888-GET-GREEN.
wrapped up the regular season with a rivalry showdown. Wolverines win by 10. Beat Michigan State. Season sweep for the first time in more than a decade. Dusty May shows up 2 years in. He's got a better record than Izzo. He's got a Big Ten title. And they just went 2-0 this season.
Well,
let's call closing the gap, John.
It is called closing the gap, and let's pump the brakes on the better record. We knew going into the game they had the exact same record over the last 2 years, so it's a one-game better record by your definition and by everyone's definition. Yes, it is, but to your point, he certainly has closed the gap from the program that he inherited, and he is doing it a completely different way than Coach Izzo does it. And it's probably a little bit more stressful every season because not only do you have to, you go out and get Trey McKinney, and we saw the big shots that he made yesterday. You've got to be able to recruit, but he is doing it through, obviously the portal. And every single year you're going to have to go out there and replenish the stores if that's the path that you're going to go. He's been able to do it.
And let's clarify. There are teams that spent a lot in NIL and are not having the success Michigan is having. Michigan also, by the way, has a top 5 recruiting class for the upcoming season, like freshmen. Dusty May is doing a damn good job. For as much as people will paint them as purely mercenaries, buying a roster doesn't guarantee you anything. Michigan has come in and in 2 seasons closed the gap. I think we can say they've closed the gap. This year, they've been the better team. I don't know if Izzo's willing to admit that. But Michigan has come in, and in 2 seasons, they are the better team. Izzo had the head start. Izzo can use NIL in the portal. Izzo recruits very well. And Dusty has a better program today.
He does. Today. And we'll see what it means next year. We'll see what it means the year after. It's got to be repeatable. That's why we always, everybody always asks, how would you compare the 2 coaches? Well, one's got 30 years worth of a resume. The other one, 2 years at the current school, and 6 years at FAU, somewhere in there.
Where he went to a Final Four, something he's done more recently than Tom Izzo has.
And in that Final Four team, he was able to retain a lot of those players. So that's going to be part of, it's going to be, if you can get top 5 recruiting classes, what's the retention? What's the development? Those are things that we haven't known because he came in and instantly knew, hey, we need an influx of talent. So I'm forced to go to the portal, which he did the last 2 years. And now with success, you would anticipate that the recruiting would match.
Best player on the floor yesterday was Yaxel.
Yes.
Right. I mean, the shots he was hitting, distributing the basketball, that's the Big Ten Player of the Year. He was available for any school, including MSU. The fact that Michigan got him is a testament to Michigan. And the fact that they didn't is a blunder by Izzo.
I think it's a big testament to Dusty May because when you hear Yax talk about the decisions that he had to make, whether to go to the NBA, go to any school, and he chose Michigan, and one of it was, I wanted to go play for Dusty May. I thought he was one that positioned himself to be able to develop him.
Well, okay, but if I'm Izzo, I'm a Hall of Famer. I got a track record. I got Ishbia and Magic Johnson. I got a couple billionaires. Why isn't Yaxel playing for my team?
You'd have to ask Yaxel.
No, and Tom that. I don't know how heavily they pursued him or not. But I know Izzo was not happy at the end of the basketball game. Greg, can we play cut 2? Nobody's damn little brother. They got under his skin a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he even bothered to address it. Because when you address it like that, all of a sudden now it's on the morning show. Now all of a sudden it's all over social media.
Yeah.
If he just talks about the game, we're going to talk about the game, and we're going to talk about Dusty May catching up, closing the gap between him and Tom Izzo and the program.
He's right. It was a hell of a game. It was a fun watch.
Yes.
But when he says, I'm not sure which game those fans watched, Tom, they watched the game where they beat you. Like, Izzo could say that if his team had gone in and won and said, I don't take a back seat to anybody. Buddy, they beat you twice. Ain't no fluke about it. They're better than you. 100 free throws. Stuff it. It's not about 100 free throws. They're better than you. And even the first meeting, I guess they were the better team. I guess. Tom, come on now. You got to give it up to him, and I don't want to. Fans get to brag a little bit and throw around phrases. You don't have to like it, but to say, did we watch the same game? The one where your team lost, yes, we did watch the same game.
Those comments, I just, the way I took them is probably a little bit different than you are. He was annoyed. Obviously, I'm sure, I didn't hear it after the game. I wasn't there. I'm sure they were chanting little brother.
Of course.
And
as fans do, they troll.
Yeah. And so they didn't get trounced. Like, they didn't get run out of the gym. Coach Izzo, you are 100% correct. But what do you expect the home fans to do? Same thing, the way that Dusty May was treated before the game, which I thought was awesome in East Lansing. He's sitting there and the student section is giving him what for.
Yep.
The Michigan students did the same thing post-game to Coach Izzo and his team.
For being in the rivalry for 30 years, he sure sounds like he hasn't been in the rivalry for 30 years.
Like this was a surprise.
The home team chants things at the visiting team when the home team wins. Michigan has gone up to East Lansing and gotten spanked, and they have gotten little sister chants.
Yes.
It's part of the deal. This is what the rivalry's part of.
I don't take a backseat to anybody. Well, you do when you play these guys. I mean, come on. You don't have to like it, but own it. And that's the other thing. They don't own the fear stuff either, by the way.
That's, I think, a completely different issue, but a bigger one where you got to recognize he kicked another guy in the giblets again. And then I saw on social media, the defenders that, the social media is, well, they had that one queued up to go. Of course they had the montage of Jeremy Fears queued up to go, because if it happened, they were going to show the history just this year of him kicking guys in the crotch, tripping guys, doing other things.
And CBS didn't create the images with AI.
No.
They happened. That's why they had the highlights ready. Izzo was asked about it in-game by Tracy Wolfson, and he said it's because of all that happened earlier and the microscopes on him. To clarify, what happened earlier was your player kicking people in the giblets repeatedly. Like, Tom, nobody's making this up. Dusty May didn't go out there and make him kick people in the groin.
Hats off to Jeremy Fears, because he does it without even thinking. Like, it is just a reaction. And you expect to see that Saturday morning at the park, but not in college basketball. Repeatedly.
The other thing social media likes to do, the whataboutism. Like, what about Mara? Well, if Dusty May came out and tried to minimize Mara, I'd have an issue with that too.
Right. Because he had two of them.
Yeah, he had a couple plays. Yep. But that's like a deflection. No. Talk about Fears and talk about how he's dirty and talk about how he's not learning, and stop making excuses for him and blaming CBS and the media and Dusty May for what Fears is doing. 248-539-9797. We got phones. We got texts. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 3 decades of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Tom Izzo after the game. Couple texts pouring in. Open lines 248-539-9797. It's like Tom Izzo is auditioning for a role in Grumpier Old Men 3.
Great family of movies.
Izzo sounds like a grumpy old man. His inability to accept the modern era of college athletics is the reason Sparty will never win another natty until Izzo retires. The 100 free throws comment was laughable. MSU shot just as many free throws until they started intentionally fouling and putting Michigan on the line 12 times in the last minute.
It was pretty comparable. And Michigan ended up, I think it was 9 more free throws but they were money from the free throw line.
Yet Izzo's bitching about lopsided officiating. How about they're better than you? I know it's hard to take, but otherwise you sound like a sore loser. I don't take a backseat to anybody. I don't know what game they watched. They watched the game where you lost. Again. And you don't have to like it, but I think we can say Dusty May's come in and in 2 years got a better record than you, won as many Big Ten titles as you, and in his second season, beat you twice. You don't have to like it. I mean, look, you could be a competitor, and we know Izzo is, but don't be a sore loser. Free throw. They shot 100 free throws.
I'm reserved a little bit in regards to comments after the game, only because I know, especially in this one, emotions are extremely high. Now, I don't think he needed to address or even bring up the little brother chant, because it just makes it worse. Just ignore it. And then in regards to, the free throws and the fouls, and the only real issue I had was the defense of Jeremy Fears.
We have the audio of that too, by the way.
There is no question Jeremy Fears played his ass off. Played 37 minutes, 22 points, 9 assists. He's the one that makes that team go. There are some exciting players on that team, and I love watching Cohen Carr. But to say that he was publicly reprimanded and that it was one-sided, like Mara got 2 flagrants.
And he earned them both, and there was dirty plays, and he was called for them.
Right, but to completely downplay a kick to the groin when that same thing, you watch the Minnesota game, and it's exactly the same.
Right. For him to say he was publicly called out for his actions, Tom, for things he did in high definition, as I often say, John, televised. We're not making this up. CBS isn't making this up. Dusty May's not making this up. You're making excuses. He says he didn't mean to. That's an unnatural play. That's the conclusion from the officiating. And John, that's not a natural kicking motion. He got pushed in the back, so it's okay.
Right, yeah, he was fouled,
Right.
And so the response to the foul is to kick him in the groin.
Yeah, that's just fair is fair.
Yeah.
That's Tom Izzo's world. And because he's going to chew him out privately, no one can do it publicly. That's Tom's take.
Well, and we heard the first round, which there were multiple incidences where he was going to address it and didn't know if he would play and addressed it, so he would let him play. Well, in a big game, it came back to bite you in the backside.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Or kick yourself in the groin.
It's 10-7 game. It didn't decide it, but it's stuff like this that like it's earned. That's what I would stress is this is earned. The discussion is earned from his actions.
When you do some of these things at home in East Lansing, the response isn't going to be what it is in Ann Arbor. You do it in Ann Arbor, and they're going to play it over and over and over again on the big screen. What do you expect the response is going to be from the crowd?
248-539-9797. Some of the response from you guys. Izzo's a competitor. He hates to lose, especially to Michigan. Not a damn thing wrong with that. Tom hasn't taken a backseat to Michigan in 30 years. First times Michigan's won both games in over 10 years. All this talk is comical.
Okay, well, we are in the here and now.
Right.
And they may face again on Sunday.
In the Big Ten?
In the Big Ten championship game.
What is this, Blue Wall Radio? Guys, Michigan won both games. If you don't think they're going to get talked about as the team that won both games, you can listen to an alternative reality show. But the truth is, Michigan's better. And Dusty in 2 years has a better record than Izzo.
By one game.
By one game. And beat him head-to-head twice this year. They're even through 2 seasons. Each have a Big Ten title. Each have won 2. Dusty showed up to a state with a Hall of Fame coach and matched him and closed the gap in 2 years. If that's Blue Wall Radio, that's the reality.
And I like how you put it earlier. Dusty May has closed the gap. I'm not saying that, it's 2 years worth of Dusty May basketball in Ann Arbor versus 30 plus years of Tom Izzo basketball in East Lansing. Coach Izzo has proved that it's repeatable for him to have really good to great teams. We need to see if it's repeatable year after year after year with Dusty May to know that he's on par with Coach Izzo. But he certainly has closed the gap.
Michigan has an opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Football team retired Saban. Let's see if the basketball team can retire Izzo. It's comical how Fears is labeled as the only dirty player. Izzo's right. Michigan had 3 technicals yesterday to MSU's 1, just as dirty, if not more. Here's the difference. Is Dusty May coming out and defending what Mara did?
No.
Okay. We're talking about how Izzo is treating and discussing his player.
Well, and it's
don't shift to a different person. We're talking about Fears and Izzo. You want to talk Mara? We can talk Mara. He pushed a guy, got called for it. It's a dirty play. Same thing with Fears on a transition.
And, call me crazy, but when you've seen a player kick another player to the groin multiple times and does it again, a kick to the groin, to me, is just a little bit more offensive.
I would agree with you. Talk Taylor Decker, O-line next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Well, it was another entertaining game between Michigan and Michigan State last night as the Wolverines swept MSU in the regular season for the first time since 2014 with a 90-80 win in Ann Arbor. Yaxel Lendeborg went off for 27 points as he went 5 of 6 from deep. That was only the second time in his 6 seasons of college basketball he's made 5 threes in a game. 4 other Wolverines scored in double figures, including Merez Johnson Jr., who had 18 points and 7 boards. Michigan finished the regular season 29-2, and the fans made sure Tom Izzo heard them after the game. He didn't take too kindly to that.
Because the crowd didn't watch the game because I'm nobody's damn little brother. Neither is my team. I'm really proud of my team, how they played and what they did. I give Michigan a lot of credit. They shot the daylights out of it, especially Axel. He shot 40-some% from the 3, and they took 100 free throws. That was the difference in the game.
MSU and Michigan are now both off until their first Big Ten tournament game on Friday. If they meet again, it'll have to be in the Big Ten championship on Sunday. Red Wings also won last night 3-0 behind a 3-point night from Mo Sider. Grand Rapids call-up Dominic Shine also had his first NHL goal. Wings head to Florida to face the Panthers now tomorrow. For the Pistons, they suffered their fourth straight loss, falling 121-110 to the Miami Heat in Miami. Tyler Hero led the Heat with 25 points. Pistons hope to bounce back tomorrow in Brooklyn against the Nets. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So to kick off the weekend, it's Friday, and we're all waiting around to see, hey, NHL deadline, are the Wings going to do something? End up hitting a shot at the buzzer. Stevie Laserbeam Eyes with a big move. But before any of that happens, you're scrolling. Wait, we got a Taylor Decker update. John, the Lions have decided they're going to part ways with Taylor Decker.
And when Taylor Decker made his announcement to come back, what did we talk about? Okay, that's his decision to come out and make that call. But we had just heard Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell talk at the NFL Combine. Then the ball was in their court to decide what they wanted to do with the player that said he wanted to play. They didn't have to let him play for the Lions. And they decided that, hey, the availability, the cost that it was going to incur for Taylor Decker to still be on the roster, the reward wasn't there.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who had a $21 million cap hit with chronic injuries who's contemplating retirement. Our biggest criticism of the Lions regime has been they've fallen in love with their own. So, John, I'll take this as a sign of encouragement that they were able to part ways with one of their own.
Yeah, and it's Brad Holmes doing things a little bit differently, of deciding what is best for the team, for the franchise. Now the big decision is going to be, how do we replace Taylor Decker? What's the path? And is it going to be in the draft? Are they going to move Penei Sewell over to left and draft a right tackle? Are they? I don't think we're going to have Giovanni Manu at left tackle. He hasn't, and because Dan Campbell talked about him, his development. He talked about Taylor Decker. And just as a reminder, this is what Dan Campbell had to say at the Combine about Taylor Decker. So you hear Dan Campbell talk about that, and then did Taylor Decker hear that and say, oh, wait, I better let them know that I'm publicly going to let them know I'm coming back? I guarantee those conversations were going back and forth, and he put the public's opinion all on top of Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to think, because the reaction after that was, oh, well, they're not a serious franchise. They're just going to let him come back. Now, are you flipping that and saying, well, they're a serious franchise because they're not? This is the first time that they haven't fallen in love with one of their own.
Yeah, look, this is part of the old guard, as Dan Campbell would say, and has been there through the tough times and has been here for multiple playoff wins and division titles and very much a culture guy. And at the same time, yes, John, I am encouraged by the idea that they wouldn't just blindly say we have to take the bloated contract into next year because of feelings. Take feelings out of it. This is a business. And they're going to need to make some tough business decisions this offseason, so it's encouraging to see them start with this one.
And it's a legitimate decision. When I know a lot of people looked at it and go, well, how are you going to attract other free agents if this is how you treat your own? Well, players all understand the move that was made. He hasn't been available for 17 games for a number of years. He was being paid as not as an elite tackle, but as a really good one. And in a situation that they've put themselves in terms of the cap, now the bigger question is going to be, how do they continue to clear more cap space before noon today if they're going to be players in the free agent game? This is not the first step that has to be made, but it's a big step forward that Brad Holmes is going to do things differently.
I think we're all kind of restless. I mean, I saw over the weekend Connor McGovern goes back to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Khalil Mack stays in Los Angeles. These are two guys I had in the blueprint. Are they going to be aggressive enough? Brad Holmes himself asking to define aggressive at the end of the season press conference. I think we're all kind of restless. This was a good first step. It's not the only step. You're right. They're going to need to make those restructures happen to free up cap space, and not only to be players in free agency, but just to even sign their own draft picks. Mm-hmm. There will have to be more moves. John, what's the best way now to attack rebuilding this offensive line, knowing you got to replace Decker, and you're going to replace your center? You're going to have to swap at least two guys out of this offensive line, if not more.
Free agent center, and add somebody in free agency at the guard position as well. And it doesn't have to be a Pro Bowl player. It just needs to be somebody who's really good. But you've got to add experience at the center position, something that you can count on, rely upon. And then it's in the draft, I'm drafting a tackle. Depending on which tackle you get, if you stay at 17, now all of a sudden, hey, maybe you're drafting a guy that's going to play right tackle and you're going to move Penei Sewell over. If you bump up and get one of the better tackles, a guy that you believe can be a left tackle in the NFL, then maybe they actually play that player at left and they leave Penei Sewell over at right. I think it's going to determine what happens in the draft, but I think they go to the draft to get their tackle. They go to free agency to address center guard.
100% cosign. Because the center position, I want to vet. I don't want someone playing the position for the first time at the NFL level. There are blitzes and stunts and things that need to be picked up, especially with a quarterback who's not extending plays with his legs, who was sacked a ton last year, the most of any time in his career. I need to make sure that we have things buttoned up at the line of scrimmage, up the gut, through the interior. I want a veteran center. And Linderbaum is clearly the prize. Caden Mays is a name I know you have brought up from Carolina, set to be a free agent. He's a top 50 free agent on most industry sites. A veteran center should be the target. Then you're right, tackle. If it's Maui Noah, who played right tackle at Miami, if he's on the board at 16, he probably plays right tackle and Sewell goes over to the left side. But Freeling, the guy that you really like, projects to be a hell of a left tackle. They can decide based on who their tackle is in the draft which side Penei Sewell plays. I think that's spot on.
Yeah, and Monroe Freeling, the tackle out of Georgia, is moving up draft boards. He may not be available at 17. There may be 4 or 5 tackles that are taken before the Lions even pick at 17. But what have we seen Brad Holmes do? There's a player that he feels is going to be impactful, that he desperately wants. He's willing to trade up for him. We've seen it in the first round. We've seen it in every round. He is very mobile on draft day. And what else do they have? They don't have a third, but they have 2 4s, they have 2 5s, 2 6, and a 7th.
Yeah.
So they have the ability, plus they have future draft picks that they could leverage to be able to move up to get the guy that they feel can help them best, not just this year, but over the next, I mean, if you drafted a left tackle, it's going to be your guy.
Decade plus.
The next decade.
Yeah. Text says, guys, personally, I'm happy Decker's gone. I was upset he announced he was coming back. I did not want him back at any price, let alone the cap he was going to have. Sayonara.
I do believe most Lions fans, and we appreciate what Taylor Decker has meant to this franchise. Mm-hmm. It's not an easy decision, and you can be conflicted. You can like the guy. You can love the fact that he gave everything he possibly could, but at some point, you got to make the decision. I was that decision after 10 years in Washington. I understand for Taylor Decker, there's probably going to be some bitterness for some time. It took me nearly another decade before I could get over, and there's still going to be that little bit of bitterness, but it has to happen at some point.
So what's he thinking right now? What's going through his head?
Well, hey, I gave this, and this is how you're going to treat me at the end of my time. I came back. You asked me if I was going to come back. Now, it all becomes semantical. How did he hear things versus how did they actually say things? Those are things that they're going to have to work out. But it's, does he still want to play?
Yeah.
Because there are, and I'm not going to sit there and say there's 31 other teams that could use him. There are other teams that could use him. Is he going to, when I was cut after a decade in one place, I looked at Washington's schedule and I said, I want to go to one of those 16 teams. It just so happened that Detroit was playing Washington the very next year, week 2, and it worked out for me to be able to come home and play.
Bears need a left tackle?
I don't know that Decker would be a good fit for them. Again, it's about the reliability, especially since I know that they traded for a center. I don't know that it's going to be at the top of their list.
I just think it'd be interesting. Ben Johnson, familiarity.
Sure. But familiarity goes two ways. It's familiarity. I know what he can do, but I also know that he's been unavailable.
Yeah, and I do think some of it would come down to money. How much is Chicago going to pay him? Is he going to take less to go there and stick it to Detroit? Or at that point, does he go, look, I'm not playing for peanuts. Like, my body is breaking down.
Well, he's not going to be playing for peanuts.
No, but in his mind, I was going to get
21.
And now you're telling me 7? Buzz off. I'm not
7
putting
to
my
10.
body through it. You know, I'm just throwing out numbers. But that's part of this, too, is I'm not going to play just to play. I mean, I'm playing because I thought I was getting $20 million.
Right.
248-539-9797. And it appears, John, that was the sticking point. Like, if you read between the lines of his statement, it sounds like the Lions wanted a much lower number.
Right. They wanted to be able to restructure.
And he's like, well,
I'm not. I committed to 21, and you did too. And
part of me playing was at this number.
Right.
Text says, is this Lions culture strong? We've been pushing that culture for years. Is it crumbling a little bit? We've had 2 guys who we thought were pinnacle culture guys ask their way out.
Well, only one guy asked their way out.
Montgomery.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they acquiesced. Yeah. But
the Decker thing is a
Taylor
business
Decker
decision.
actually said, I want in. Mm-hmm. And they said, thanks, but no thanks.
Right. I'm encouraged by it. It doesn't mean the offseason is going to be a success by itself, John, but I'm encouraged by it because it is a break from the norm. Mm-hmm. How did Lions fans take the Taylor Decker news, and what's the best way to outfit this offensive line? It's 97-1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros help or talk to the doctors. Forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH or find them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
First career NHL goal for the long time. AHLer. Cool moment for him. Third goal of the game. Ken Cal, Chris Osgood on the call. Wings win against a red-hot New Jersey Devils team. Win without Dylan Larkin. And didn't finish that game with Gibson between the pipes. Wait to get more clarity there. But those are the games you're going to have to find a way to win.
You are. And, I mean, they did. And it's without Dylan Larkin, as you mentioned. It's with the addition of Falk. We haven't seen Perron. Hopefully we do. And if you're going to have an offense that's down your captain, you better play better defense in front of those goalies. And Justin Falk is going to do that.
Is your guy your number one target?
And I think it's a tremendous ad because he's not here for just this year. That's all we're focused on right now, but he's going to be a part of this team this year and next year. So they can continue to build on what they're developing on the blue line, what they're developing in this team. But I do think that this helps them get over the hump and actually get into the postseason. The better part was just being able to see it from Steve Yzerman. Hey, and hear it from him. Yeah. We're at a point now where we can start going for it.
Time to do it was now. And points out, if you don't give up a first, you're not getting these guys, which was reassuring because, John, it would have been easy for him to go, I don't want to give up a first-round pick. I was very pleased with what they did at the trade deadline. This is the best decor they've had in a decade. Falk comes in and stabilizes the second group. I've said it. I thought defense was a huge issue. We talked about Ekblad in the offseason. Didn't become a free agent, but that same thought, that right shot, second pair guy. Falk was really good last night. He blocked 4 shots, laid 4 hits, put 3 shots on goal. Yeah, he makes it so they have 2 legit pairs. And I thought Johansson played well in the third pair. That was one of their better defensive hockey games. They didn't give up a lot of high-danger chances. They rolled 4 lines, right? They didn't have any elite lines, but found a way to score a couple goals and play defensive hockey. And I thought that was what they needed to do to find a way to win that hockey game. And for Falk, not only does he help them on defense, he's 10 goals this year. And most of them are 5-on-5.
Yes.
For a bad Blues team that couldn't score any goals, he does give you a little bit of a, hey, he can help you 5-on-5 both ends of the ice.
Yeah, so they're better 5-on-5. Not all of the help that we wanted 5-on-5, but they can be better there. And he's a guy that is going to go end-to-end.
We're talking Taylor Decker to kick off the hour because before the Falk deal, we got news that Taylor Decker would not be back. He posted on Instagram kind of detailing it, but read between the lines. He wanted to come back. They didn't want him back at the same number, so he parts ways. Text says we need to be cautious on moving Sewell to left tackle. It's been 6 years since he played left tackle, and he's a staple on the right side.
I agree. That's why I said it depends on the tackle, the level of play, the level of athletic ability that you're able to get in the draft.
I think he's a special football player. I think they could move him to tight end, and I'd be fine with it. I mean, I want him on the O-line, but I think he could play anywhere. He's a freak.
Well, the beautiful part about this is he has that certainly in his background. That's what he was drafted at Oregon. He was a left tackle. Now, I know he sat out the 2020 year. I don't care. Whatever. He's got that in his background, but this has happened early enough, and they'll be able to tell him, hey, we're going to go in free agency and get ourselves a left tackle. You stay right there. Or they're going to say, hey, we need you to move to left because no matter who it is that we draft, you're our better option to protect Jared Goff's backside. And that conversation goes, for Penei Sewell, okay, I'm should be fine with that because if you are known right now as one of the top 2, and I think he's the best offensive lineman, the best tackle in the NFL, 3 years All-Pro, 4 years Pro Bowl. Now all of a sudden you want to ensure your gold jacket, you go ahead and switch positions and go over to the left side and do that same damn thing over there and kick more ass at the left side. Now all of a sudden, hey, it's just a matter of when do you retire? And 5 years from that, we're putting you in.
There's a great comp for this, and it's a current player. Tristan Wirfs came in and was an elite right tackle.
Yeah, for Tampa.
All-pro right tackle. Moved him to the left side, all-pro left tackle.
Yeah.
I'd have no hesitations that Sewell could do the job at an elite level.
Tristan Wirfs was a left tackle at Iowa.
Yep.
They moved him over to right because that's what they needed at the beginning of his career. And then when their left tackle was no longer available, they moved him over there.
Text says, we all know Taylor Decker is going to sign a 1 or 2 year deal in Chicago, right? They desperately need a left tackle. It's Ben Johnson. He was cut. It's so obvious he'll be a Bear. Follow-up from Brian in Canton says, I'd love him to go to Chicago. He won't be available, and they'll waste their cap money.
Well, okay, if that's what they do, because the rumor is that's where Alex Anzalone ends up as well. That's fine. You could take our cast-offs.
Right. Aging players.
Done here, go to Chicago.
Pay him a premium. Use up what free agent dollars you have.
We'll upgrade.
That's the key. Got to upgrade. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the cleanup continues in Southwest Michigan after 4 tornadoes touched down through several small towns, including Union City and Three Rivers. Homes were completely leveled. Cars were destroyed. Businesses damaged. I mean, it was wild footage and wild video of the actual tornado. I don't think I've ever seen a video like that, at least here, where like debris was flying up and twisting around the tornado. 4 people were killed in this storm, including a 12-year-old boy and a 65-year-old woman. 12 others were injured. The National Weather Service says that an EF3 tornado touched down in Union City with winds of up to 150 miles per hour. In Three Rivers, an EF2 touched down with wind speeds topping 130 miles per hour. Governor Whitmer has declared a state of emergency and has also called for a federal investigation into why a tornado watch was not issued. So there were, I'm guessing, I mean, this happened so quickly that there wasn't much warning for these residents. There was one article I saw where a man was saying, hey, once I saw and heard what was going on, I tried to get to the basement, grab the dog to go downstairs, and I didn't even get to the basement by the time this tornado was hitting. So they didn't have a lot of time to prepare. A water main break in Farmington Hills flooded 14 Mile Road at Verona, as well as several surrounding streets. The break was discovered by Great Lakes Water Authority crews right around 4:30 a.m. on Saturday. Some residents were forced to evacuate. Others were actually trapped in their cars, had to be rescued by the fire department, obviously causing a lot of issues for a lot of people. A boil water advisory was in effect, sounds like it is still in effect for Walled Lake and parts of Novi as well. So I feel for those people who are having their basements flooded and homes damaged. And I mean, it's a hassle, just the boil water advisory, but then to have all of those issues, it's devastating.
Dealing
for
with
sure.
insurance and having to fight that battle.
Yeah, and there was one person that said, we just redid the basement, had it refinished, and now we're dealing with this. On Sunday afternoon, multiple shots were fired at Rihanna's home in Beverly Hills while she was there, while she was inside. Thankfully, no one was injured, and there was a female suspect who was arrested. They say the suspect is in her 30s, allegedly fired between 7 to 9 rounds from an AR-15 style rifle while she was parked in her Tesla across the street from her home. 4 rounds reportedly struck the house. The Los Angeles Police Department says more information on the suspect will be released today. A possible motive was not immediately provided. Hey, so if you are dealing with difficult people in your life, kind of constantly dealing with someone difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, as I look across the studio
Yeah, I know.
here.
Us
Appreciate
too,
the glares.
right?
Yep.
You're probably aging faster than you
Oh,
realize.
I don't have years to spare, Cookies.
I know. So we all know that spending time with a difficult person can obviously impact your mood right then and there in that moment. But over time, a new study says that these challenging interactions might also have a detrimental effect on your physical health, possibly making you age faster.
That's why I've been so uncomfortable I mean, you guys see me get up from here. I'm always limping. Like, I didn't start out that way.
Yeah, it couldn't have been a decade plus in the league. I'm going to be what does you in.
Wow. Is it how many minutes a day do you have to
So-
spend with this individual?
So the study found that difficult people, so those are people who regularly create conflict or make life more stressful, can accelerate your biological age by roughly 1.5%. And they say roughly 9 months of extra biological age compared to those without stressors. So basically what they say is that it creates chronic stress, right? Which
Sure.
then can trigger, inflammation in the body, which can then cause
Sore joints.
Yeah, yes.
And yeah,
it makes you age quicker.
Yeah.
I love the idea. You said 1%.
1.5.
1.5%.
That John makes it to 98 or 99.
Oh,
but
yeah,
it's working
99 in
with
3
me.
months.
Yeah.
I could have made it to 100 if it weren't for you.
Exactly. I like this next story for sure. Two Michigan State seniors are making headlines after landing a major deal on national television. So the pair appeared on Shark Tank and they pitched their company called Brace, which makes high-performance shoelaces that never come untied. They're patented with this microscopic interlocking technology, and they ultimately secured a $300,000 investment for 20% of their company from guest judge Fawn Weaver and from Daniel Lebetsky. So pretty darn cool. One of the students kind of said, like, they wish their dad was still here because this was his, like, this would have been like a dream come true for him to see, and he wasn't.
So a question
there.
that you may or may not have the answer for. How can I get my hands on a pair of these?
Well, now I don't know. I'm sure you can go to their website.
Okay.
I'm sure they have a website.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's called, you pronounce it Brace, but it's BRCE.
Oh, that's where I was going wrong. I put the A in there.
Yeah.
Spelling must be an issue over there in East Lansing.
Hey, they'll take a backseat to nobody.
Hey,
That's how I counter the stress, is being able to laugh a little bit.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Tom Izzo will take a backseat to nobody, even the team that beat him twice this year and won the Big Ten. It's 97-1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's really not a competition. It's not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. There's no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And why would you trust from the competition any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? It is useless. And the full-size Ram 1500, it's also built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. And Ram also has the 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is than the competition. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers? All you got to do is pull into a Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. When you get there, all you got to do is tell them, I sent you.
They'll take a backseat to nobody, John. Not even the team that beat them twice this year and won the Big Ten title. Tom Izzo not happy after his Spartans fell at the Chrysler Center yesterday. It was a good game.
It was a fun game. It was a good game. It was competitive all the way to the end. I think I saw a graphic until Michigan started making their free throws at the end. There were 5 or 6 lead changes in the second half. The biggest lead by Michigan was 9. The biggest lead by Michigan State was 6. I mean, it was back and forth.
Yeah, early there were some clutching and grabbing, mucking it up, as they said on the broadcast. But the second half, things start opening up. Yaxel with the dunk, and then Carr in the very next possession throwing it down. Like they were trading haymakers. It was a good basketball game between two good basketball teams, but the better team emphatically, for the second time this year, leaving no doubt, is Michigan. Yet Tom Izzo afterwards is complaining about 100 free throws and we'll take a backseat to nobody. And I'm not sure what game they watched. They watched the game where you lost. He sounds like a sore loser.
I don't know why he brought up the little brother in the post-game press conference, because when you lose, especially when you lose in your opponent's arena, the students, the fans are going to be shouting a lot of things that you don't like, and you don't always bring it up.
Right. Like, do I think Tom Izzo's career suggests he's the little brother in this rivalry?
Absolutely not.
No,
His program is
not.
And here's the other thing in terms of his comments. I took it more as, hey, we're never going to back down. And I would never expect them to back down and just say, well, we can no longer compete with Michigan.
No, but at the same time, what are we doing bitching about officiating? Do you think that game was decided by officiating?
No, I actually
If anything, I feel like, Fears got called for his, but Mara got called for a couple dirty plays too. I don't think that game was poorly officiated. And it goes back to the first meeting in the Breslin, where Izzo says they were the better team. I guess.
Again, to me, it's he's never going to back down, nor should he. And I don't know. I don't want to. I want to defend his comments in that regard. Again, I don't know why. If he doesn't bring up the little brother comment, we're not talking about that at all this morning, because you and I weren't there. It's a small arena. No one even knew what happened until he went to his post-game presser.
Could I venture a theory? You know why he brought it up? Because it got to him. Not because he thinks he's little brother, but he sees the tide turning. Dusty May in 2 seasons has closed the gap. In 2 seasons, Dusty May is 56-12. Izzo's 55-13. 1 game difference, but 2-0 head up. And Big Ten champs. Dusty hasn't come in here and taken a 3 or 4 year approach to right the ship and get the program going. He's done it in 2 seasons. He's better. They're better than you in 2 seasons, and they're willing to do stuff you're not willing to do. Yaxel was a portal guy. He's the best player on the floor. MSU's got billionaire with B donors, plural with an S. Ishbia and Magic Johnson are 2 very public ones, but they have lots of money in their alumni base, and Tom Izzo could certainly tap into it with some phone calls. They could have been more competitive in the portal. Michigan was. Is that part of it? That it's Michigan and the portal, and I hate Dusty, how Dusty's doing it, and how dare they call me little brother, and you know how Izzo gets, and he becomes very agitated. I think it's because there's some truth to the idea he's concerned about what Michigan's been able to do in such a short time.
I think there's also some anger about the new business of college basketball, and you just outlined it. It's Dusty May has come in, and in year 1, they went to the portal, but it wasn't good enough to be able to compete with Michigan State. Michigan State won the Big Ten last year. But this year, they doubled down on the portal. They went and got the best player available in the portal. They went and added a number of really good players in the portal. And it's not that Tom Izzo hasn't used the portal. He just hasn't used it to the same lengths that other programs have.
Do you think Tom Izzo at MSU will ever have his best player be a portal player? And I'll go a step further. His best 2, 3, or even 4 players be portal players the way that Dusty May does. You could say it's not sustainable year in and year out for Dusty, but Dusty's also got a top 10 recruiting class coming in right now from the freshman class. And by the way, he also recruited McKinney, who was really good in that game yesterday.
Some big threes.
And Kaysen, of course, it sucks what happened. He's got the ACL. But they've recruited freshmen well. But the way for them to speed this up was to use the portal. And if you want to call them mercenaries, I'm just going to tell you, spending doesn't automatically equal winning. Kentucky spent. They were 9th in the SEC.
Yeah.
Louisville was a big portal winner, 6th in the ACC. I mean, I just feel like it becomes a lot of pettiness from Spartan fans specifically who say, "Oh, I'm not impressed with what Dusty's done. Izzo doesn't have to respect what they've done." You should. You better.
I'm not going to say that it never happens because I have a tremendous amount of respect for Coach Izzo. And if he is going to compete in the modern era with everyone else that is spending, he's going to have to change. I don't want to say change. He's going to have to tweak how he goes about things. He could still recruit high-level players and develop them, but you've got to be able to complement through the portal more so than he has. And if one of them is going to be your best player or your two best players on the team are portal players, I think the bigger issue is because of his style of coaching, it takes 2 or 3 years for some players to adjust to it and continue to accept his style of coaching, whether it's at practice or it's in games.
I mean, Michigan's best player is Yaxel, UAB. Their second best player is Johnson, Illinois. Mm-hmm. Depending on the night, Mara, UCLA, Cadeau, UNC. Yep. I mean, it flipped things in a hurry. Text coming in. Izzo and the entire fan base complain about the refs. They are losers. Complaining about free throws when they went full hack-a-shack with 5 minutes left. Michigan shot 10 more free throws in the final minute or two.
Yeah, up until that point, they were pretty equal.
I don't know about this double standard that Izzo seems to believe exists, but we have 2 different Izzo cuts. We can play the one where he's defending fears. We could play the one where he sounds like a grumpy old man.
Well, let's go grumpy old man first.
All right, perfect. On fears and officiating and his star point guard kicking somebody in the groin again.
It is a physical sport. And it was in this game, I thought it was called pretty equally. You got Morrow with 2 flagrants and technicals.
Earned them both, dirty plays.
Yeah. And my question is, why is, when he says, it was just a reaction, like why is his reaction to always kick a guy in the groin?
Yeah, I don't think he did it on purpose. It's an unnatural movement. Why does it always seem to be that with him? Why would he get the benefit of the doubt? I know he wants to make a big deal of, well, he was called out publicly. For good reason, Tom. Not. This was an AI-generated images that CBS had ready to queue up. They were there because he did these things.
It does nothing to help them win games.
Nope. And he is a hell of a player.
Yeah, and I do agree with he played his ass off. He's played his ass off all season long.
Including the first meeting, too.
He's a hell of a point guard.
But you can't defend the indefensible. And the idea, well, their guy did it too. Is Dusty coming out and defending Mara, pushing guys after plays?
I didn't
grabbing
hear that.
guys. I didn't see it. If he did, I'd rip Dusty for doing that too. You can't defend the indefensible. 248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get to. We got plenty of text to read. It's 97.1. If you're in the business for a new roof, windows, or siding, big decisions for your home, you want to make sure you make the right call. You want to make sure you check out Shaner Roofing, a company you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing, and now they're bringing that same 5-star service they're known for to windows and siding. Local company, family-owned, they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. Other places will promise, but unless they've been around for 30 years like Shaner, what good's a lifetime transferable warranty? At Shaner, they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy homeowners. It's not bought, that's earned through decades of doing the job right. If you're in the market for a new roof, you need new windows or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust. That's Tom Izzo. Crowd watched his team lose. And fans are going to do that. They're going to troll. But it clearly got to him. Text says Dusty might have broken Izzo. The man is salty, delusional, and comes to a press conference discrediting Michigan's wins again and still somehow is defending fierce. He's got him feeling all worked up. Let's get to Jim and Frazier. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I'm a big Michigan State fan, and, I'm a little concerned about Izzo in the portal and the fact that he doesn't use it like some coaches use it. But he does have, let's see how he does next year. He does have a hell of a recruiting class coming in, number 3 in the nation next year. I know Michigan's 13th or something like that. I just looked that up. But they have a good one. Let's see how they do in the portal, because you don't know from year to year how these teams are going to be anymore, because it's free reign after at the end of the season. So, but I'm a little bit concerned because I watched the game yesterday and I'm like, who's going to score on Michigan State's team? They have absolutely no two guard on that team. And I'm watching, I'm like, I'm surprised they even stayed within 10, because they just cannot put the ball in the basket. At times, they 7-8 minutes, they can't score. And it's frustrating that, you're a big program like this, you can't get a two guard. You can't find one. They just can't get one. And you got Carr shooting threes, and that guy, he hasn't hit one in about a month. No. So, I think they could make a little run,
of course,
in the tournament. But the only problem is I don't know if they have enough. They can hit any shots from the 3-point line, because they're not very good. I mean, they just cannot hit consistently a 3-point jump shot like Michigan can. That's huge. But Izzo, I think he'll be fine. I think he's got a great recruiting class coming in. The only problem I'm thinking is, will he go out and grab a couple kids in a portal that will...
well, not just guys, but like really big impact players. Yeah, because who they really miss right now is Jace Richardson. He made the decision to go pro, but there's your two guard you're talking about, right?
What about the guy? What's his name? I can't think of his name right now. Went down to...
NC State. Yeah. Holloman, right?
Yeah.
Well, and that's.
Could you imagine if they had them two right now?
Oh, sure. And that's the thing. Like, it sucks. Like, if you're Izzo, like, this is the world of college sports now. Your captain point guard leaves for the almighty dollar, and you're still developing stud freshman decides, I'm not turning down an NBA paycheck. But that's why you have to backfill with the transfer portal. Izzo's going to recruit well. They have the number 2 class, but Michigan has the number 4 class. I'm looking at 24/7 Sports right now. So if Dusty's going to recruit about the same, but cash in with higher impact guys in the portal, that's where you talk about catching up to and eventually passing if you're not willing to do what's necessary.
Well, and Dusty knew, because of the roster that he inherited, or lack thereof, early on, he was going to have to hit the portal hard. Now, maybe that's a year-in, year-out battle for Dusty May. Maybe that's just how he's going to operate. But you mentioned the recruiting class that's coming in. Maybe he gets to a point where instead of 7 or 8 guys that are coming in through the portal, it's 4 or 5, but they're going to be impactful players.
248-539-9797. And he said, I still think MSU can go on a run. So do I, for the record. Yeah. I mean, what are we talking about? They're a top 10 team in the country, but he hit on it, and it's the same Izzo tournament speech. We're going to defend our ass off. We're going to crash the glass. I thought both bigs played well yesterday. Kohler with the black eye, but Cooper getting the offensive putbacks. You know who they are. Are they going to hit enough jump shots? Is Fears going to avoid some chicanery? But it's the same blueprint we've seen for MSU teams. Can they hit enough threes? We know they'll defend. How's the matchup going to be? Sweet 16, Elite 8, the right matchup. Sure, they could make the Final Four. But there's a clear gap. I mean, Michigan's chasing a title, and I think you see when you watch the head-to-head.
Well, and it's what Michigan has put out there all season long. They've been very good, other than obviously the 2 losses, Wisconsin and Duke. And you could say that Duke game, hopefully there are some lessons learned from that Duke game that pay off in the postseason.
Guys, stop saying Dusty closed the gap. He is closing the gap. I'll call you the blue wall for comments like that. Well, what does it mean to close the gap? Because I would say if in year 1, Izzo wins the Big Ten, but in year 2, Dusty wins the Big Ten, they're 2-2 in their 4 meetings.
Yeah, where's the gap?
Even Steven. Yeah, show me where the razor-thin gap separating the 2 programs is right now. And don't quote me what Izzo did with the Flintstones when I was 7, 8 years old.
Well, if you're talking about the gap being what they've done in their careers, sure. There's a huge gap simply because Tom Izzo is 30 years older, 20 years older than Dusty May's been at it longer. There is a big gap there.
X 50 years older.
But in terms of what Dusty May has done at Michigan, yeah, he's closed the gap.
Guys, what do you want Izzo to say? We're not good enough? We can't win the tournament? He's defending his team after a loss. I want my coach doing it 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, he's never going to back down.
No, but I don't need him to say, well, that's because they shot 100 free throws. You're making excuses for your team. I don't need you to defend Jeremy Fears and whataboutism and point to their guys when your guy has a track record. That's all I'm saying. He didn't have to point out free throws, and I guess they're better the first meeting.
Well, the one thing he didn't have to point out was the little brother comments.
Right, good point, too.
Because you could tell that the fans, that he was irritated. It got to him. And he felt it got to him so much that he had to actually address it in the postgame.
Guys, congrats. You have a player from Cade Cunningham's recruiting class to finally sweep MSU, talking Yaxel. Do you guys want a participation trophy now or later? Well, I just want to make sure we're clear about this. Could MSU celebrate a Big Ten title last year?
Yes.
Okay. And Michigan can this year?
Yes.
It's not a participation trophy.
Right. And yeah, okay, maybe he was in Cade's recruiting class, but he's still in college basketball, so why not have him play for us?
Michigan has a 1-year fluke season, and now you want Tom to bend the knee and kiss the ground they walk on. What's wrong with you guys?
It is 1 year. And I've said this all along. We've got to see if it's repeatable for Dusty May. You go into every single year and your top 4 guys are from the transfer portal, there's going to be some years where it doesn't work out. But are we sitting there telling Kirk Sidnetti, well, you can't do this on a yearly basis?
1-year fluke Indiana national title.
Yeah.
Don't enjoy it.
It's the basketball version of it.
People don't like when you bring it up because Michigan Hoops has a better historical track record than Indiana, but it's guys' instant success using the portal, flipping it on its head. We're talking Pistons Hoops next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Pistons had a rough showing last night as they fell 121-110 in Miami for their 4th consecutive loss. The Detroit hadn't lost 4 straight games since the very first 4 games of last season. J.B. Bickerstaff detailed what went wrong last night after the game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they got off to a really good start, I thought, early on.
Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo combined for 59 points and 15 rebounds. Jaime Jaquez Jr. came off the bench for 19 points. The Pistons were led by 26 from Cade Cunningham and 24 from Jalen Duren. Those two combined to shoot 60% from the floor, but the rest of the starters shot a dismal 25% as they combined for just 14 points. Pistons look to bounce back tomorrow when they take on the Nets, who they inexplicably lost to at home on Friday night. On the University hardwood last night, it was Michigan who won 90-80 in a heavyweight battle with MSU. U of M's first regular season sweep of Michigan State in 12 years. The last time that happened, Michigan State went on to defeat Michigan in the Big Ten Championship in 2014. That will be when these two teams meet again, should fate have it that way. The Red Wings also won 3-0 last night. They now have 79 points and took over Montreal for the last playoff spot in the Atlantic. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Do we address it, or do we just let it go? I mean, I thought I was going to have to, no pun intended, use the dump button during the update.
That starting 5.
Yeah.
I'm a victim of my own writing because I put starters and shooting in back-to-back words. And when you combine them, you get a word that you're probably not allowed to say intentionally. So
No.
Never
Well,
trust
it's
a fart.
played like that.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
We're going to move on to Pistons hoops here in a second, but real quick, follow
Yes.
up Michigan State with you. What was your takeaway?
I was really impressed with both teams. I thought the level of play was much better than what we got in East Lansing. As a Michigan State fan, I was very pleased. They did all of the gritty, dirty stuff really well. I thought they defended exceptionally well, other than helping off Yaxel Lendeborg every single three-pointer he took. And when the guy makes 3 in a row, you can't help off the fourth one, but they did. Mm-hmm. But, that's neither here nor there. But I'm really excited for, hopefully, the chance to see both of these teams on Sunday now. And every time that we've had, because it's not often that both of them are this good in the same season, and the last few times that it's happened, they've met in the Big Ten Championship. And if we're so lucky, we'll get to have that again, because I think that would just be a good culmination. And selfishly, I want another shot at Michigan.
Is it in Indy or Chicago this year?
Chicago.
Okay. All right.
It doesn't have to be the culmination. They could also meet in a big dance.
Yeah, we've had a couple of years where that could be the case. I don't know if the committee, I think the most likely would be Michigan would have to be the 1 and Michigan State would have to be the 2 in the same region.
Well, they could meet in the Final Four. Duke, North Carolina famously had one of those.
They could. I honestly don't think Michigan State is really putting. Last night actually did a lot for me in thinking that they can get to a Final Four. I just haven't seen them defend like that in 3 weeks, it feels like. And so to see that was really pleasing, and they still gave up 90. So
this is going to give us the perfect segue into teams that need to defend at a high level. We'll talk Pistons hoops. That's Brendan Shabath. Hear him on the updates here in Detroit. All right, 8 o'clock hour is here. We're going to talk about the Lions coming up at 8:35. Taylor Decker out. What's next? And we'll do that at 8:35. But first, John, the Pistons. Is it panic in Pistons town as they've lost 4 in a row, including blowing a 23-point lead to the Brooklyn Nets, terrible team, and getting run off the floor against the Miami Heat the very next night? J.B. Bickerstaff saying they didn't respect the game. Jalen Duren saying they need to lock in. What's your level of panic?
So let's also throw on that Jason Tatum's back, and Boston is now only 2.5 games back of the Pistons for that 1 spot in the Eastern Conference. I'm not in panic mode right now. You are allowed to have ups and downs throughout the course of the season. We don't love it that this is happening now with very few weeks, and I think maybe we've been trained by the Tigers to have concerns when it comes to this time of the year. But I'm not going to panic. I already last week watching them against Cleveland, watching them against San Antonio, and it was more, when you watch them against San Antonio, it's more San Antonio than it was the Pistons.
Yeah,
and it's Wembanyama than it was the Pistons. A little concerned against Cleveland, but let's see them respond. Let's see what JB has in his bag of tricks to get these guys re-energized and playing good basketball again, playing for the entirety of the game, not just the first half, not just the second half, but for 4 quarters.
I saw this yesterday. Reference the Tigers. It's a photoshopped Jake Rogers. Please let the Pistons get hot.
Yeah.
Please. This is their longest losing streak of the year. JB Bickerstaff says the execution post-All-Star game, there's been slippage. Yeah, we see it. Now, some of this is you lose Asar in that Spurs game, right?
Yeah.
He is the tip of the spear. He allows them to be as elite defensively as they've been. At the same time, losing Asar Thompson shouldn't result in losing a lead like that to the Brooklyn Nets. And it shouldn't be a game like Miami where you're not even in it. So I'm willing to grant them that the Asar loss is noteworthy, certainly takes that elite defensive edge away. They still can't play the way they did this weekend. Without Asar Thompson, John, there's no timetable right now. If he misses a few more games, they can't play that way.
No. And so, but I will say this. All right, that's a tough stretch. It was Oklahoma City and Cleveland at home, and then it was on the road to Orlando. They won all 3 of those. And we know,
to be fair,
Cleveland wasn't playing.
And OKC was a G League team.
Correct. But it's still, you're still getting up for those games. And then it was on the road at Cleveland, on the road at San Antonio. The Brooklyn loss, there's no excuse for that. And I thought the Miami one, I thought the Brooklyn one was probably the worst loss of the season. But now all of a sudden, hey, you get another shot at Brooklyn, which, not that you need another shot at Brooklyn, but it should be a get-right game on Tuesday. You got the Sixers, who are, in that play-in range right now. Memphis, Toronto, a couple of games against Washington. It is a time where you can find your mojo, get your confidence back, and get rocking and rolling again.
Threw something out last week, kind of workshopping it, and I feel stronger about it even today. The Pistons are a one-dimensional team. That dimension is elite defense. When that goes away, I mean, they're a one offensive option team. They've got to get stops. They've got to run in transition. When the faucet turns off on defense, they aren't that team anymore. I mean, they are one-dimensional. Now, to be clear, that one dimension has carried them to the 1 seed.
Yeah.
That one dimension could win them a big playoff series. But it is a one way they can play to win. And if they don't defend, and they haven't, and the Asar Thompson injury is part of that, if they don't defend at a not good, not great, but an elite level, this team's not going very far in the postseason.
And that's the concern is, have the rest of the teams, have they finally turned it on? Teams that got better at the trade deadline, that's Cleveland. Teams that are more experienced, they're more veteran teams. They're getting closer to the postseason. They're getting healthy. Jason Tatum's back in Boston. Are they just simply getting better? And the Pistons are just where they were for the entirety of the season. And all the other ones they've turned it on.
They have an extra gear.
Yeah.
So Tatum scored 20 in 27 minutes. They played at Cleveland. They won the game by double digits.
Yeah, and over the weekend they said, hey, no minutes restriction. He's good to go.
They're only 2.5 games back. I mean, the Pistons could lose the 1 seed in a week. So, yeah, I mean, there's a level of panic from that standpoint.
Sure.
That if Detroit doesn't get the 1 seed, their path could be playing both Cleveland and Boston. And you say Cleveland maybe hasn't hit their stride.
Cleveland has a lot further to go, but it's about playing really good basketball in the playoffs.
Yeah, and again, do they have an extra gear? I mean, I'll always question how Harden's going to play deep in a playoff series, but adding him, and they've played better since, they have another gear. If those two teams hit their extra gear and the Pistons' one-dimensional defense-first basketball doesn't show up, they will get popped much earlier than we had considered, and that's why you wonder, do you start walking back what we thought this team was going to do this season?
Right, because that extra gear, where are you going to find that little extra juice, that extra gear? Because Jalen Duren had 24 points. Cade had 26, had 10 assists. But then you look at everybody else, and okay, Isaiah had 14, Paul Reed had 10, and a whole lot of 2s, 3s, 4s after that. Like, there's just no one to turn to that can go. I mean, Kevin Huerter was 0
Well, you know who they're going to be turning? Well, sure, I'd love the guy they added at the deadline to be the guy. Ron Holland. I mean, in the absence of Asar, this is kind of his opportunity to spread his wings. It's a little bit like Casper with the Wings if Larkin's out for a while. Like, you're a young player, man. Mm-hmm. This is your opportunity with bigger minutes, a big spotlight. Go out there, and you're going to have to, again, be a force on defense and knock down a couple shots. 248-539-9797. John, we got people using the F word.
Uh-oh.
The Pistons might be the biggest 1-seed frauds in NBA history. We've seen 1 seeds lose to 8 seeds. Come on, people.
Well, okay, but I'm also not going to say sit there and say I'm concerned about them losing to an 8 seed.
As well as Charlotte's played, that would be the tough matchup.
Right. And I don't know you can go through the season, earn the 1 seed, and be a fraud. Now, this year is a little bit different because Halliburton's not playing. He's not coming back for Indiana. Even if he did right now, they're completely out of it. But Jason Tatum is coming back. They got better. And it wasn't just a trade deadline acquisition. Cleveland got better because they added James Harden, and they're just playing better.
Yeah. Guys, there's no panic because I've seen the cracks forming for weeks. Now the dam is finally broke. I fully accept this team is going to finish as the 3 or 4 seed, get swept in the first round.
Oh, they're not going to finish as a 3 or 4 seed. I mean, it's as much as Cleveland is playing better, they're still 6.5 back.
With less than 20 games to go now?
Yeah, and the Knicks are in the 3 seed right now. And there's, I wouldn't even, I put the Knicks, the top 3 teams, Detroit, Boston, and Cleveland. Mm-hmm. The Knicks are the next tier down.
Yeah. And, okay, I'm even going to play along with this. Let's say they did fall to 3. Who would they draw in the first round?
I'll let you do the math on that one.
Well, my point is, like, I think they would win that series. I mean, you could say that they're not Boston with healthy Tatum, but to say they couldn't beat the Raptors,
or the Magic,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I think that's a leap that I'm not willing to take that leap. This team should win a playoff series. This team with the right seeding should win 2 playoff series, and I'm done saying should after that.
But the problem with that comment is with the right seeding.
And if they fall out of the 1 seed,
yeah,
now all of a sudden you start to take the tumble.
That's why you look at the schedule. It was a tough road for for 2 weeks. And it starts to ease up a little bit. And this is where they've got to put some distance, or at least keep that distance at 2.5.
And now I'm looking over here to always even keel Tom Milliken, who has thread
I'm not
the
sure
needle.
about that.
Sarcasm. But you may have thread the needle perfectly on this. You were more optimistic preseason than us. We believed things that seem to be taking a step back, and they might be where you've said all along, which is a second-round playoff team.
They've adopted this grit mentality, and they show up and they try virtually every night. I don't know about last night, but
Or Saturday.
it's going to win you a lot of games in the NBA. And I felt like they had a superstar on their team, but they don't have a number 2, and it's starting to get exposed. Duran's a 3. So, look, I thought Cleveland was going to be a problem. I anticipated Tatum coming back, not this early, but I thought he would. And I was already fearful of the Celtics before that. Like, I just think the way they play basketball is the way it's supposed to be played in the NBA these days with the three-point shooting.
Yeah.
The Pistons are trying to do, you used to thread the needle. They're trying to thread this needle into doing it the opposite way. I think that only gets you so far. A texter kind of put it that way. It's the try-hard thing can only take you so far. If you don't have somebody that can make a shot besides Cade Cunningham, you have a problem. And I would even say a little bit, I am concerned that they may be an easier matchup for teams than last year because of no Beasley.
So it's funny. I was going to make a football comparison, apples to oranges. But Bill Belichick's defenses were always known for trying to make the other team play left-handed, was a way they would phrase it, right? Like, you can't play your way. What if in a 7-game series, the other teams force the Pistons to play left-handed? That becomes really tough for them to pull off. If they don't get the transition buckets, if Cade doesn't have the ball, can you win 4 times in a 7-game series playing left-handed? Whereas Boston, okay, hey, we can smother Brown. Well, here's Tatum. Or in the case of Cleveland, if Spider Mitchell is having a rough day, James Harden could pour in 35 on a given night. They can play left-handed better than the Pistons can.
You said it. They're one-dimensional. They are. Therefore, they're an easy matchup. They're easy to prepare for.
Take an inventory, 4 straight losses, longest losing streak of the season for the Pistons. Level of panic. Panic in Pistons Town. It's 97-1.
You want a great place to work out? You got to get over to Planet Fitness because it's a great value. It's one of those places where you go work out. Every time you walk in there, you're kind of amazed at how clean it is. You walk in the locker rooms, they're clean. You talk to the staff at the front desk, and they're friendly. It's a welcoming place. And I talk about the great value. Right now, their Black Card membership, it's $1 down. First month is free, and it's $24.99 after that. What does the Black Card get you? Well, it gets you access to everything the club has to offer. The Black Card Spa, which, hey, if you want a chance to recover after some of your workouts, hydro massage, innovative amenities like red light therapy and cryo lounge. You can bring a guest every single time you go. You also have access to every single location. Those are great assets to have when you're talking about a club. And it's, hey, you work, there's one near you. You live, there's one near you. You travel, there's one near you. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Ugly. Couple ugly games over the weekend for the Pistons. Blew a 23-point lead to the Nets. Got throttled by the Miami Heat. It's 4 straight losses. Lead for the 1 seeds down to 2.5, and Tatum's back. And they took care of business in Cleveland by double digits. Rain and threes. Tatum scored 20. Panic in Pistons town? Let's get to Ronald in Detroit. Ronald, you're on 97.1.
You know what? The Pistons remind me of the Tigers. They can't stand the pressure. They always choking at the end. We better pray for our Detroit team. Even the college team lost. So I don't think they can't seem to stand the pressure to make it.
Well, it's going to be a whole different level of pressure in the playoffs. So, like, what do you think? Do they win a playoff series, 2 playoff series? Where are you at for the postseason?
For one thing, for sure, you can't win the game every time. You give the other team a second chance at the basket every time.
Yep.
That's their problem. The other team missed the basket, and then all of a sudden they foul the player. Then they get another shot at it.
You bail them out. Yeah, that's the stuff that drives you crazy, man. If you're not playing great defense, but you still end up finding a way to get a couple stops, you can't give up offensive boards. You can't have cheapy fouls. You can't do the little stuff that spirals you. Mm-hmm. And J.B. Bickerstaff has said that their execution has slipped since the All-Star game. He said they didn't respect the game on Saturday night, and Duren said they need to lock in. Duren's getting called out on text. This says the losing streak shows that he's an elite role player, but not the second star they need. Pistons, if they had a war chest of picks to build, they could afford Duren, but without that, they need to move on.
Unless you have a very unique special big, chances are they're going to be your 3.
Yeah.
You need 2 elite scorers. Or you need an elite player like Cade, and then you have to have somebody else that can reliably shoot.
Yep.
And they just don't have it.
Guys, when do we start talking about not giving JD an extension this summer? All he does is catch lobs, can't defend anything. You could find cheaper options to do the same. They're in a bit of a tough spot. He's a restricted free agent. You're not going to let an all-star walk.
No.
I agree with the assessment, though, that they don't have enough shooting on the floor, and they need to address that.
Well, and we thought maybe they would address it at the trade deadline, but they didn't.
And because they didn't, they have to play one way. And Asar Thompson's injury has made it even harder to play that one way.
It's almost like not adding a bat at the deadline.
Oh, God. Another comparison.
Wait, where's the smarm? Holy moly.
That actually caught me off guard. I was not ready for that.
Come on, I've been telling you guys all morning. I even made the comparison, I think it was last segment, that are they pulling what the Tigers did?
Who's Paddock?
Yeah, but the way you said it so abruptly, that's him.
See, that's the 9 months that he's taken off my life.
I'd like to think I've made you a more well-rounded individual.
Right. Yes.
Hey, quick news before we get to Heather's news. Breaking NFL news from Adam Schefter. Tua Tagovailoa set to be released by the Dolphins. A post-June 1 cut. It'll be a record $99 million dead money spread over 2 seasons.
Oof. Well check on any Miami Dolphin fans you have in your life. You better give them a call.
Paul Serra.
Yes.
Someone do a wellness check.
Yes.
I think he kind of knew this was coming.
I think we all knew it was coming. It's
new
just
coach,
a matter of
new GM.
Yeah. So who is the QB? When the QB carousel starts to wind down, who's the QB in Miami?
So the most funny scenario would be if the Cardinals and Dolphins essentially traded quarterbacks.
Right, just not contracts.
Yeah, Tua goes to Arizona and Kyler goes to Miami. Although if I'm Kyler, Miami's behind some other destinations. I'd rather be a Viking. If the Colts thing opens up, I'd rather be an Indy. I think I'd rather be a Jet than a Dolphin.
Well, and so
you're right. Who the hell is their quarterback? They can't afford to go pay Malik Willis on top of this.
No, so Quinn Ewers is the only quarterback under contract because they also have Zach Wilson, but he's set to be a free agent. Tua's just been released, and you're taking that big of a hit. It's not like you can go out and I don't know that you could even go out and spend the money on Malik Willis.
Where's their pick? Not that you want to force a rookie in. If it's not a guy you don't like, then you just take the free year as a first-year coach. Yeah, I don't know what they do.
That's a tough spot to be in for a new GM, new head coach, looking down both barrels of that one.
Yeah, next year is it's a gap year, they say. You're going to backpack around Europe. It's not going to be a football season for them. I mean, you're just getting through it, moving on. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So Union City High School has now become a round-the-clock resource center after tornadoes just devastated Southwest Michigan communities on Friday. The National Weather Service confirmed that Union City was struck by an EF3 tornado with wind speeds of up to 150 miles per hour. Three Rivers, Edwardsburg, and Clarendon Township were also hit by tornadoes. There were 4 confirmed tornadoes. So the school just has resources for anyone who is in need. Hygiene products, cleaning products, clothes, food, water, formula, anything you could need. 4 people were killed in these tornadoes. A 63-year-old man, a 12-year-old boy, and a 65 and 54-year-old woman. So sad.
Tragic.
So as the cleanup continues, Governor Whitmer has called for a federal investigation into why no tornado watches were issued before the storm struck. Also, a state of emergency was declared in Branch, Cass, and St. Joseph County. Tarek Skubal is having some second thoughts. So he planned to make just one start in the World Baseball Classic before returning to spring training with the Tigers. But after getting a taste of what it's like to represent Team USA over the weekend, he's not so sure he's ready to leave. So he said, quote, "I didn't expect these types of emotions to run through my brain or my thoughts to differ. I was pretty committed to making a start and getting back to camp. Things have changed. Obviously, that's why I'm going to have some conversations to try to figure out the plan for me." So basically the plan now is to talk to the Tigers, his agent, and his family, and he says he'll make the call in the next couple of days.
Thoughts?
I know people are making this out to be an impossible decision. Just pick a decision.
Yeah.
I get it either way. If he wants to pitch for Team USA, go out there and let her rip. Use it as your build up for the start of the season. And at the same time, if he said, you know what, I got a ton of money riding on this, I'm going to bow out. I just don't understand the half-wet thing that he's been doing here.
Boris. This is Boris.
But
and
you
it's
always
a
say
PR
this.
for Boris.
But Boris works for Skubal. Skubal needs to do what he wants and just commit to it and stick with it and F what anybody else thinks.
I agree, but I think it's all being manipulated and constructed by Scott Boris.
So Ford is making headlines after building a one-of-a-kind SUV for the Pope. So Ford CEO Jim Farley and his wife recently delivered a customized Ford Explorer to Pope Leo XIV during a private meeting at the Vatican. So it's a black Explorer Platinum Hybrid, was assembled at Ford's Chicago plant just a few miles from the Pope's hometown, which is cool. And then inside the vehicle are several personal touches honoring Chicago. There's like seat tags with the city's flag. There's the skyline stitched into the center console. Some really cool features. And it comes with the vanity license plate reading "Da Pope" and Leo 14 in Roman numerals, of course. So Ford says the Pope will use the vehicle mainly to travel around the Vatican grounds. It is not intended to replace the traditional Pope-mobile used for major public appearances. Pretty cool.
It was. It is. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. This is also pretty cool. A man from Jackson, Michigan just won the 41st Los Angeles Marathon in a dramatic photo finish.
Did you guys
on
see the
Sunday.
end of it?
I didn't. I've seen the photo.
The last mile was awesome.
Well, what's so crazy is because he kind of like was behind the entire race
big time.
until the last mile. So Nathan Martin, he is a 36-year-old high school cross country coach for Jackson High School. He ran 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 16 seconds to achieve a come-from-behind victory, right? Which is
It's
insane.
so bizarre. Yeah.
He trailed from the start, and then that last mile, he won.
Sprinted the last 100 yards or so.
He edged out a man from Kenya by 100th of a second. Insane. So he is the second American to win the race since 1994.
What's even more amazing was like he crosses the finish line, and it is a photo finish.
Yeah.
And the other gentleman, he's from Kenya?
Yes.
The Kenyan, I mean, he falls on the ground, and this guy is just sitting there like, hey, I need a couple of breaths, and
It's wild.
I'm going to go celebrate.
It's pretty crazy.
I'm reading a quote. I made an actual move 5 miles out when no one was picking up the pace, so I decided I needed to push.
Yeah.
But how do you have enough left in the tank? Incredible.
It's what he does. It is. It's
It
incredible.
is. I just watched the video. It is like photo finish.
It's pretty sweet. So congrats to him.
Some would say he had too much at the tank.
Hey, he won.
Yep.
He played it right.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1. If you want a whiter or straighter smile heading into the spring, Brightside is the place. New patients always welcome. $35 new patient special. Take care of any discomfort you've been ignoring this winter. Brightside isn't some big national chain. They're locally owned, and they're part of the community. They treat patients like neighbors, and they want to keep Michigan families smiling all year round. If your current dentist can't get you in soon, Brightside, same-day appointments. Book online, brightsidedental.com. Give them a call. It's 1-800-PAINLESS. Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Tampering starts today in the NFL. We're going to get to what the Lions do. React to that Decker decision from Friday as well. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Wrapping up our Pistons conversation. Look who stumbled into the office today.
Hey, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, I pulled a Gator. I read the schedule wrong. I thought I was in working with Gator today.
Did you show up and you say, hey, Doug, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I saw Doug. I said, what's going on here? I sent prep out yesterday. They probably think I'm an idiot. Which I am. Of course I am.
Well, you should confirm that they got it.
Yeah, well, I guess I could, yes. So the way our schedule's set up, it's the first day is Monday, but I always think it's Sunday. So if I don't see my name, I look to the next day. I thought, yes, tomorrow was Monday, so whatever. So I'm here for Karsh tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, and I'm in with Mike on Friday.
Okay.
So today's your off day, but you're here anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Putting in the work.
Well,
Yeah,
you're here.
exactly.
There's a mic in front of your face. We were talking Pistons. Panic in Pistons Town, Stoney?
I was thinking of Mojo's Panic and Pistons. I don't know if panic is the right word. I just think what we're seeing is what a lot of us doomsayers thought at the trading deadline, that they didn't do anything. But the last two games, especially the Brooklyn game, they just basically were in a trance. It wasn't them. So maybe in the long run it's good. I just, when you see what Boston's doing, and even Cleveland, but Boston's, unless something crazy happens, they're coming out of the East.
Looking at Tatum, because we always wondered what Tatum was going to be. Now, he's not what he was at peak, but he's not far off.
No, plus, they got that Keita guy who's he's so underrated. He's a Piston type of a player, a defender. He'll hit if he has, you know what I mean? It was not a good weekend. Thankfully, unless you're a Michigan fan, at least the Wings salvaged your weekend yesterday.
Yeah, but getting back to the Pistons, before we talk about the Wings, are they able to recover? Are they able to hold off Boston and keep the 1 seed going into the postseason?
I haven't looked schedule to schedule. I would assume they'll win tomorrow in Brooklyn, but
You'd hope. But I don't think they're going to hold the 1 seed.
I don't think they will either. But you know what? I don't think it makes that much of a difference because if you're the 1 seed, the first round it might make a difference. But if they win the first round, you're either going to play one of those four. You're going to be the worst of those 4 teams anyway.
It could be the difference, though, in playing New York or Cleveland, and you'd feel a whole hell of a lot better about playing
New York.
Yeah. So it could be the difference in making these.
You think that New York is better?
For the playoffs, yeah. I think you'll see a different Knick team. You watch them play a little bit right now, and I hate to say this, they're playing basically Knicks bad. Now they lost yesterday to the Lakers, but the way they played on Friday night, and the Towns is actually playing good. It'll be a great series. I don't think the regular season means squat once the playoffs start.
And maybe we learned that lesson here. I think we're taking the Pistons off the pedestal a bit now.
Yeah.
During the 4-game skid here, and I just think they're a one-dimensional team. I mean, if they defend, it's just going to be a tough road when you get into a 7-game series.
Have we seen enough from Herter to say, okay, he's getting a little better, he's doing this? But
He was 0 for 4 last night.
I know, but the other night, he at least he goes to the basket. He's doing something.
Yeah, when they even dress him.
Right.
Yeah, well, I know, but the last few games he's played a little bit, is what I'm saying, and he's getting more familiar. I don't know. I'm just searching because they got nobody
Well,
else.
you'd like to think they have another gear. That was our point. Boston's got another gear. Cleveland's got another gear.
And maybe we take Osor Thompson for granted.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if you're going to be a great defensive team, he's a big reason why.
Yeah.
At the same time, you shouldn't lose to Brooklyn and Miami without him.
No.
Hey, let's just spin the wheel and get all Stoney's takes because he came into work. You mentioned the Red Wings.
Yes.
I love what Yzerman did Friday, and it looked like Falk was a difference maker last night.
He played very well. It's just they only win games when Gibson gets hurt during the game.
It's a brilliant strategy.
I know. So far in March, they're 2-1-1.
Yeah.
So
both
far,
wins when he gets hurt.
Yeah, and look, Florida, Tampa, and Dallas in the next 3.
Larkin question mark.
Well, what's realistic or will satisfy you? 3 out of the 6 points.
Yeah, stay afloat right now. The Falk thing, though, is long overdue.
Yes.
I remember a couple years ago, we're talking about adding a right shot defenseman in the summer. It was guys like Montour or Roy. Last year, Ekblad, if he got free agency. Mm-hmm. Now they get that second pair right shot guy. And Stoney, I think this is the best decor they've had in a decade.
Oh, absolutely, because Sutter keeps getting better. Evanston keeps getting better. You got Falk, and I think Sherrod's very underrated. He's not a great player, but at least he'll hit and he won't make as many mistakes. Even Sider, the other, the Florida game, he made. In the Vegas game, he made a big mistake that set up the goal, and I think he made it 3-2. But yes, it's going to be a strange ride with them too. Once they get through these 3 games, I think they'll be okay. Was it Florida, Tampa, and Dallas?
All on the road this week.
Yeah. And if Talbot's going to be in the net, you want that defense to be a little bit better, and Falk does help with that.
No doubt, and he can move the puck. So
when they made the deal on Friday, I posted the Steve Yzerman laser beam meme in the afternoon show. Thought that was overboard. Was it laser beam worthy, Stoney, adding Falk?
No, it wasn't laser beam, but it was a good ad. I mean,
It was about damn time.
Yeah. That's probably why you had the laser beams. They've been sitting in your closet for 3 years with your car flag.
Yeah, no kidding. Actually, funny. I was cleaning out the car the other day. They are still in there. They're ready for a playoff run. Okay, let's spin the wheel again, and I have Tom Izzo bitching up a storm, sore loser, Michigan. I said Michigan has closed the gap under Dusty May. Can we say that?
Yeah, how long for? Well, obviously they're the better team right now, and what it will mean program wise, who knows? Who knows how long Tom is going to coach there? As everybody knows, I have a man crush on Mr. Izzo. I love him, but the one thing that he said yesterday that bothered me the most was when he threw in that 100 free throw line. There was one stretch, yes, where Michigan committed no fouls and Michigan State had 5. But the actual free throw discrepancy wasn't that much, and you were sending them to the line late in the game because you didn't want to, for some reason, you didn't want to let it, Jansen, you didn't want to let it play out. You just kept fouling to stop the clock and things like that. But, yeah, I mean, Michigan State at their best can beat them. They need to, Cohen Carr should not be shooting threes anymore, and they need to get the ball to Tang more. That's
Anything else you want to pepper him with? We can get him out of here.
No, I'm good. Thank you for joining us.
World Baseball Classic, baby.
Okay, let's go there.
All right, Stoney, Scooble. What should he do here?
I don't think it really makes a difference. He's going to pitch 2 or 3 innings. Who cares if it's in Lakeland or in high-pressure situations?
I just wish he'd make up his mind and say F whoever hates him. Like, F the haters. If you want to pitch for your country, pitch for your country. If you got hundreds of millions on the line and you want to ramp up for the season, make the call and pull out of it.
Right. At least he plays for a country that actually uses people from their country, unlike other countries.
What's Great Britain's deal? It's like all...
What's Israel's deal?
Well,
Harrison Bader, just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you're Israeli. I mean... It becomes the World Baseball Classic. Oh, but we'll have a different team for religious purposes? That makes no sense to me.
Thoughts on the war in Iran? No, we'll move on. That's Stoney.
No, but I did see that Stormy Daniels is coming to town to play some comedy.
Perfect. Stoney with a surprise appearance into work today.
Always come through.
Coming up next, we're going to talk about Decker. He gone. Where do the Lions go today with tampering underway? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. When you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's not really that. It's not a competition. It's not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. On the Ram side, you got 2 choices, Pentastar V6 or the Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And on the competition side, why would you choose any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Can't get any work done. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension, and literally all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother the Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and then tell them I sent you.
Heather, have you ever gone to Kaju Cafe? They have like this thing that's called feather bowling.
No.
It's supposed to be a gorgeous day today. High of 67. Basically tropical.
Baseball, softball workouts, tryouts begin today, so hopefully they'll be able to actually be outside.
And today at noon, tampering begins. NFL free agency is here. We're going to get to what the Lions need to do, especially post Taylor Decker's decision. But quickly, Tony, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, not too much, man. Just try to be quick here. I don't think if panic was the right thing that I would choose, but it's kind of more or less aligned with like an emotional sports fatigue, if you will, as far as for the Pistons. But I think it's kind of combined with the other three major teams here, how they kind of optimism beginning of the season, then we end up tailing out, you know what I mean, where it doesn't work out too well. I wanted to ask you guys if you guys kind of felt a similar way, and also in closing, if out of our four major, who's closest to winning the title in your opinion, but then also how far away are they? Meaning, or do you think they'll be willing to do the things that they need to actually bring a title here? Because that's what absolutely I think it is. It's title fatigue.
Hasn't the answer changed like 3 times in 6 months?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like at one point we would have said the Lions, all pros. Could they go on a run? Yeah. But then they finished last in the division.
Yeah.
And this offseason is going to be a pivotal one. Then I think the default became the Pistons.
Especially with, how they were playing. I mean, they were playing well against even the best teams. And
but is the answer the Tigers today?
It feels like the answer would be the Tigers simply because of the investment that they made. And I know I got on you last week talking about the trade deadline before the season even started, but it feels like they're setting themselves up to be in a really good position and figure out what they have. Is Riley Green going to be the strikeout king he was last year, or will he be a little bit more reliable bat to ball? Is Torque going to be able to put 2 years back-to-back together, good ones? What's Parker Meadows? What's Kevin McGonigal? How much help do they need at the plate? They'll be able to address that because they'll know all about it at the trade deadline. So the investment's already been made, and you feel like they'll follow it up with a trade deadline investment.
You don't want to feel like your team's plateaued. And I think we've had that feeling with our teams at different points. I don't feel that way with the Tigers. Not with the Valdez signing, not with the promise of, hey, McGonigal could come up here and make an impact in his rookie season. And yeah, the follow-through. Their payroll is now a top 10, top 12, depending on what other teams have done. But it's a real serious investment for this team. You don't feel like they're going to plateau. You feel like there's more bullets in the chamber. For the Pistons, it may be that they've plateaued, at least for this season. That this is just who they are and they have their limitations. And if they can defend their ass off, they might go around further than they're supposed to. But that they have plateaued. And for the Wings, you get excited because they made a move and maybe it has an extra level to it. For the Lions, now's the time to make those moves. Like if we want to get into it, John Taylor Decker, he won't be back. We found out Friday. Start there, and then we'll get into what today brings.
Not surprised at all that they're moving on from Taylor Decker. We heard Dan and Brad talk about Taylor Decker at the Combine. And then it was literally that same weekend, moments after we got done playing the audio from both of them, that Taylor Decker comes out and makes the announcement, I'm back, baby. But it has to be mutual. And we found out, obviously, that it's not mutual, and Taylor Decker won't be back. So it does free up some money. And we'll see how active they are in terms of rebuilding the offensive line. What are they going to add on the defensive front? How are they going to replace Alex Anzalone? What are they going to do in the secondary with corner? All of those things are big questions. And a lot of it starts today at noon. But what has to happen before noon, if they're going to be players in this, they freed up some money because Decker is going to be gone as of Wednesday when they release him on the first day of the new league year. But what about the restructures with Jared Goff? What about restructuring Amon-Ra St. Brown, clearing up cap space? I can't imagine that they're going to get to Wednesday and Jared Goff is going to be still counting for $70 million against the cap.
Yeah, we're reaching a weird phase of this where I don't know if I'm supposed to be concerned. Like, it's a no-brainer. They're going to have to restructure to make any free agent moves and to sign their rookies, yet it hasn't happened yet. I stress yet. It has to happen, John. I don't want to panic for something that makes all the sense in the world and should happen literally any second.
Right. It didn't have to happen last week. It just has to happen before Wednesday But to be able to enter those conversations with impending free agents, it starts at noon today. That's when legal tampering happens.
Okay, maybe it'll work a little backwards. Is there a way they come to terms with a guy and then go to Goff and say, see, this is what we're going to use the money for? Because it doesn't have to all tie up until...
Yeah, because the contract that you agree to can't be signed until Wednesday.
Right. So is there a world where they come to agreements and then work backwards to get the money they need?
Oh, so you think Jared Goff told him and said, yeah, you know what? I will renegotiate. I'll free up cap space, but this is what you have to do with it. And once you do that, then I'll sign on the dotted line.
I'd love if he said, Linderbaum, or I'm keeping my money.
Right.
If you show me Linderbaum, I'll restructure my deal. Because that's the guy I want them to pursue today, John. Linderbaum is the first phone call you make. You have to solidify the offensive line. And you need a tackle now, too, because of Decker. But I think the center has to be the vet. The center is the one that diagnoses the line of scrimmage. The center is the one that prevents a blitz from getting through unblocked. It's got to be a veteran center. And I think Linderbaum is the guy to go pay for today.
Yep. Linderbaum he's going to be the star of the show when we're talking about centers. And we saw Chicago instantly address center position. They traded for one after Dahlman decided unexpectedly to retire. And so they've addressed their center position. There are other teams out there that are looking for center, Baltimore being one of them. Mm-hmm. And I'll be a little surprised if Linderbaum even makes it ultimately to free agency.
Well, that's the pain in the ass of all this. Connor McGovern stayed in
back
Buffalo.
in Buffalo.
Khalil Mack, who I thought would have been interesting as a flyer, 1-year deal on that defense.
Yeah.
He stays in Los Angeles.
So some of the names, obviously we've been talking about Tyler Linderbaum. Cade Mays is the other one as you start going down the list. Ethan Bochick. Now, Bochick is interesting because he's been in the league 9 years. He's been in Cleveland. I'm not sure how much he has left in the tank and how much I want to rely on that. Lloyd Cushenberry is coming from Tennessee. That's another name to be cognizant of.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they don't address a veteran center because they want to put Tate Ratledge at center, then I would hope they are going to have an impact guard next to him.
Same thing. All right, so here's how I want them to address the offensive line. I think this is the best path forward, and that is you go to the draft for a tackle. There's a lot of really good tackles in this year's draft, and it doesn't mean you have to stay at 17. If there's one that you just got to have, move up to 11 or 12. I think you can get the guy that you want at 11 or 12. And then in free agency, whatever you're doing with the center position, with either guys that are on the roster, you've got to address the center guard trio. And Scruggs is a backup. Yes. He's not going to be, in my opinion, even competing for one of the guard spots or the center position. And maybe ultimately Ratledge is your center, but then you better put a free agent guard with some experience next to him.
Yeah, my preference would be Linderbaum. If you can't get the center and you get too far down the center list, and at that point you go, well, the guards are actually the better football players, then that's the way to get your best 5 on the offensive line.
And I have no idea what Ratledge looks like at center. We saw it a little bit during training camp, not enough to be able to make a judgment.
Well, and they made a quick call that wasn't good enough.
But for me, I liked what I saw from him at guard. Keep him there, especially if you're going to keep Penei Sewell next to him. Then you go out in free agency and you sign the best center available. You let Mahogany, you let Miles Frazier, you let Scruggs, you let them all, compete for that left guard spot. And then the draft is where you take the tackle.
Sewell to left tackle? I guess it depends on the tackle you get.
Yes, it depends on the tackle. It depends on the level of athleticism that he has, how comfortable he is moving to right. I would anticipate that would be my number one choice.
Text coming in. Guys you want. And how they build this offensive line. What's the best way to do it? Have to replace a center and a left tackle with Taylor Decker. 248-539-9797. We'll read some of your feedback. Go to the phones as well. And we got to update everybody on Heather's karaoke adventures. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. After a 121-110 loss on the road to the Miami Heat last night, the Pistons are on the verge of free fall. They're still without Ausar Thompson, who sprained his ankle last Thursday when Detroit lost to the Spurs in San Antonio. Ausar's defense was sorely missed last night, as that was only the 9th time this year the Pistons have given up over 120 points in a game. 2 of those have come in the last week during Ausar's absence. That includes the game against San Antonio, which he left early. They also gave up 121 that night as well. While the Pistons are sliding, the Boston Celtics have been rising. They've won 5 of their last 6 games and welcomed back Jason Tatum over the weekend, and he shined in a couple of games already for them. The Celtics now trail the Pistons by just 2.5 games in the East. Yesterday, after the game, Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff was asked about Boston and their resurgence, and he said the Pistons are not concerned with Boston. They have to only be concerned with themselves. He also cited that every team in the NBA just goes through ruts at certain points, and this is that time for the Pistons. Detroit remains on the road tomorrow to take on the Brooklyn Nets. While the Pistons were in Florida last night, that's where the Red Wings are headed tomorrow, as they will face the Florida Panthers, looking to avenge last Friday's loss at LCA. Also, some breaking news in the NFL. The Dolphins are releasing Tua Tagovailoa and will eat $99 million. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
$9:20. We'll get the latest from Heather's karaoke adventure. You guys were great with your suggestions on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
And
see if she took any of those suggestions. See if we have any audio from it, too.
Oh, that would be incredible. Circle back on that. Today's a big day in the NFL. Legal tampering begins at noon. For the Lions, there's a lot of restless energy. Have you seen this? I know we've taken these phone calls. I'm scroll social media. This is a big offseason. People are very restless. Where's the cap space? Are they going to do anything of significance? John, I did think it was encouraging how they handled the Taylor Decker stuff. You want to show you're not going to fall in love with your own? Hey, Taylor, it's great that you want to come back. It's got to be on our terms. And it sounds like there was a breakdown in that, and they said goodbye. They said goodbye to a cornerstone pillar left tackle. They correctly said, you know what? You're dealing with some chronic issues, and you're contemplating retirement, and we can't get Ragnowed. Not again. So we're going to be proactive, wave goodbye to somebody, create an opening, but John, now they got to fill it.
So, well, once he made the decision that I'm coming back, I don't think that they were going to get Ragnowed. I don't think you get to July and all of a sudden he says, you know what, I thought I could, but I can't. I don't think he was going to do that. The fact of the matter is the Lions, Dan Campbell said it at the combine, even if he's back, we have to have somebody that can go in there in a pinch or to be able to start multiple games. And when your coach says that, when your general manager addresses it as well, and instead of listening to me say it, let's hear from Dan Campbell.
He can say it. The one about Decker after this.
The depth, the quality depth, or, that would suffer. So is it worth it? And that's the juggling act that Brad and I constantly go through, and we think through what is right, what should we do, what can we do? We have the resources. So all of those conversations we've had, we continue to have, and they're all good, because they make you go through all this whole process of figuring out what's the best way to get our team a little bit better now and get over the hump.
And specifically on Taylor Decker, he said this.
Look, if it's not, then we got to find the guy, right? But if it is, we still got to find the guy, because as much as I love Deck, he's got some things that are going to need some management, and that's kind of where we're at, So we're one way or another, we're going to need somebody that can play over there, that can help us if we need him in a crunch or we need him as a starter. So that's important. We've talked about the interior of the offensive line too. That's important.
I think he said it best. We need somebody who's going to play over there.
Yeah.
They certainly do. And I think they both understand, they meaning Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, they have to address the offensive line. We heard it at the end of the season. It was still a top 5 offense, but they couldn't operate against the best teams the way that they need to. Even if they eked themselves into the playoffs this past season, they would have been outed early because they couldn't run against the best defense. They couldn't protect Jared Goff against the best defenses. They've got to address the offensive line, and I think they do it both in free agency. And as the first clip that we heard from Dan Campbell is, do you go get the big fish, or do you take a lesser player, pay a lesser player, and you develop depth? I mean, those are all the things that him and Brad Holmes are going to be working with right now. But to get there, they're going to have to restructure some deals.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to sign like 5-star impact people. It's going to be about getting those deals renegotiated, Goff most specifically, because you can free up the most money. And you're not carrying a $70 million cap hit at your quarterback. It would just be nonsense with all the needs they have. You get that done, but then you have to be strategic, target specific. That's why you can't go pay a $20 million tackle and a $25 million center and a $20 million. But I think center is the space. The interior of the offensive line is the space that you target for this football team. This text says, guys, Linderbaum or bust. He's the cog that makes the wheel turn this next season. Fans are going to revolt with every player we don't sign because they think we need everybody.
I'm going to wait and see who they sign.
Mm-hmm. Guys, restructuring before you know how much money you need makes you become the Saints.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, you generally, you're going to restructure a deal like Goff one way or the other.
Yeah.
And it's going to be about the same amount of money.
Guys, I would have given up 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby. He's a proven commodity, and draft picks are not. Get over yourself, Brad Holmes. Your last few drafts have sucked.
I think we will all say, yeah, we'd give up 2 firsts for Max Crosby. The question is, what's the quality of the rest of the team that you're going to field?
Yeah,
because he eats up anything that you save from renegotiating Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aleem McNeil. He eats up the bulk of that. And then what are you going to do with the offensive line?
Yeah, I'm going to say something you don't hear enough on the radio. I would not have traded for Max Crosby. Not today. Now, a year ago or 2 years ago, these were more conversations worth having. Before you kicked in the Aiden deal, before Sewell and St. Brown's big money started showing up on the cap sheet, before J-Mo was extended, right? When your first-round pick was late first and not mid-first. I don't think enough people are going to tell you this. I would not have traded 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby because then I couldn't rebuild the interior of my offensive line. I'd have no cap space and no picks. I'd be Max Crosby and last year's team with no ability to address any of the other needs.
Yeah, if you give up this year's first-round pick, what are you doing at guard? What are you doing at tackle? And it's not like you can go out and sign the top-end guys because all your money's going to Max, Aiden, Aleem McNeil. It's going to all the guys that you just mentioned.
Yeah. You can't do it because you failed the 2024 draft.
Yeah.
That's why you can't do it.
No, I know, and it sucks because like we were concerned the Bears would go do it. Baltimore does it. Why didn't we do it? The time to do it was last year, the year before. The time to do it, it didn't make sense this offseason. This offseason, they have to address a bunch of needs. Nuking your cap space and trading multiple firsts was not the best path forward for the Detroit Lions. As great a player as Crosby is, as much fun as it would be to see him paired up with Aiden Hutchinson, it just didn't make sense for the Lions this offseason.
No, not with the 2 firsts. And we talked about this last week before because we weren't on air at all last week when we knew that Taylor Decker wasn't going to be a part of the equation. That completely changes the equation. I think it's a benefit that he's not there, but it does raise the question, how are you going to fill one of the tackle spots?
Yeah.
Whether it's a Penei Sewell moves to left, you still need a right.
Look, I mean, it's your area of expertise, but everybody's saying this is a good tackle draft. And you have preferences. Monroe Freeling is a guy I know you've championed, and a lot of people are discussing him as a first-round tackle. Might not even be there for the Lions. But Maui Noah's a big mauler from Miami that people like. I know you're not as high on Caden Proctor, but people think he could go in the first round. Blake Miller is this Clemson tackle that I actually think makes a lot of sense for Detroit. Over 50 starts, ornery, mean streak, athletic. There's a bunch of first-round tackles, and I'm probably missing somebody else in here, too. There could be 4 or 5.
The 2 kids from Utah.
Oh, yeah, both Utah guys. Yeah, there's like 6 guys that could play tackle in this rookie draft. Now, you got to identify who's the best fit for you and go get them. But I love that as the Taylor Decker replacement. I don't want to hang on to Taylor Decker's cap hit while I draft a tackle to sit the bench. I'll draft a tackle at 17, start him this season, but I got to get a vet for the interior because I don't want last year to replay again.
And we'll see what they do in free agency, which will determine what they do in the draft. But I think offensive line is what they do in the first round. Second round, not only is this a deep draft in the offensive line, it's a deep draft in defensive linemen, especially at the edge position. That's where I would go and add somebody opposite Aiden, somebody that's reliable, somebody that's a 3-down guy, not just a pass rush specialist, not just a guy that you're going to be in there to stop the run. You need somebody that can do both. And this draft is going to be full of really good players.
Guys, I don't know how you guys interpreted everything, but it sounded like Decker asked to be cut and the team obliged because they wanted him back, but he did not want to negotiate a pay cut. Seems like it was his decision, not theirs.
That's not how I read into it. I read into it like he wanted to come back and he wanted to play for $21 million. They wanted to renegotiate, and he ultimately said, "I want to have my release." They pretty much forced his hand.
Right. It was, if you want to come back on the arrangement, we don't feel that way.
Yeah.
Hey, it's great that you want to play football again. It's not going to be at this price. We can cut you. Now, we could pretty this up for PR, and you can put out your own statement because we have no reason to throw dirt on you.
Right.
But I thought that was hey, let's let you go ahead and announce this. But this is a decision. We're not bringing you back at the dollars that were on the books.
It sounded like, and I don't have his statement right in front of me, but that there was some back and forth over the last couple of weeks. He didn't like what was coming back to him.
Yeah.
So then they forced his hand.
How about this? I have a Decker conspiracy. I don't think he ever planned to play another down. This whole "I'm coming back" was posturing. He wanted to retire. The Lions wanted him to retire, but they couldn't agree on money. So Decker called their bluff and said he's coming back. They had to release him so he gets to keep all his bonus decision. Right?
Yeah, it's a big boy decision. You have to cut a guy that was, quote unquote, part of the core, a guy that they just redid a couple of years ago.
Cut part of the culture. Now, I think the culture's strong enough to survive is my point.
Sure.
And I think if you believe in your culture, you make these tough decisions with the belief that you'll be okay. But John, we hadn't seen them make these type of decisions before. So that was my take on it. Was Decker claimed he wanted to play. I'll take him at his word. The Lions said, not on your terms. It's got to be on our terms. They took control of the situation. Yeah. They didn't get held along for the ride. That's why I made the Ragnow comparison. Not that it would be apples to apples, the same timeline, but the idea, we're not along for the ride, buddy. This isn't the Detroit Ragnows. This isn't the Detroit Deckers. It's the Detroit Lions. If it doesn't make sense on our timeline at our dollars for our football team, goodbye. And that's a big boy decision.
Yeah, and it didn't work for us last year, so we're going to do something different. And we have to go about business differently.
Pete and Pontiac, you're on 97.1.
Pete, good morning.
Hey. Oh, I'm sorry. How you doing, guys?
Good.
Yeah. Well, I know we need a lot of offensive line help. I know we need a tackle. I know we need a center. Guard. Now, I wouldn't mind them getting this guy with their first pick, the kid out of Penn State, the guard.
Vega?
Yeah, Vega. I wouldn't mind them getting him. And the kid haven't – I think the kid's going to be a hell of a player. So, what do you guys think about that?
Again, it depends on what they do in free agency. If they address the tackle position in free agency, I'm fine with them going and getting Vega in the draft. I think he is going to be a really good offensive lineman in the NFL.
Coming up next, we'll get to Heather's karaoke stories. You guys had advice. You had songs. What ended up happening on Saturday night? We'll get to that. We'll talk Michigan State at 9:35. Has Dusty May closed the gap? It's 97.1.
Think about all the businesses that keep Detroit moving. Retail stores, restaurants, warehouses, offices, and job sites. They can't afford break-ins. They can't afford fire damage. They can't afford downtime. That's where Guardian Alarm comes in. Security cameras, fire protection, access control, live local monitoring, backed by real people 24/7. Guardian Alarm has been protecting Michigan businesses since 1930. If you run a business and want real protection, not guesswork, call Guardian Alarm. You can give them a call at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
just like this.
We're talking Michigan State coming up at 9:35.
Heather, your voice is much better than I thought.
It's really nice, isn't it?
Yeah. That's
It's
that's
better than
another
I
home
thought,
run.
too.
Was this you Saturday night?
This was me Saturday night, along with several other people. There was no way I was going to sing.
Oh, you should have let him have the mic because it just sounds like it's you.
Well, it was hard because you had to share the mic. And the mics were really bad, so you had to sing really closely.
Yeah.
So it was hard to share the mic because you had to sing so close so people could hear you.
And you
Mike
sound
just
this
loves
good.
you.
Yeah.
I know.
So break it down. How did this go?
So, we walked in, met my family there, and everyone was, already sitting having some drinks. I was like, you guys, are you ready? And they're like, oh, yeah, haha. I'm like, no, seriously. Like, we're doing this, right? Like, I feel like I got everyone hyped up because I really wanted to do it, but I did not want to sing by myself. So I got everyone hyped up. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, you got to submit your songs now because if you don't submit them now, you're never going to you're not going to get into the rotation. I'm like, I wanted to get a couple drinks under my belt
feel what
and
the vibe of the place was.
Like see what it's all about. And they're like, no, you got to get it in now. So I'm like, okay, here we go. So chatted with my cousins who were going to sing with me, right? So we did I Will Survive was the first we did. And then we had a group of all the girls in our group did Man, I Feel Like a Woman by Shania Twain.
Classic karaoke song.
And then Colin and I said last week that the only song he felt he could sing was The Gambler because he knows the words. He sings it all the time. So I went up there with him. I do know the song, but it's not a song I sing. So I was kind of just like the backup there, and it's like you got to know when to hold them. I'm like, when to hold them. Like I just did the background, right? Like I didn't really sing the words, but I was there for him. And then he and some of my male cousins got up and did Gangsta's Paradise as well. And that was great. People had the lights on their phones and had their arms up. And it was fun. Everyone got into it. And I'm so glad that everyone was really bad.
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah.
That's karaoke.
But I didn't know it. So, the group we're with, this is what they do. They go and sing karaoke all of the time. This is their hobby. So I thought, okay, then they're good, right? Then they must be really good.
No, they just like it. It doesn't mean they're good.
Well, I didn't know that. To me, I thought they were they must be
You thought
really
you were
good.
going with Alicia Keys and
Not that caliber of good, but I thought okay, you must be pretty good if this is what you do. You must not only like it, you must be good at it. And then things got kicked off and I was like, okay, all right, I can do this.
I can match that.
Yeah.
Well, the way you were singing Friday, you must have been one of the better singers.
I don't know about that. We had so much fun. It was a blast. I can't wait to do it again. It was such a fun night.
Now you're going to be a regular.
How late would you guys stay?
We did not stay that late. We stayed till about 12:30.
That's pretty late.
It started around 7:30.
Okay, so you guys put in 5 hours.
Yeah.
And this is a birthday for someone in their 70s.
Yeah, but there was 2 other birthday parties there. Clearly we're not the only ones at this bar. There was 2 other huge groups of people, both celebrating birthdays as well, all different ages. And we had other songs written down. We just didn't even get into the rotation.
So who was the best performance of the night? In your group, or was it another group?
It was, I think she was from another. I didn't know her. She was near our group, so it may have been somebody knew. Oh, I don't even remember what the song was, but she was good. She was a great singer. Clearly, she's performed before because she had dance moves for in between singing.
Yeah.
There was a group of women who sung Strawberry Wine. Is that a name of a song?
Oh, sure.
They were very
Yeah.
good. They were good singers. That's about it.
Who was the worst?
It may have been us. I don't know. No. It definitely wasn't. There were some bad ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How were you feeling the next day?
You know what? We were surprisingly okay. We probably had more to drink than we anticipated. We don't get out a lot, right?
Right.
We didn't even drive home. We got a ride home.
Good.
And then we just tired.
And then you lose the hour too.
And then we lost an hour. Yeah. She's like, did you spend a lot of time outside? I'm like, no. I saw the sun from bed.
Okay, then.
It didn't make it out.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Oh, let's do that. Atlanta Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts is calling out fellow NFL players after the funeral of wide receiver Rondale Moore. So Moore died last month at the age of just 25 years old, and tributes basically poured in from across the league online. But Pitts says that when it came time for the actual memorial service, only about 6 or 7 NFL players actually showed up. And in a message that he posted on Instagram, he accused some players of showing what he called fake emotion, saying that many athletes posted these condolences online, but then didn't actually show up in person to pay their respects. So
it's too bad that more of his current teammates weren't there.
Yep. Tarik Skubal having some conflicting thoughts, some second thoughts. So he had planned to make just one start in the World Baseball Classic before obviously returning to spring training with the Tigers. But after getting a taste of what it was like to represent Team USA over the weekend, he's not sure he's ready to leave. So basically, he says he's got some decisions to make. He said that he didn't expect these types of emotions to run through his brain or his thoughts to differ. And he said, he was pretty committed to making a start and getting back to camp, but now things have changed. So basically, he says he's going to talk to the Tigers, his agent, and his family, and he's going to make the call in the next couple of days.
John, I know I was out when it was announced he would only make the one start, but I think I had seen you weren't a fan of the whole 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and I'm right there with you. If you want to be there, go be there. That's going to be great. And if you don't,
just use it as another spring training start.
And be done. I don't know. I just feel like he needs to decide what he wants to do and F what anybody else thinks. I know there's a Boris component and there's a future contract, and if that's what's most important, then
just own it.
Then go back to Lakeland and get ready for the Tiger season. But if you want to pitch for your country, the Tigers will support him. Just make your mind up.
Yeah, and I think there were certain parameters he had for his start against Great Britain. He didn't go past those. Mm-hmm. Set up the same parameters or whatever it is that he's ready to do the next time.
Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott and his fiancée, Sarah Jane Ramos, have called off their wedding just about a month before it was scheduled to take place. So their relationship allegedly took a major turn at their joint bachelor and bachelorette party in the Bahamas. Some event unfolded led to a major fight, and eventually their wedding was called off.
I'm curious to find out, not that I care that much, what happened, because they share 2 kids together.
They have 2 little girls, yeah.
They were scheduled to be married in just a month.
April 10th in Italy.
You know what it is?
What?
He's getting too close to getting a ring.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you and every other meme online right now.
Sorry, wasn't very original. I'm sorry, guys.
So there was an emotional moment last week when Savannah Guthrie returned to the Today Show for the first time since stepping away after her mother's abduction. And she was able to reunite with her coworkers, thank them for all their support. And it did eventually evolve that she would be returning to the show at some point. We're not sure of the timeline yet. But the moment when she returned, it made it seem like everyone there was family, right? But according to this bombshell report from the Daily News, many staffers actually don't hope she returns at all. And it's all for their own benefit. So apparently some of her colleagues see themselves getting more screen time if she stays away. Other production staffers apparently feel a little bit more relaxed when she's not there. There's a little bit more pressure, higher standards when she was there.
All right, so why don't we just kick her while she's searching for her mother?
It's awful. But apparently that's what's going around there at the Today Show. So the site unclaimedbaggage.com just shared its annual list of the weirdest things people lost from their luggage last year.
Oh.
And here are some of the weirdest items that ended up in Lost and Found. They're not, I guess they're weird. A fully assembled robot, a bionic knee, a set of grills made from diamonds and 10-karat gold.
A set of grills, teeth?
Yeah. A meteorite, a 1-ounce gold bar, a matching pair of samurai swords, a full beekeeping outfit, gold-plated golf clubs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, fancy schmancy.
Any WNBA fans?
A 12-pack case of sardines, a suitcase full of rat poison. Oh, they say the most valuable find was a pair of diamond earrings at about $44,000 and a Rolex worth $35,000.
if you're flying with stuff like that, it's in your carry-on, right?
I
Or it's-
would think so.
It's on
Or
your
it's in your
person.
ear.
Yeah.
Not just fingers crossed.
Yeah,
Drop it off
I
at
hope
the
it, I
belt.
hope it makes it.
Yeah. Wow. Heather with the news. Today is the start of free agency in the NFL, the tampering period. Got some feedback on that we'll get to. And then, Michigan State. Tom Izzo takes a back seat to nobody, including the team that beat him twice this year and won the Big Ten title. It's 97-1. Oh, Izzo was salty after the game. Michigan, 2-0 this year against the Spartans, Big Ten champs. And Izzo complaining about free throws after the game. We take a back seat to nobody. I don't know what game they watched. They watched the game where they beat you. And then they taunted you, which is what happens in rivalry, something you've been a part of for several decades.
Well, because it never happens in East Lansing.
Right.
I mean, it's you could tell it got under his skin.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, as players were subjected to some chants after the game, because that's what happens when you are in the opponent's arena and it's a rivalry and they win.
Do I think, we're talking little brother chants, do I think that Izzo's program is little brother to Michigan? No. Do I think Michigan gets to razz you and chant and get under your skin and brag? Yes. Yes, they do.
That's what they did.
And they earned it. They earned it by beating you twice. And the first time he said they were the better team, I guess. And now we got to hear about 100 free throws when that game felt like it was officiated fairly evenly. Michigan actually got called for a couple, quote, dirty, flagrant fouls in the game.
Yeah, Daimara. A couple of flagrants.
Right. But because Michigan shot a few more free throws while they were running Hackamara late in the game, like, I don't know, man. Like, you know what I think it is? I think they got under his skin, and I think he's annoyed that Dusty in 2 seasons has come in and closed the gap.
Well, I think he's annoyed that's happened. But I think he's more annoyed because, and we've heard him talk about the transfer portal, NIL, all of these different things. He's not a huge fan. And that somebody, his rival, has utilized all those new tools in the toolbox, and it has narrowed the gap a lot faster than doing it the old school way where it would be, hey, you got to recruit some freshmen, you've got to develop those, and then maybe in year 3 or 4, that's when the gap starts to get closed. There was clearly a gap last year in the performance of the teams, not between what Tom Izzo has done at Michigan State or what Dusty May is doing in his short tenure to this point at Michigan.
These guys just don't like each other. I mean, Dusty was a jackass last year with senior day.
Yes.
You know, and
I didn't know they weren't supposed to stand there.
Right. Yeah.
Come on.
So this is not a Blue Wall Radio. No, Dusty was absolutely prickly in his first year. But yeah, Izzo clearly doesn't like what's going on here. And it's because Dusty in his second season evened the score. Oh, Izzo won a Big Ten title last year. We did it this year. They beat us twice last year. We did it this year. Dusty's made a Final Four more recently than Izzo has, albeit it was at FAU. But Dusty's doing it, you're right, the modern way. He's using the portal in a more aggressive way, and he sped things up at Michigan. And by the way, it's not like he's not recruiting high schoolers. He's got a top 5 class for the upcoming season. Yeah. But in lieu of doing it the long way, they've made sure to speed things up by targeting the right players in the portal. And it's not just because they spent money. Kentucky spent money, 9th in the SEC. Louisville spent money, 6th in the ACC. Michigan spent money the right way, 1st in the Big Ten, a 1 seed come NCAA tournament time.
Well, they've spent money the right way, but it's also Dusty May and his coaching staff being able to get all those new bodies, all those new players, all those new styles of playing, all meshing together to finish the regular season 29-2. Now, it's a great regular season, and we can all celebrate that. It's one of the best regular seasons Michigan has ever had. But you've got to finish it off with a really nice postseason win. And does it end in a national championship? I don't know.
It's your point. No one's going to care if they lose in the Sweet 16. It's going to say, it's going to be, well, who cares that you went 29-2? You know, I mean, it becomes kind of how Izzo's judged, right? I mean, last year they win the Big Ten regular season, and it's one of many for him.
Well, Dusty's resume says he's pretty good in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, he made that Final Four with FAU.
And he's got more talent now.
I say even last year, didn't they go Sweet 16 in year 1 at Michigan?
I think so.
Yeah.
And so it's now he's got to show that you can take what you've done in the regular season. We'll see what happens in the Big Ten tournament. We may get the rubber match between these two coaches. They had 2 went Izzo's way last year, 2 went Dusty May's way this year. If we get a chance to see him in the Big Ten tournament title game, I think it would. I mean, that's the best thing for the fans.
Yeah. And here's the thing. One thing I do agree with Izzo. That was a hell of a game yesterday. Like, if you tuned in, I know, it's final regular season game. What's really on the line? They're both going to have buys, several buys in the Big Ten tournament. Those teams treated that game like it was warfare. And early in the game, it was some cheap shots, including Jeremy Fears going between the legs again. His specialty, a shot to the groin. Mara getting a couple on his own. But that game started to open up in the second half. And Yaxel going reverse dunk.
Yeah.
Cohen Carr the very next possession dunk. That was a hell of a game to watch. I agree with Izzo. That was a good game, competitive game between these two teams.
There was a number of lead changes. Both teams were able to build a bit of a lead. I think Michigan State's biggest was 6, and before the end of the game, Michigan's biggest lead was 9. And both teams fought back. Nobody ran away with that game. It was two really good basketball teams, and it was a great game.
Yeah, but the takeaway is Michigan's the better team.
This year.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah. Which is all we're concerned about.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got some audio from Izzo. This is him. We'll start with cut 2, Greg. I'm no one's little brother. I take a backseat to nobody. Yeah, clearly upset. Salty. I'm nobody's damn little brother. I don't know what game they watched.
Well, you could tell that the crowd got to him. I don't know why he would even bring that up in the post game.
Because it got to him. That's why. Because it got under his skin. Because Michigan has sped things up. Because they have closed the gap. And it does irk him the way they've done it and how they've done it and that they've won back-to-back here.
I think he kind of brought that on himself a little bit with the foul fest at the end. So you're creating a ton of delays. The crowd's bored. Hey, let's do this. Hey, let's do this. And it stood out because it's quiet when you're shooting free throws.
Yeah.
Kind of brought it on a little bit himself. But
a little bit. The fear stuff, though, is a completely different animal, and we can mix that in here, too. I know in game, he was asked about, Fears picking up the technical foul on the kick to the groin. And when Tracy Wolfson asked him about it, he said, it's all because of what happened earlier, and now the microscope's on him, and I don't like that. Well, hold on. Because of what happened earlier. So that we provide context, what happened earlier is multiple instances where Fears did this to other players in other games. Like CBS had a montage ready. It wasn't AI edited.
Right.
It was real life footage of what Tom Izzo's point guard has done repeatedly. So is the microscope there? Yeah. Is it there because it should be? Also, yeah.
Yeah, he's developed a reputation. When he gets frustrated or when he gets fouled, he's going to take a shot to the nuts.
That's just how he rolls. This inadvertent leg, unnatural motion. We'll play some of Izzo talking about Fears coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. When you put the Ram side by side with the competition, and I'll do that in just a moment, it's not really close. It's not much of a competition. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Here's the first one. There's not much competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And from the competition, I'll ask you a question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? You can't work, you can't play with that. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. And Ram also has the 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a Ram truck are phenomenal. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and all you got to do is tell them I sent you.
He did. We got no issue pointing out that Jeremy Fears is a hell of a ball player. But to say he didn't mean to do anything bad, this is repeated behavior.
Yeah.
Come on. I get sticking up for your guy, but at some point you're enabling it.
There's no question he played his ass off. And, I mean, he's the one that stirs the drink for Michigan State basketball right now. He's a hell of a player. You just don't need the extracurriculars, the moments that take away from what you're doing on the floor.
Yeah, again, he's earned this reputation. He's doing these things. Officials are reviewing it and seeing, oh, that's not a natural movement. We got pushed. Okay. Don't kick a guy in the nuts. Yet this has become something he's known for. So, look, Izzo doesn't have to like it. He could say it needs to go both ways. Mara got called for stuff too. And I didn't see Dusty after the game defending Mara. And if Dusty's defending Mara, then I'd rip Dusty too. Like, come on, you can't condone stuff like that. Anyway, we could take phone calls and text on it. We only have a couple minutes.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of breaking news in the NFL, and there's only going to be more later today.
Yeah. The legal tampering starts at noon today.
So let's start with a trade in the division.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys are trading for Packers D lineman Rashawn Gary.
Oh, so they traded Micah Parsons to Green Bay, and they're going to trade for Rashawn Gary.
Yes, John.
Huh.
The compensation, a late round pick in 2027. That's from Adam Schefter. Update, a 2027 fourth round pick.
Okay. I mean, I get Rashawn Gary's still a good player. When did he sign his new deal?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the way that thing is structured. Because wouldn't your thought be like, the Lions have an extra fourth. Why not make that? Not that it's in division, but Lions have done deals in division before.
Yeah, it's generally with Minnesota. I don't know. That's interesting. More interesting on the Cowboy side of things.
Yeah, so he gets reunited with Kenny Clark.
Yes. They're just.
So hold on. For Green Bay, their pass rush, which was a huge problem, Parsons and Gary at the end of last season.
Now it's no Gary and Micah coming off an ACL.
Mm-hmm. Rashawn Gary has 2 more years left on his contract.
Okay.
Cap hit of 19.5 this year, 22.5 next year for Dallas.
Okay.
Would you have given up a 4th round pick from Detroit? You have 2 fourths.
Sure, I would have.
Yeah, I would have done that deal too, especially with Khalil Mack off the board.
Mm-hmm.
And Khalil Mack went for $18 million.
Yep.
You get Rashawn Gary a few years younger.
Now, in division, they may have said, we need more.
Yeah. Both fourths or more or whatever. The other deal, which was interesting, Aaron Glenn gets a big name at safety. Jets are trading for Dolphins safety Minkah Fitzpatrick, who they had been shopping. The return, a 7th rounder. And the Jets have assigned him to an extension.
Okay.
3 years,
the
$40
Jets
million.
certainly need help in the secondary.
Yeah. They didn't have an interception last year.
No. And they did have Sauce for half the year. So, yeah, they need some help there. They sent off their best defensive back, and now they're trying to rebuild in a economical way.
But, guys, that's what's going to be today. There's
going to be a lot of news come out. Most of it after noon will be who's going to agree to what contract and how much.
What is your feeling towards the Lions as we get things going today?
Well, I want to see them go after a center. I think that's probably – I know there's some people that say, well, they'd rather go after an edge. I want to see them go after a center, and it depends on what they truly believe Ratledge will be. If they believe he's going to be a center, then I want him to go after a guard. I want him to go after and improve the interior 3. I'll take a tackle in the draft in the 1st round, but in this year's free agent group, I think there's a chance to get a lot better if you're willing to spend some money on the interior of the offensive line.
I think restless is how I would describe Lions fans because they haven't freed up the space and they're going to see headlines and they're going to grow impatient. I think the Decker stuff was encouraging. That they were willing to make that decision, say, hey, you want to come back, but it doesn't work for us. We need some more stability. We need that cap space. That, to me, was encouraging. I feel like there are some moves still to be made. The biggest is Linderbaum, who's still out there. That would give him the proven veteran piece on the inside. It would keep Ratledge at the position he actually played well as a rookie at guard. You could put Sewell to left tackle or right tackle, depending on who you get for the other spot. And I agree with you. I think you draft that tackle. Linderbaum's out there, man. And if it's not him, there's a drop-off, but there are other veteran centers available. Cade Mays is a guy from Carolina that you've spotlighted. Mm-hmm. That would make sense to me. If you get too far down that rabbit hole, then maybe you do start looking at guards. But the offensive line, you would think, is addressed, especially with 2 openings, center and tackle.
Agency.
Yeah, you got to do something in free agency.
Yeah, because you got 9 draft picks, but you can. I don't think they spend both first and second round on the offensive line with all of the needs that this team has. You're going to have to address some of them in free agency.
Today, the ball really gets rolling. Let's go to JT in Detroit. You got some thoughts on Izzo?
I do. Good morning, guys. Hey, Coach Izzo is a legendary basketball coach.
Mm-hmm.
It's too bad that he has to defend the dirtiest player in the Big Ten. We've seen that foul now, 3 times?
At least.
At least 3 times. I think, having to defend him, as he did last night, really tarnishes his legacy.
Well,
really, I don't know.
I don't know that it goes too much against his legacy. I think it's surprising to see him defend him in the way that he is, especially after the last time it happened. He said he was going to have a talk with them. Said thinking about not starting him, but then he did. The fact that it keeps happening, it's a this year issue, but it's not a legacy issue.
I'm not tarnishing a Hall of Fame. Like, the word tarnish is just unnecessary there. I will say, just because Izzo says I'll deal with him in private doesn't mean we have to ignore it publicly.
Right.
And I have no doubt that privately he's like, dude, come on. But publicly, people are seeing it. It's on television, John, as I say. It's televised. People see this stuff, and they don't want any excuses made for it.
Right. I mean, a kick to the groin it's hard to miss.
Yeah.
Gator, good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, it's hard to miss. I don't like to see it.
No.
And if it costs them a game in a tournament, then you've really got issues. But if it's with your rivals, it's stupid. I really can't stand that style of play. That's why I hated Grayson Allen.
Yeah.
Either guys in the NBA that play that way, and it's just you just shake your head because there's no need for it. Like, the guy's behind you, and you do a mule kick again, and it's blatant. It's just stupid.
Mule kick is a good way to describe it.
Yeah, it's just dumb.
Well, you guys are going to have a fun show, I think, right? Noon is the start of all this.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of were hoping that Friday was going to be that fun show with the NHL trade deadline, and we're hoping, show ends. And then, an hour later, there comes the news that Falk got traded to the Wings, and that was cool. But
good move.
Today's different. Today is like noon. Stuff's going to happen.
Fireworks. Yeah, we've already seen some fireworks today.
Yeah. I mean, we were at Doug and I did a show from Lakeland. How many years ago now? Is it like close to 15 years ago, where the Lions were on the doorstep outside of, was it Nate Burleson
and Kyle Vanden
and Kyle Van Noy?
Van der Bosch.
I'm sorry, Van der Bosch. You're right.
Yeah.
Right. That they had gotten deals with them right away. That they were waiting to talk to those guys.
Yep.
As soon as the tampering period, or actually, I think that was just free agency opened up at like midnight or something like that. So we had stuff like
right away
through the show. So we're hoping that same thing happens today.
We're going to put on our breaking news at this hour cap. At this hour, breaking news.
Well, first we got to figure out if they're actually going to restructure any of the deals.
Do we have to do that first? Do you have to do it, or?
Well, you don't have to do it first, but it makes the sell a little bit better.
I think they have to have it done before the start of the season, which is like 3 days from now.
Yeah, a Wednesday at noon.
Karsch Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
I'm doing just fine.
Yeah.
Like that the weather is changing, so
Yep.
that's always good times.
Yep. It's good. Good. Just spring right around the corner.
Yeah.
I love the change of seasons.
I got to say, though, I am surprised that Kenny was not wearing shorts today.
Yeah, it seemed like it could have been a Kenny in shorts day.
Well, I mean, Kenny makes a decision. Once he goes to shorts, he doesn't go back to pants
Never comes
unless
back.
it snows or whatever. So, and we had beautiful weather over the weekend. So,
do you guys live here at all? Do you know what it's like when there's going to be a snowfall in like 2 weeks from now?
No,
Yeah,
I think it's done.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure it's done.
oh, shut up! Stop it.
Pretty sure.
Just
You did
stop.
it again.
I know. That's what he does. It's his.
Pretty sure.
So, but not. I mean, not a thought. Or did you wear them? But you're not going full commitment.
It was a thought. There is no half commitment.
I was going to say
You know my
that's,
policy.
I know your policy. That's why I'm surprised that you were able to resist on Saturday for sure.
There was a thought.
Well, I got outside in shorts. I was a white guy in shorts yesterday. But I don't have a policy. Kenny's policy is when the shorts come on, they don't come off. Like it's shorts all the time for him. But anyway, how was your weekend, Scott?
It was good. Good.
Yeah.
Went out to dinner on Saturday night with some mutual friends of ours, and had an excellent dinner out at Nona Maria's in West Bloomfield, and then went to the golf show yesterday with my brother.
Yeah, how was that?
It was good. It was good. I've done this. I probably hit the golf show 4 of the last 6 years or so. There's so much stuff. What I really liked about the golf show yesterday is the randomness of some of the vendors that are out there. Okay, if you want to buy golf balls, this is the time to do it. You go to the golf show and you can get a dozen balls for $20 off the price you'll pay in a store.
Nice.
Which is great. If you want to buy golf balls and you want to buy the used golf balls that aren't in the box but they've been cleaned and refurbished and all that, you can get an amazing deal on 100 golf balls. It's great.
All right.
Want to buy any kind of tees or apparel, shoes, there you go. Older clubs, closeouts, go get them. It's great. But my brother and I both were like, well, that's not something you would expect to see at the golf show.
I'm fascinated what this is.
There were 2. They were like, what? One was they had a table and booth set up for Cutco knives and kitchenware.
Okay.
What is that? Why is Cutco at the golf show? And the other was they had a display and table set up for bed sheets. I don't know.
At the golf show.
At the golf show. I don't know why. Mixed
So I could go to the golf show.
Yeah.
I could get knives and sheets.
Knives and sheets.
Got to change my champ.
Yeah, right? And if you wanted a brochure on up north golfing or golfing in Kentucky, you get those as well. You want a golf simulator? There you are. You want a new putter? They have at it.
All right. So did you get the golf simulator?
No, I did not get the golf simulator, but I did talk to my brother about it. We're both talking, and I said, if you didn't redo your basement already, you could get that golf simulator. And he's like, yeah. He goes, I thought about it, but I just didn't. We didn't have the space. Didn't have the height in the basement. I go, yeah, I understand that. He goes, we need to do it like garage. I'm like, yeah. I said, I could probably clear out part of my garage. Yeah, you could.
Let's go.
He's all about it. He's like, do it. Like, that's not happening.
Maybe
but
I
okay.
can.
Maybe I can. Oh, I definitely could. I just, I choose not to at this point.
Right.
If I didn't have a back issue right now, I probably would have been more inclined.
Been stoked to get a golf simulator.
Yeah. But passed on that again. Another year has passed. Well, I'll say I'll pass.
All right, so Monday's Mean Champ and Chump. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We do it every Monday here on Karsch and Anderson. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. And there is a lot to look back at and a lot to discuss and a lot to look forward to. On the marquee today in the world of sports is NFL free agency starting at noon and things already afoot. With the deals and trades and releases going on. Tua released by the Dolphins, Rashawn Gary being traded from Green Bay to Dallas. We've got the Red Wings coming off a shutout and a couple of scary injuries, but also I would say a quality trade deadline day. You've got Michigan and Michigan State wrapping up the regular season, and probably a good test for both teams, and probably something to be happy about for, maybe not happy in the case of the Spartans, but not a discouraging performance. I would say that. And Michigan, completing the 19-1 Big Ten season and pretty much locking up a 1 seed. You got the Pistons. Man, I don't know what's going on there. And it's something we're going to get into. And the Max Crosby trade, whether or not that is a blown opportunity for our Detroit Lions. So there's a lot to get to. And Scott, what jumped off the page for you this weekend? What moved the needle the most?
It's tough because it's kind of a toss between Wings and Pistons, but I'll go with the Wings making the deals that they made. You had it seemed like a smart move to acquire David Perron. It didn't cost you much, but really it was adding Falk, the defenseman. We had talked about it. That was a name we had brought up maybe a month and a half ago. We said this is a guy, along with Robert Thomas over at St. Louis, that if the Red Wings if they were able to do some one-stop shopping, you get both the needs filled right there. But it was clear that the prices were set so astronomically high to sell that a guy like Robert Thomas just wasn't going to happen. But Falk did happen. And it's interesting because when the trade first came down right before 3 o'clock on Friday, and I was at home and I'm scrolling constantly and updating constantly, it was originally reported as a first and a third and Justin Hull. And the draft pick, I think, had some conditions on it, and then it changed up. And then like an hour and a half later, it's also add Bekelnikov, the Russian prospect that they have. And I thought, wow, now that makes sense where that's a little painful because Bekelnikov is a highly regarded prospect they have who's playing in Russia, who's coming off an injury there, but playing again. And you add that to a first-round pick and a third-round pick. It's a big price to pay for somebody who you have only for this year and for next year. But you could always re-sign Falk, and I think that might be in the cards for him. But nonetheless, that's the cost of doing business at the trade deadline this year, and that's why you didn't see Trocheck traded. You didn't see Robert Thomas traded. You didn't see Stamkos traded. You didn't see the big names going. So I think the Red Wings, they did, and then Ristolainen was another one we kept waiting for, and he didn't go. So with the Red Wings getting Falk, I thought that was a big get for them to help solidify their top 4 defensemen. And then the game came on yesterday, and you got a chance to watch him play, and I just sat there smiling because that's something they missed. It's absolutely something that they missed, to have a guy who's calm back there, who gets the puck to the forwards quickly, makes the right decisions out there, and is just pretty sound defensively. I think it's going to be a really nice pickup for the Red Wings.
I will tell you that the thing that moved the needle the most, that evoked the most emotion from me, I was so excited about that trade. I thought it was a great deal. And then I thought Dylan Larkin was lost for the season. That was a scary injury he had on Friday night. And I mean, I when he went down and you saw the way that knee bent, and you could tell when he just crumpled right to and I was like, oh God. So that evoked the biggest emotion. I could not believe that he went down. And then Gibson gets hurt yesterday, although Max Bultman with a quote from Todd McClellan saying they don't think it's long-term. But it just scared the crap out of me because I love the trade. There is some sting to it, as you mentioned, with the young Russian, but given the market, I was actually surprised it wasn't more than that to get Justin Falk. So very pleased the way that deal went down. That evoked quite a bit of an emotion from me. Like I just couldn't believe it. I just could not believe that the day they make that trade, and it wasn't to be believed because it wasn't season ending. It was it's listed day to day.
Yeah, and you think
maybe Doug overreacted, but am I the only one that freaked the blank out?
Absolutely not. Yeah. Not when you saw the slow motion replay of that knee buckling. Like, no, is that ACL? Is that he's
any kind of CL?
Yeah. And he's in so much pain. It immediately goes into the room. Like, that's not going to be good. And then to get the news, and Tom McClellan right after the game, he's like, well, it doesn't look as serious, but we're going to have to find out. And then they find out. It doesn't seem that bad day to day. Okay. Probably miss another game at least, and we'll see. But then Gibson gets out of the game. He gets hurt again yesterday.
Yeah.
And there's a crash to the net. And I think that's just precautionary stuff. What concerns me about that is that when they say upper body and then they say like stinger for the first time they did that last week, my first thought is, okay, stinger can also come with maybe a concussion, and I hope that's not the case. Because then when you re-aggravate an injury or whatever happened yesterday is, I really hope that's not it. I hope it's just, okay, precaution, let's get him out of the game. Don't need to risk this. He's fine. We'll see. So calm down a little bit, but that's a guy they can ill afford to. Both players, obviously. I mean, those are probably the two of the three most important players on the
crazy,
team.
right?
For most side are in the mix, but fortunately they came with a win yesterday. It was a big win.
248-539-9797. All right, so it's all on the table. We got Red Wings, Pistons, Lions all in the news. You got Michigan, Michigan State. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. 248-539-9797. Start knocking down your phone calls, and Champ and Chump votes next here on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. Respect. That means treating you like family, not a case. They offer honest advice and a fair fight because that's what Michigan deserves. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Champ and Jump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Matt is on 97.1. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys. Champ and Chump. Champ is going to be Red Wings. Yzerman for the move, for them winning the game. The way Falk played was great. Chumps. Pistons. I don't know what's going on with them, but they need to get it together. Was it like the fourth loss in a row? And then the Lions, because, I know they don't listen to me, but receivers are a dime a dozen. I feel like we could have got Max Crosby if we shipped out a receiver like J-Mo and a couple picks, and we could have bolstered, got another edge rush paired with Aiden, which would have made this team better.
So wait. Just to be clear, Matt, you would have sent J-Mo and 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby.
I would have sent a first-round pick and probably another pick. I don't know which one, but I feel like Max Crosby was attainable for this team, but they don't want to spend to go get players. Brad Holmes thinks we're good.
Well, understand it's not that they don't want to spend. They have a salary cap to work with. This isn't baseball. You can't just go willy-nilly with how much you're going to spend. They are constrained.
True.
So if your plan, if you were to trade Jameson Williams with that, then you would take on Jameson Williams' dead cap money, which makes it even more prohibitive.
Okay.
So if you wanted to, your point about it, look, Matt, if you wanted to trade 2 first-round picks and add a little sweetener to the deal,
because you would have had to be,
because that's what you'd have to do, because you got to get better than the 14th overall pick, and the Lions have the 17th overall pick, and that's why Baltimore had the better package at this point. But if you were to throw in a little sweetener, hey, we'll give you a 5th-round pick or whatever, or something else, could they have gotten it done? Yeah.
So what's interesting to me is, does it feel like a potential missed opportunity? And I would say I would have done it, okay? And here's why I would have done it. The Lions may take an edge rusher at 17. That edge rusher isn't going to be better than Max Crosby. So the price to get Max Crosby, in my view, is 1 first-round pick. That's the way I would do the math in my head. Okay, I'm cashing in my draft pick at 17 for Max Crosby now. There was the Spot Track put out how it could be restructured to make Max Crosby cost less this year on the cap for the team that traded for him. So I would have done it, all right? But I also find it interesting. There's a bunch of teams that would have been motivated to get Max Crosby in the same ballpark. Chicago, Minnesota, Tampa, all could have done this and added Max Crosby or something like this, and they didn't either. And I find it curious that, and I'm putting quotes, he only went for 2 first-round picks when the rumors were it was going to be 2 first-round picks and a player. Those rumors don't mean that they're accurate, but a lot of teams decided not to do this, which I found interesting. That it was only 2 first-round picks, when I think, like, the idea, I would have done it if I were Chicago too, and I would have put in the sweetener to be better than Baltimore's picks. I would have done it in Tampa. I would have done it in Minnesota. I would have done it in all those places. And so I do find it curious that it was only 2 first-round picks. But to be clear, I would have done it. I would have added the sweetener. Now, that's not the only way to win in this league, okay? And that's one of the things that happens is you get locked in on this, and they're going to try and do it a different way. And there's no requirement to have 2 elite edge rushers. In fact, look at the list of Super Bowl champions. They're more balanced than they are being overloaded at that position.
So I would agree with you. I would have made the trade too, find a way to sweeten it up and let's get Max Crosby here, particularly after you heard what Spot Track said about it, that you could, restructure that deal to make it make sense. So now my head is thinking this. Go get Linderbaum. If it costs $22 million a year, and everybody's talking about this $19-20 million number and whatever it costs to make him the highest paid center, I don't care. You can afford it because you're not paying him $30 million a year, but you're going to pay him incrementally higher than 20. So if your bid comes in at 22 and it's the most, go ahead and do that because A, it doesn't cost you draft capital. 2, he's the best center available and one of the best centers in the NFL. And lastly, if you could structure the deal with Max Crosby, you remember that when you give somebody a free agent contract like this, that first year isn't as painful against the cap as others are. So it shouldn't really prohibit you're cap spending too much in this offseason, even though you're going to give this guy over $20 million a year. That's what I want to do. Now, if they don't do it, am I going to be disappointed? I'll be disappointed if they don't get a center, period. But I feel like maybe I'm re-energized and thinking, yeah, they can. Go get this guy.
So I will tell you, Justin Rogers from the Detroit Football Network did some really good reporting on how much money they can free up. And he wrote, quarterback Jared Goff has a $55 million base salary in 2026. The Lions could drop that all the way to the veterans minimum of $1.3 million, giving Goff the other $53.7 million up front as a bonus. For cap purposes, that bonus would then be divided evenly over the 4 remaining years on Goff's deal, freeing up $40.3 million. That means they can be a player if they get that done. And now it's just we wait. We wait to see what they're planning on doing. I think Linderbaum could be in play. 248-539-9797. I like the way you think. Scott, let's go to Bill in Madison Heights. You're next. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm liking that idea about Linderbaum. Yeah, it's hopefully it's becoming a little more of a reality as time goes on. But my champ and chump is the champ is finally I'll give it to Stevie just because he finally made a move and gave up a draft pick and got a player that should help him both offensively and defensively. So good for him. But and my chump, and I'm sorry, it's got to be Tom Izzo. And I could say Jeremy Fears, but I mean, I'm going to really restrain myself right now, and I'm just going to say that Jeremy Fears has got a problem. There's a lot. He's got problems. He's got an issue, and he should not be playing basketball right now. He should be suspended. And if this, I don't know what the NCAA is doing. He's gonna kick the wrong guy in the nads pretty soon and get blasted one, and this is going to be a big, And yesterday was a really good game, and it's just too bad that idiot.
Well,
is making us talk
Bill, I'll
about
say this: he's a young kid who I listened to some reporting from the Field of 68. Covers college basketball. One of the reporters there covered the kid in high school and said he's a great kid, but he does appear to have a problem. I have never seen that happen once, let alone twice in a season. And importantly, you're going to hurt your team, and you can hurt your team at the wrong time. And so, I'm going to trust the people that have covered the kid. I haven't, so I'm a little hesitant to, tag him with some of the names you did, but people that cover him and around him have said some good things about him as a kid. But I allow young people the opportunity to grow up, and he's no different than anybody else. But yes, it does appear to be a pattern.
Yeah, I don't like seeing that stuff. We've talked about this before because it's happened before, unfortunately, and it continues to do it. It's not just against Michigan, but it's both games against Michigan. He's done stupid stuff like that. I hate it. And I'll really despise it if it ends up costing Michigan State something in the tournament. If he gets kicked out of a game, he could easily have been ejected for that. But if he gets kicked out of a game for it, that's going to cost the team. And then we're all going to be really pissed. Michigan State fans going to be really pissed at Jeremy Fears. If it costs him another technical foul and those points end up being the difference in the game, yeah, it's all that. I don't mind players playing with an edge, but that's not the edge I want to see. I don't like the dirty stuff. I really don't. And when you start going to some of these schnuts, and it's been a consistent thing with him where we've seen at least 2, I think there's been at least 3 now, things like that in games. I don't condone it at all. And I'm not happy about it. I'm not thrilled with it. And he doesn't need, the dumb thing is he doesn't need to do it. There's absolutely no reason to do what he did when he did it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Colin. You're next. Hi, Colin.
Hey, guys. I just want to champ Michael Porter Jr. for having a nice game against the Pistons this weekend, and I want to chump the Pistons front office for being so apathetic in going out at the deadline and getting kind of the lifeless body of Kevin Huerter. Well, the guy that I want him to get in Michael Porter Jr., helped that team, one of the worst teams in the East, beat the Pistons, and now we're kind of in free fall right now.
It's a question that I have whether or not it's legit crisis mode. It feels like it to me. And, I've expressed my concerns about the direction things have been going of late and some of what has gotten exposed. And I want to be clear here about something. This team came into this season, and I didn't think that they were going to be the best team in the East, and they've gone out and they've blown my expectations out of the water, which is awesome. I'm not mad, angry at them. It's just disappointing that this has happened. And there's a reason why a lot of people in the national media seemed hesitant to jump on board. And I'll say this too, Scott. There's also a reason why I say all the time, seasons are long. There's a lot of ups and downs and ebbs and flows. They could work their way through this. They could be okay. But this is a couple of weeks now where they don't look right.
No, it's not just the 4-game losing streak. It's the games they won and then the game that they lost to begin all this. It's been, 7 or 8 games now where this has not been a team that has looked like a world-beating team. But to your point, every team goes through a stretch where they look like they're never going to win again.
Mm-hmm.
And every team goes through a stretch like they're never going to lose.
Yep.
And right now they're going through this stretch like, are they ever going to win again? But it's the way that they're losing. When they get down by 20 points, 26 points, and then you have to have this furious comeback to even make it look good like they did yesterday. Okay, great. You won 30-18 in the fourth quarter, but you still lost by 11.
Well,
that's how bad things were. And
it was all the bench guys.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get Saturday's game where you're up by 23, 24 points or whatever it was and end up losing? Huh? How did that happen? Well, that's the NBA, and they need to figure out the rotation. And you've got 2 guys you can count on every night. They're going to give you like 50 points a game. Those 2 you got. What else you got?
248-539-9797, 97.1. Plus Jason Tatum's back. Oh man, they got work to do down there at LCA, the Pistons, and the Red Wings got to get some guys healthy. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox. Jerry in Indiana writes in, my champ is Steve Eisman for having the balls to pull the trigger on the Falk trade. My chump is all Red Wing fans on social media that bitched about Eisman not making any moves and then complaining it was too much now. Come on, man.
I don't know if I've heard anybody say it was too much. I think it was a hefty price to pay. That in years past you don't pay that price typically for a move like this. But clearly this is where the bar was set. You were not going to get somebody on even footing here. You had to give up way more than what you were expecting to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and Kenny, you can get in on this too, given how much you follow the Red Wings. I feel like Yzerman kind of did exactly what he told us he was going to do. And by that, I mean, over the last couple of years, he's made comments like the team's play didn't justify it. And a lot of times when we got to the trade deadline, they were out of the playoffs. Now they're in the playoffs, and he did exactly what he said he was eventually going to do, which is go buy a player that can help them when the team's play justifies it. And I get that people were skeptical. Maybe they just didn't like his reasoning in the past. But he said he was going to do something like this, and he did it.
You can call Steve Yzerman a lot of things. You can't call him a liar. And by the way, for anybody who thinks that was an overspend, look around the league and what the market was during that deadline. The market was ridiculous. It was bananas how much fourth-line players, granted it was on a Colorado team, but fourth-line players were fetching first plus. So whatever you think he spent, I think he actually, I wouldn't say got a bargain, but for the market price, I think he actually did really good work.
Yeah, when you had, like you said, with the first round picks going for fourth line players, you even had the rumor that last weekend was that they had a deal set for Tyler Myers for a second round pick. I couldn't have been happier when that fell through. That Tyler Myers he wanted to go to Dallas. He's a Texas guy and had personal reasons for maybe not even wanting to leave Vancouver. But I was thrilled because I'm like, that's a big price to pay for somebody who's going to be maybe at best your third pairing defenseman, and I just didn't feel comfortable with that. They gave a big package in return to get Falk, but if you watched yesterday's game, I feel pretty comfortable that Falk is on the Red Wings because he looked really good,
and he's just getting started. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, Gator. Let's get to our nominations. My champ is Yaxel Lendenberg for obvious reasons. 27 points yesterday, 5 of 6 from beyond the arc. A huge game from Yax, and as Michigan poised for a long March run.
My champ is going to be Dominic Shine for the Red Wings. Scored his first ever NHL goal yesterday. This after playing well over 500 games in the minors. Getting his chance. He looks like a guy who doesn't look terribly out of place there. He's got his role, and finally that hard work pays off for him. He gets that first NHL goal. Congratulations.
My chump is the Pistons for many reasons that have already been cited, and they have a number of votes. It feels like it's crisis mode now. Still a lot of season to be played. Seasons are long. There are ups and downs, but they are definitely in one of those downs. And can they pull out of it? Are other teams just simply cranking up for the postseason and now matching the Pistons' intensity from beginning to end? Well, I'd say no, because Brooklyn isn't a team that's a playoff team, but Pistons are my chump.
My chump are the NHL teams that were not selling. Made the trade deadline very stressful for me, and I wasn't happy about that. It's bittersweet because I'm glad it didn't see guys like Trocheck and Thomas go to other teams in the NHL to battle the Red Wings. But nonetheless, I wanted to see one of those guys come to the Red Wings, and that selling point was just way too high.
248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Bob is next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. Just a couple of things. Chump is no big deal, so I'm not going to get into that. But I think to recognize Michigan women's basketball team with fantastic year, 25-6, and they lose to a very fine Vanderbilt, a very fine UCLA, and a very fine Connecticut team by a total of 8 points. I know Iowa was very good, and they got beat by Washington. But boy, 25-6, just a fantastic year. The women's Big Ten basketball was just as strong at the top end as the men's league was. So just thought give Michigan's women basketball a little recognition. Fantastic year, don't you agree?
Yeah. I mean, Kim Barnes-Rico's done a great job there. They've been in the top. They've been ranked all year. Yeah, they look good.
25-6. Not many people are talking about it, but it's just a fantastic year. And thanks for taking my call, guys. Take care.
Bob, thank you. Feedback coming in. Champ Michigan basketball, Chump Brad Holmes. All these early moves for players the Lions could really use other teams are making. Crosby, Gary, Fitzpatrick. While Brad just, quote, cooks. Same old Lions is looming, especially if his offseason is just like the ones in the past.
Well, I'm real curious to see what happens this year because I think this is a different position Brad Holmes has been put in. since he's taken over the Detroit Lions. Initially he's got to build a team. That was the first thing he had to do, and the first thing that he was able to do was trade Matthew Stafford for 2 picks, Jared Goff, and another pick there. So that was a good first move that he made, but he was building the roster, and after a few years, just kept building the roster. In the free agent period, they didn't make too many big splashes. Well, now they built the team up. The team is a playoff caliber team when they're a healthy team that is a Super Bowl contending team. And this past season, weren't happy. Lions fans aren't happy with it. The players aren't happy with it. The team's not happy with it because it didn't make the playoffs. And again, another horrible year with injuries. I feel like this is a totally different offseason for Brad Holmes because now he knows how good the team can be, and he has some serious holes he's going to have to fill. How do you do it? Do you go big splash and go after Linderbaum, the center? Do you go big splash and go after an edge rusher in this free agent period? Or is he going to do what he has typically done and stay the course, re-sign his own free agents, or give extensions to his own guys, and just kind of go in the bargain bin and find some guys that fit what they like to do, but maybe not appreciably make the team that much better?
I find this interesting in that, yes, there has been some player movement, but chumping him before free agency even opens and predicting that it's going to be a bad offseason feels like chumping Yzerman for making no deals at the trade deadline last Monday.
Before the
deadline. The deadline. So, we've got your vote recorded. I think I'll wait to the totality of the offseason because I, too, would have liked to see 2 first-round picks and a sweetener because you would have had to beat Baltimore's offer for Crosby. But that's not the only path to success in this league. And so that was one way to do it. Probably would have pulled the trigger on that. And they obviously didn't want to. I find it interesting. There's a bunch of teams, I think, in similar situations that also didn't pull the trigger. But hey, man, let's see what he does. Although my man here didn't want to see what he does. He's jumped them already for the offseason. As far as Michigan basketball for champ, look, 19-1, undefeated on the road in the context of March Madness, which is what everybody focuses on in the college game. That was a regional final type of game. That's a 1 seed and a 2 seed playing each other. And, Michigan State did some things to Michigan that they have to be cognizant of early in the game and actually into the second half. Michigan State would catch Michigan in their transition offense. Like Michigan's transition defense wasn't great. And, they have to be smarter about fouls, specifically Mara has to be smarter about fouls. But March Roddy is showing up. Roddy Gale was such a big part of their March run last year. And with LJ Kaysen out, I said it last week, they need March Roddy again. And Roddy Gale stepped up in that game. Trey McKinney off the bench stepped up in that game. So they've got to make up for the loss of Kaysen. And when they got in some foul trouble, they had some lineups out there that they haven't played a whole lot of this year. But, that's a test. That's a test for both teams. One of the takeaways when you get past all sort of the side drama was one hell of a basketball game. And people were talking about it nationally. So good test for both teams. And yeah, Michigan is that's like a regular season I can't remember them having.
Oh, it's you take your hat off to them. That going undefeated on the road is nearly impossible in this league. So nice job for them. And they're poised to be a number 1 seed in the tournament. They should be. I think they're probably the best team in the country. Although, it does take a hit losing a point guard, but they showed that they can still persevere beyond that. The rotation of 8 guys all season long, 8 or 9 guys all season long, has paid off because all of those guys are really good players. And it's a different guy that steps up seemingly every night, and they do have a superstar player in Lendenberg. So we'll see how if they can stay healthy this week in the dumb tournament and then get ready for next week's big tournament. And where do you go?
As far as Michigan State's concerned, their 3 best players showed up. And it's a matter of what else can they get out of Carr? What else can they get out of Scott? What else can they get? I mean, Kurtang gave them a little boost off the bench, but they need a little bit more for a matchup like that. That effort's good enough to beat many teams are going to see in March. Now, to beat a 1 seed, eventually they might need more out of those other guys. But 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they got your lucky break this March with low payments on a 2026 Silverado. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $19.99 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5. And Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty, and Costco in the household. All right, Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Dan and Warren is next. Hello, Dan.
Morning, guys.
What's up?
And I want to tell my champ and chump?
Yep.
Well, champ, obviously Michigan basketball, and my chump is split between Jeremy Fairs and Tom Izzo. And let me elaborate on that. Did you listen to Tom's press conference after the game?
Yes.
Obviously, the fans got to him, but it's no different than when the Izzone berated Dusty May at the Michigan State game back a month ago. So Michigan fans did the same thing, which fans do, and they obviously got to Tom Izzo, which I think it shouldn't have, talking about little brother, and he just rubbed me the wrong way.
Well, look, I mean, one thing I'd say about it is I try not to let other people set my agenda, okay? And I think when you address that stuff, you're just inviting it more. Now, if he can do whatever he wants, Hall of Fame coach, he can do whatever he wants. But by addressing it, do you think they're going to back off next time? Or do you think they're going to see it as fuel? And that's why I would advise against it, but he's not asking me for my advice.
No, I mean, it's going to be worse next year. So, whatever. Hook him. Move. Nothing he can do about it now. It's not like he's going to make any sort of apology.
No.
They may match up again
They could.
week.
They could play Sunday.
Weekend.
They could play.
Yeah.
They could play in 6 days. From an unnamed texter, here we go. How does anybody know that Brad Holmes didn't offer 2 first-round picks for Crosby? The Ravens have a better first-rounder. Just maybe the Raiders took the better deal. It's true.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible.
Yep.
And then you wonder how much more would it have taken if they did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they might have, but I didn't think 2 first-round picks. If you offered 2 first-round picks and a 4th, would they have taken that? There would have been 2 first-round picks and a 3rd, next year's 3rd, because they don't have a 3rd right now.
Well,
what would you have done? I would have sweetened it a little bit. But it's not the only way to win.
No, it's not. And look, the draft value chart that you find online is take it for what it's worth. But the 14th overall pick is worth 1,100 points. The 17th overall pick worth 950 points. So you got to find a way to make up 250 points. Well, 250 points ends up being basically a 3rd-round pick, which the Lions don't have.
Mm-hmm.
So they could have given 2 firsts and a 3rd for next year and gotten the deal done. Maybe. But we don't know. We don't know if they were even in on the bidding, which is it's fair, but it's both sides. We don't know if they were, or maybe they were. I don't think Brad Holmes is going to come out and say, "Yeah, we did make an offer. We didn't get him." He's not going to say that.
You know what? He could. If all you're offering is draft picks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now they have an opening. So a lot of times coaches aren't going to say that kind of stuff because they don't want to say, yeah, we were thinking of trading a player that they still have on the roster, right, because that just undermines that player in your own building. And you also sometimes don't want to say anything because you don't want to say, yes, we were going to trade for Max Crosby and undermine the player that is penned in at that position. I'm not sure who's penned in at the edge rusher opposite of Hutch right now, right? So he could avoid that damage in this particular instance and say, yeah, we were interested and we were, made an offer. He could say that and not do the typical damage. He probably won't. But I would have no problem if he did. And I personally, yes, I would have sweetened the offer and gone for it a little bit. And, maybe they tried. I don't know how hard they tried or whether or not they tried, but look, both of us would have done it.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely would have done it, but
with a sweetener. Because we keep getting the text. Baltimore's pick was better. We know.
Yeah.
That's why it would have cost Detroit a little bit more.
And if you were to come out and say, yeah, well, we were interested in that, but their asking price was too high. Well, that would tell you that it was more than the 2 first-round picks, and they didn't want to go beyond that. But that's in the past now, because that's last week's news. This week and starting an hour and 8 minutes from now is the tampering period, and then we're going to start hearing about players agreeing to deals in free agent contracts. And I'm dying to hear what Linderbaum is thinking. I mean, that's the name and what his camp is looking at. That's the top center available. He would absolutely help solidify this offensive line and filling around it. You got to get a tackle as well because of Taylor Decker asking for his release. And whether that's through the draft, do you move Sewell over to the left side and draft somebody on the right, or do you go ahead and sign a free agent tackle like they brought in Jedrick Wills last week to take a look at? Is that in play? I'm curious. You know, I've got two guys in free agency I'd really like them to look at.
Yeah, and we're going to get to that at 11:05 as we approach the noon kickoff of free agency. And I'll say this. Just asking this question out loud, because there's a belief out there that Brad and the Lions, quote, fall in love with their own guys. Is moving on from Montgomery and Decker an example of him not being in love with his own guys? I mean, if there were no cap, and there obviously is a cap, but he's willing to make these moves of players that have been here and been a big part of this team's success.
I would say that's not an example of it because they acquired Montgomery through free agency, and he inherited Taylor Decker.
Yeah.
So when I hear falling in love with his own guys, it's the guys that he is specifically.
That only applies to drafted, not a player he signed.
I think drafting, but not. I mean, running back is so we know running backs are kind of disposable. I think maybe he's fallen in love with a little bit with like Anzalone. But I can also understand why.
Yeah, Anzalone might be gone too.
Yeah, he's been so good for the Lions. So if they let him go, that's another example of
maybe
he gotten
he's
the most out of those players and moved on.
Yeah, and I think in Decker's case, I mean that's difficult to tell a guy who's been a really, really good soldier for you. Hey, you can stay, but you got to take a pay cut, and I don't blame him for not wanting to take the pay cut.
I think for him to clear that hurdle of being the guy who falls in love with his own guys, he's going to have to make the tough decision about not extending one of these four guys that they have from the 2 first-round picks and the 2 second-round picks in that draft a few years ago.
Okay, this one comes in. Come on, guys. They spent most of their own money paying their own guys, half of whom did not deserve it.
Well, did they not deserve it or did not deserve it now because they got hurt? You're going to tell me that you didn't want to sign Kirby Joseph or you didn't want to sign Aleem McNeil? Coming off the years that they were having,
and then the others that they signed were Penei Sewell,
right?
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
So who didn't deserve it?
Jamison Williams is another one.
JMO, I guess, could be. I mean, I'd like to hear more of this argument. That whoever sent this in, I'd develop it a little bit and tell us whom didn't deserve it, and. Not saying they didn't deserve it because they got hurt after they signed. That's always the risk in football. But I want to know who you think didn't deserve it. And not only who, I mean, you said half. Half the guys didn't deserve it. 248-539-9797. Did the Pistons go in the crapper once Beef Stew returned, or is it just me? That's from Jim. And then Shane in Dearborn says, do you guys think the trade of Ivy somehow disrupted this team's chemistry? The Pistons have not been as sharp since the trade.
That might have some validity. I mean, Jaden Ivey was a really well-liked player on that team, and Herter has come in and hasn't done much. I mean, he's played, half the games or so since he's been here, and the games he's played, and it's not like he's been a three-point revelation. At the same time, it's unfortunate that Jaden Ivey's hurt. But if I could wave a magic wand, would I go back and not make that trade? I probably would wave that magic wand and not make that trade. Hope Ivy can get healthy, and then let him come off the bench and shoot 3-point shots at a 40% rate.
Yeah, I don't know if either of those mark a moment in time that the season turned. I feel like more of this is just a slump that they'll get out of, but it's in a prolonged slump, is it not? Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. With NFL free agency beginning at noon today, there have already been numerous big headlines this morning, the biggest of which comes out of Green Bay, where the Packers are trading defensive tackle and former Michigan Wolverine Rashawn Gary to the Dallas Cowboys in return for a 2027 fourth-round pick. Gary had 7.5 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. He's entering his 8th NFL year this season at 28 years old. The Miami Dolphins have also been very busy this morning. It's reported that they are sending free safety Minkah Fitzpatrick to the New York Jets in return for a 7th-round pick in this year's draft. The Jets traded the pick they had from the Chargers. Upon getting Fitzpatrick, the Jets are signing him to a 3-year, $40 million deal. The 3-time All-Pro safety started 14 games with an interception and 82 tackles for the Fins last season. This move for Miami comes after they announced they were going to eat nearly $100 million in dead money by releasing quarterback Tua Tagovailoa this morning. NFL teams aren't the only ones making roster moves today, as the Tigers have reassigned some players as well. Today, the team sent down Max Clark and How You Lead, a minor league camp. They also optioned Tehran Lorenzo to Erie and Eduardo Valencia to Toledo. Tigers face the Braves here on the Bet 1270 today at 1:05 p.m. There's more baseball tonight as well, as Team USA faces Mexico at 8 p.m. down in Houston. The Americans are 2-0 so far in pool play, tied with Mexico and Italy in Pool B. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Great to be with you on a Monday. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get those votes in for Champ and Chump of the Weekend. We tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. And Scott, lots to discuss today. We've gotten Michigan State calls. We've got NFL calls and feedback. We've got Red Wing discussion. We've got Piston discussion. And free agency starts at noon. And you said you've got 2 guys. You've got 2 guys at the top of the list. Now, to be fair, we're in a really weird spot in that our jobs are to talk about what we would do and predict what the Lions might do and try and lead into the free agent market. We have no clue what their budget is.
None.
Until they announce any kind of roster restructure, which they're going to do, then we'll have a sense for where they fit in terms of their bank compared to everybody else's bank, so we can gauge what is realistic. I guess, Scott, I'm in a place where I'm tempted to say they can afford Linderbaum until I know they can't. If you missed it first hour, I mentioned that Justin Rogers did a really good job of breaking down how Goff's contract could be converted to a bonus. They could drop him down to the veterans minimum of $1.3 million, and the other $53.7 would be given up front for a bonus, and that bonus would be divided evenly over the 4 remaining years, which means it's split up by $13 million a year, which means it would free up $40.3 million this year, which I am in favor of. Goff would get a bunch of money up front, and this is how these things work. But that would put him in a far more advantageous position. But anyway, with that said, who are you eyeing? Yeah, go for it.
The 2 guys I'm looking at, first, one on offense, one on defense. The offensive tackle, I really locked into the Jedrick Wills idea that this is an offensive tackle, that there's a little bit of a risk, but I don't think that the price is going to be coming in too high for a guy who's missed some time with knee injuries that ended 2 seasons in a row for him. He sat out all of last season to get healthy, and by recent reporting, he was visiting with the Lions last week, visited with the Patriots, and he's going to visit some other teams. But that's somebody who I think you can get probably on a cheap, whether it's a 1-year prove-it deal or if it's a shorter term, probably cheap deal anyway. I look there. But the one that on the defensive side is from the defensive end position, a pass rusher. I want Cam Jordan.
Yeah.
Cam Jordan's a guy who brings a ton of experience. He's 36 years old, which normally people say, well, forget it. I don't want it. Well, he's still productive. He had 10.5 sacks last year with New Orleans. He's got 132 in his career. To my knowledge, he has not missed a single game in his NFL career.
No.
He has been incredibly durable during this time. and your availability is sometimes your best ability to have. And for a guy that is as productive as he has been in his career, that can lace him up every week, that's somebody who I'd like to take a look at on this team. And I don't think he's somebody who's going to cost you in double-digit $1 million. I think this is like a 1-year, hey, come work with Dan Campbell. You played at New Orleans when Dan Campbell was there. He knows who you are. And, Cam Jordan's one of the great guys in the NFL, great character guy, and I think would fit in perfectly with this team. He was a player that I was kind of hoping they may go after at the trade deadline. Didn't happen. Now he's available in free agency. I'd like to see it. I don't think he's going to call it a career yet. He's got some more left in the tank, clearly by the 10.5 sack season last year. Let's bring him here to Detroit, and let's do it on a 1-year deal.
He's a good run defender to go with it. I think he totally fits the Lions' profile. And this is going through some market projections. He's not going to cost that much. And he's not going to get a long-term deal. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I think he fits exactly what they need when you fact all things considered. Like, you could probably go get better players and they would cost a ton more money. And this guy's doesn't come with great risk. He stays healthy. I think there's 2 veteran edge rushers that are affordable that are still making plays. Number 1, though, the number 1 guy would indeed be Jordan. Number 2 would be Calais Campbell. I think fits their profile as well as an older, cheaper veteran that could be revitalized coming to Detroit with a chance to, compete at the highest level. And Scott, so I couldn't agree with you more on that. I think it makes all the sense in the world. And yeah, it's not gonna cost much, right? I mean, I saw the Athletic had a 1-year, $8 million. And that works. And there's familiarity with him from Campbell's time in New Orleans. And, just seems to make all the sense in the world, right?
Absolutely. Yep. And that being said, I think we both wouldn't mind if they went out and got Linderbaum.
No.
But I don't expect it. I'd love to hear that they're in on the bidding for him.
Yep.
But again, that's going to be a big ticket item. But it's a big ticket item based on his position. It's not a big ticket item necessarily in terms of overall money. Mm-hmm. He'd set the market for the center position, but he costs less than a receiver does.
I mean, you're talking about in the neighborhood of $20 million a year over 3-4 years. It'd be a hefty price. But again, with the Goff restructure and other things they need to do, I feel like they could afford it. But not much more than that, because you still have to fill out a roster, and they still would need probably a veteran safety, veteran tight end that need to be found in free agency, along with, edge rusher. And, if you let's say we went with these deals and Linderbaum and the Athletic is 4 years, $78 million. So you're looking at, what is that? Would be $19.5 million. $19.5 million for Linderbaum, $8 more million for Cam Jordan. So that takes you to $27.5 million. And now you've got like $13 million to fill out the rest. You're going to have to spread it pretty thin to fit under the cap. But I like the way you're thinking, Scott. And, that would be a great starting point for a strong offseason. Now, I feel like we've been primed not to expect. Like, we're being prepared. Not a lot of insiders don't think they're going to make a big deal. And I understand it. It's not really been in Brad Holmes' DNA to do that. He really focuses on the draft. But he also tries to fill needs in free agency. So will he go big at one position? If he does, my God, I'd feel so much better about the Lions if they did go get Linderbaum. And I'd feel like, boom, sweepstakes. They hit the jackpot with that signing. That's just again, if they can afford it, he's exactly what they need, right?
Exactly what they need.
248-539-9797. Free agency gets underway at noon. We'll start to hear reports. There was movement today that we will discuss at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Do you think that we're going to hear something about the Lions in the first 20 minutes or half hour of by 12:30, you think we'll hear something?
No. Do you?
My head tells me absolutely not, right? Because that's not what Brad Holmes has done. My gut tells me we're going to hear something, although I'm not sure it's going to be necessarily a free agent front. I think it might just be restructuring front.
And why is that?
I don't know. I just think we have to hear something.
Is this a hunch?
It's more of a hunch.
Okay.
But going into the start of the NFL year, or I forgot how they phrase that, but they're the start of the NFL season, which is not the first game of the season, but their actual fiscal year, when things have to get going. It's in a couple days. They have got to get compliant with the cap. And right now they are not.
248-539-9797. Mike and Davison, you're on 97.1. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to call in, Champ and Chump. I'm going to champ Jeremy Fears. And you've already got a couple calls just saying what I think is ridiculous things. It's easy to pile on. If you saw the Tom Izzo press conference, and while I was watching the game, if you get pushed in the back, he got fouled. If you get pushed in the back and your feet aren't perfectly even or parallel, that's exactly what's going to happen. If you're leaning forward, that foot's going to go up. If you get pushed in the back, so for Gene Steratore to come on there and say that's not a natural act, it's only because of this happening before, and now he's getting some kind of reputation. And then Izzo yelled at him, tore him a new one, and that's why Jeremy Fears, he took his medicine, and he put the blame on himself as the leader of the team. And that's why after the game he said, yeah, that can't happen. I made a mistake. That was only because Izzo told him, that you better not do anything. And then right after that, he got fouled twice. Right after that, he drove to the basket, and Cadeau slammed him again. Well, hit his arm. It definitely got his wrist. There was no call, and then there was a body contact, and then play after that. No, he's not getting any of these calls now. And then in the second half, he started getting his calls because he's great at drawing fouls. And so, that's that. And those people calling in, they talking about Izzo.
Do you think he's going to hurt MSU, Mike? Do you think Fears' play and his reputation and his earning is going to hurt Michigan State in the tournament?
But it's not an earned reputation.
It is an earned reputation. It is an earned. Look, I'm a proud Spartan.
Against Michigan,
Mike. I'm a proud Spartan. It's an earned reputation. If we can just agree to that, do you think it's going to affect Michigan State?
No, it's not an earned reputation. It's a fault.
I don't know what you're
even
watching.
Said that in the press conference. Izzo disagrees with you.
Then I disagree with Izzo because I think it's ridiculous to think that what he did yesterday with a mule kick isn't
in the back.
Yeah, then you know what? If I got pushed in the back, I'm going to fall forward. My foot is not going to lift up to my waist. Don't make the excuse for it. Don't buy into it. It's not worth it. As a Spartan, accept it. I think he's a dirty player. I think he's a hell of a player. Michigan State wouldn't be where they're at today if they didn't have Jeremy Fears. I just wish that he wasn't lifting that leg up so damn high because it gets pushed off balance. I'm not buying it. Sorry.
97.1.
If you want your green lawn this summer, you've got to do the right things. Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number. You get green and stay green, and you can save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get that early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. It's a company I've used in my house for almost a dozen years now, and they offered a 100% satisfaction guarantee. I can tell you, I am 100% satisfied. They're great. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, give them a call because great lawns don't happen by accident. You've got to have the right timing and the right program. And fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, so much more. This is what they offer. And if you want that green wheat-free yard, you have got to take care of it right now. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. And now that the weather has changed significantly, get them out to your house as soon as possible. Call right now at 888-GET-GREEN. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Or you can always go online and set up your appointment that way at naturalwaylawn.com.
Your champ of the weekend, Dominic Shine, for his first career goal yesterday. What a pass from Van Riemsdyk.
Oh, that was a great play.
I mean, I don't know that went exactly the way Van Riemsdyk thought it would go, because there was a whole bunch of traffic out front, and he's going behind the net off to the right or left, I guess, whichever way. He's going south, and everybody is skating south with him, and then he plays the puck back through the crease to Shine, who didn't look open.
No, it didn't look like he was even in the play, and all of a sudden he's there.
Unbelievable pass. And if that's what he saw happening, eyes in the back of his head, and really the ability to execute a pass like that was something. In the meantime, it was a cool moment for him. The sheer joy on his face was cool.
Oh, yeah, totally cool. You imagine? I mean, because was he 32? Is that how old Shine is? He ain't young.
Yeah, he's played a lot of years in the minors.
Played a lot in the minors. And getting that opportunity and making the most of it. And he earned the opportunity because he was playing well at Grand Rapids. So gets that chance.
Yeah, he's 32 years old.
Kid grew up in the area. I mean, that's, whenever I see stuff like that, and a guy who's been in the minors for so long, I almost feel like it's one of us, even though it's, of course it's not. Minor league hockey players are elite hockey players. But
yeah, now, I think the Red Wings got some puck luck yesterday. There were a couple shots that rang off the post.
Yeah.
That went the Red Wings' favor. But you need to have those every once in a while. And I think it was, you look skyward and say thank you, because without Dylan Larkin, and then Gibson goes out of the game too, there's a little bit of a scramble, and these guys were able to hang on to it. They kept their composure, and I think Justin Falk is such a great addition to this team. He just adds this. He's like a steadying influence back there in the blue line. I don't think he's going to do anything really spectacular, but I don't think he's going to do something that is spectacularly bad either. He's just steady, and better than steady, he's good. He gets the puck out of the zone when he needs to. He finds the open guy. I mean, there's just a calmness about him. Sends the puck across the ice to his defensive partner, and let's play keep away, whatever we have to do. He's a real solid addition to this team.
Okay, there is news today from the NFL as we're poised for the free agency start today at noon, and that is certainly a huge story around the world of sports. And Detroit, we'll see how much of a player they will be in this. Feels like they could have quite a bit of cap space, but they haven't announced a restructure yet. And there's some skepticism in Detroit that Brad Holmes is a big spender or big ticket item guy when it comes to free agency, because he hasn't really done it yet. But things change. I mean, I've said this all the time. I think it's foolish to believe in hard and fast rules that we're only going to do this or you should only do that, because things change. Your roster changes, your cap situation changes, your expectations change, your timeline changes, player availability, accessibility to certain players changes. So it would be foolish not to be, I think, a little bit more aggressive here this year, but we'll see what he does. But the news today, first we'll start with this. The Dolphins released Tua Tagovailoa, which comes with an NFL record $99 million in dead cap. $99 million of their cap this year will be taken up for a player that's not on the roster. That is a tough pill to swallow.
That's something.
Yep.
And the idea that they're in the free agent market for like Malik Willis, and how much is he going to cost you? People think it's going to cost you like $20 million a year. I think more. They were thinking that's what, I guess that's Indianapolis made an offer like 3 years, $100 million for Daniel Jones. And apparently his camp is saying, we want 50. He's a starting quarterback in this league. You saw what he did for the first half of the season before he got hurt, how good Indianapolis was. We want 50. Yeah. Malik Willis may get north of 30 now.
Now, by the Dolphins, this will be a designated after a June 1st cut, and so they can split the cap hit over the next 2 years. But we shall see, what they're able to do around that. And then the other news, and this is one that you go, Rashawn Gary traded from Green Bay to Dallas for a fourth-round pick. It's unusual to see a trade in division. You always wonder, should our team have gotten involved here? What do you make of this trade, and do you think the Lions, in any way should have gotten involved here? Or could they have even? Would Green Bay trade him to Detroit?
I don't know if they would have traded him to Detroit or not. Probably not, be my guess, because I think they would have just, if they could waive him, they could waive him, but they were able to trade him and get somebody to offer up. I don't think the Lions would have. Based on what Rashawn Gary's getting paid the next couple of years. I suppose Lions could have him for next year and let him go because there's no guaranteed money after once this trade is consummated. But he's due to make $19.5 million this year and then $22.5 million next year. I think that's too steep a price. I think Rashawn Gary is a good NFL player. I don't think he's great, and I think when you start thinking about paying somebody north of $20 million a year, they have to be great, not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, useful player. You go, okay, would he fit? Would he start? Yeah. Worth the money. And would they trade him in division? You'd have to top Dallas's offer. So the Lions do have 2 fourth-round picks, but I'm going to guess that Green Bay probably wouldn't have been too interested in seeing him twice a year. I know you're against that, but you say if a trade's going to help you, do it anyway.
Right.
But a lot of teams adhere to that rule.
Yeah, but are you going to do that for a fourth-round pick? I mean, I would throw that. My rationale is always, if you're going to improve your team, I don't care where you trade them. But it would have to be, if I'm going to trade him within division, if I'm Green Bay, I'm going to have to get a first-round pick for that. And you're not going to.
Right.
So, no, I'm not going to trade him to Detroit in that situation.
Mm-hmm. So, as it stands right now, priorities in free agency, in your opinion, the number one priority is?
It's getting a center. Yep. I think they have to I think I would make a pitch for Linderbaum. I think you can make it work money-wise. Obviously, they have to, restructure contracts, but the thought of signing a free agent center to a big contract like that for center, which you'll set the market, say it's 4 years and $88 million, 4 years and $90 million. You can structure it so the first year isn't going to be that tough on you from a salary cap standpoint. And by doing that, I think you can breathe a big sigh of relief. So go out and get some other players too. But I would start with the center. I'd look at Linderbaum, see if there's interest, if he's interested in coming here. Are they in a competitive market to bid for him? But you better have your eyes set on other options as well.
So what are those other options, right? Biotish signed. McGovern goes back to Buffalo. So Cade Mays can be the guy out of Carolina who's proved to be above average starter in this league. Lloyd Cushenberry, who was let go by the Titans, that was a designation of a failed physical. You've got Luke Fortner, who could be available. You've got Ethan Pocic, who's coming off an injury and might not be ready for the season, but he could be available. So, I can't imagine. I really don't believe that they're planning on moving one of those guards to center, and specifically Tate Ratledge. They've got to have their eye on somebody, right? I mean, when noon hits, I agree, it's a top priority. When noon hits, and you can, by the way, now talk to the player, and you can have Zoom calls with the player. In the past, you couldn't do that. You had to talk to the agent. I mean, they got to be calling one of these centers first thing at noon, right?
I would think so. If you're the Lions, you have different ways you can approach this. You go high free agent, you go mid-range free agent, you say we're gonna get a center in the draft, or you say we're gonna promote from within, either Scruggs or Ratledge. And I think clearly the best option is to go through free agency. Get the known commodity. Get somebody who's played center before in this league, and you've got a legitimate shot at landing the top one.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Mondays mean champ and chump. Get your votes in. Lots on the table today. We talk to you next on 97.1. Another vote here for champ for Yzerman. Says I don't think he's done enough the last several seasons, but that was a nice trade and a nice way to slow up the criticism. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Steve Yzerman, we had a strong idea that they were aggressively pursuing guys, okay? And it's so weird because I go home and I turn on the NHL Network on Friday, and I sit there and I watch, and I'm watching the clock, and it's 2:30, and it's 2:45, and it's 2:52, and it's 2:55, and it's 2:57, and I'm just like, dude, are they really going to get shut out? And then they pull off a trade, and I'm like, yeah, they didn't touch their core, and they didn't touch their best prospects, and they get a player that helps them.
It's
maybe the Russian kid will turn out to be great.
It might be, but I think it ends up being a great trade because it's exactly that. You gave up nothing that you're using right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're not seeing Bakalnikov anytime soon, and Justin Hall. Nobody's going to cry that Justin Hall was put in this deal either. And then the other are just two draft picks that who knows what they would have taken, doesn't matter.
Right.
Absolutely give that up without question. It was an easy, I guess if that's thrown on the table, if that's what they're coming back at Steve Yzerman with, okay, fine, we'll do that. And we'll get Justin Falk for the next year and a half, and we'll have the inside track to sign him to an extension if he wants to be here and it makes sense. Okay.
248-539-9797. Kenny, any thoughts?
Yeah, I love the trade. I love the deadline. It made the team look a lot different, especially considering, and it kind of stunk too, because you saw Larkin go down and you were like, oh,
right. Scared
the
the
was made.
hell out of me.
Absolutely.
And now, by the way, David Perron looks like a solid other move that could potentially pay dividends.
And I thought it was interesting with Falk's addition, like who was going to be the odd man out? Well, for yesterday's game was Axel Sandin Pelican.
Mm-hmm.
Is the odd man out? Is that going to be a regular thing? Are they going to rotate those guys in a third pairing to see who's going to sit out games? I don't know. I mean, defense helped to pitch the shutout yesterday, so that was pretty big. Now they've got a day off or so before they get back at it.
Let's go to Stan in Shelby Township. You're on 97.1. Hi, Stan.
Hey, good morning. It's a great day for a walk. Weather's coming, spring, baseball. Anyway, here's my chump.
Yeah.
I love Tariq Skubal, but I'm not a fan of the WBC. I want him to be back in camp. I wish he wasn't considering playing in the WBC. But my champ is none other than Marco Jimenez, a guy who is on the Whitecaps roster, who struck out 3 yesterday and has a sinker that he throws at 98 or 99.
Yeah, he was incredible yesterday.
Yeah, I love velo. What about you, Gator?
Yeah, who doesn't love velocity? When you're throwing a ball near triple digits like he did, and apparently the RPMs on his other pitches were through the roof, there's a lot to like with that. And, for a minor league system that seemed to be so deep in position players, they're not really deep on pitchers. This guy sounds like, this is maybe this is one of the gems they have in their organization, and he certainly looked like it yesterday. I was driving home listening to it yesterday when he was going through that inning, and it was great to hear. And Dan Dickerson was just fawning over him, so this could be fun.
And by the way, he struck out all 3 guys. All of them had 4 pitches, so it was done with 12 pitches. He was efficient, and I have. Now I realize he's not like Zoom, but, he could be a Zoom guy.
Well, and Joel Zumaya, yeah. Any unexpected help is welcome here in Detroit, to say the least. Did you see they assigned Max Clark to minor league camp?
Yeah, well, they should. Yep. The question is where's he going to break camp from? Where is he going to go to AA or is he going to go to AAA? I think a lot of people think AAA. I am not so sure.
Yeah.
Because I think it might be busy at AAA. Parker Meadows may be there.
Yeah, look, Max Clark has had a bit of a rough spring, and not a rough spring in that he looks it just looks like the game was probably too fast for him and that he's just not ready. And that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't lessen him as a prospect. It just means he's not going to be, he's got seasoning to do. And that's what it looks like. When stuff that's highly unusual that you don't see in baseball games, it's not like he went and, he struggled with just so much as catching a fly ball. And, that's the kind of thing that happens when a player's not ready, is that the stuff that is otherwise rudimentary that you could do at the minor league level, there was no problem with him catching fly balls at the minor league level. He dove for a ball that landed 20 feet from him.
Well, not 20, but right. Yeah, he had no business diving for a baseball that he dove for. He dropped a couple balls out in the outfield as well. He's had a rough spring. You're right, and it's okay because I wasn't expecting him to make the team out of the spring training either. This will all be behind him soon enough, and he'll be back to mashing the baseball and running the bases like this incredible prospect that he is, because he's so fast. And he's a good fielder, too, despite what we've seen in the spring. He actually is supposed to be really, really good there. So I'll trust that, whether it's at AA Erie or at AAA Toledo. I think he'll be a Detroit Tiger soon enough.
So he chumped Skubal for potentially having another World Baseball Classic start.
Which I'm not sure why. If he's getting the work in, he's getting the work in. I mean, I don't blame him for wanting to stay there after, he pitched the one outing the other day. Gave up the home run on the first pitch and then calmed down right after that. And I mean, you want to be part of this? Yeah, I think you want an opportunity to play against the best, but
AJ Hinch has said no decision's been made. The one thing I will say is he's the one with the most to lose. He's going to pitch in an exhibition game, and he's the one who's got this money cannon contract potentially waiting for him at the end of this season. And so any chance that he takes, he's doing it. I mean, I look at that and I say, he's doing this for country apparently. And, if something goes wrong, if he gets hurt, how's that going to impact him long term? Yes, it'll impact us too. But if he feels comfortable taking that risk, then I think that we should feel comfortable too, right? I mean, he's not going to take any unnecessary risks with that contract looming. And if he is, I'd hope it would be in the postseason for the Detroit Tigers, but I can't imagine him, the competitor he is not. There's speculation, of course. People still mad about him opting out of that game against Seattle.
Whatever.
Yep. 248-539-9797. From Tom on Twitter. You can tweet us at DunganGator971. All in on Linderbaum. But if it doesn't happen and we do move Tate to center, we have to sign a guard and draft a tackle. I know he's had ups and downs, but Mekhi Becton would be my choice. I know he's on 3 rosters, but he has to be better than what we have. Well, Tom, that's the mistake that people sometimes make, is that they worry, oh, that guy's not any good, but is he better than what you have? And right now they still have a tremendous commodity in Penei Sewell.
Yeah, there's one.
And outside of that,
what do they have?
Well, I think they have a really promising young guard in Tate Ratledge.
Right, but what about tackle?
The other tackle needs to be talked about. And my guess is that's most likely going to be a rookie right tackle. But it's going to be a rookie right tackle because they got to go get a center. I feel like if you move Tate Ratledge to center, you're creating 2 problems. You're taking your most promising young guard and you're creating a void there. And you don't know how he's going to respond at the center spot. It just feels like a flawed plan. And I don't think that can possibly be their number one plan. That's got to be emergency break glass.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I want the known commodity at center. Center is such an important piece to that offensive line, to getting all the coverages and protections, and what those are supposed to be. And you have to be very cerebral at that position.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd rather go into it with a guy I believe, now, was Ragnow a center at Arkansas, or was he a guard and converted to center at the NFL level?
What a great question. I thought he was a center, but Let me go look. My memory fails me on this one.
But I mean, obviously it can happen. They talked about it last year with Ratledge, and he got a little bit of work in the offseason at the center position. And then they quickly pivoted and said, no, you're going to stay at guard, because they thought that was best, that they had, okay, at least Graham Glasgow had played some games at center in the NFL. Let's go that route in this first year. Maybe it does completely change. Maybe they really are considering Ratledge as a center. I'd be a little leery of that too, because I want the known commodity. The only upside to that is that, to me, is if you go and draft, if Benga Ionye is available, and that's the stud guard from Penn State that could like plug and play right away, that's the upside of that. But I'd still like to do that. I'd still like to draft him and sign a center. Then I've got 2 stud guards, a good center, the best right tackle in football, who might switch to left tackle, and then we'll see what happens with the other tackle position.
To answer your question, Frank Ragnow played his entire freshman season at center. His sophomore season, he switched to guard. His junior season, he started out at center and moved to guard as well. So he bounced around. But 248-539-9797, less than 20 minutes away from the start of NFL free agency. Gator has a hunch we'll hear something within a half an hour as it pertains to our Lions. It's going to be fast and furious. Buckle up. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Gator, you mentioned briefly, and I don't know that you got to, you went to the golf show this weekend.
I did.
And what did you buy at the golf show? I think you said this to me off the air.
Yeah, it was off the air. So each year it's that I go, it's kind of a struggle to see if you can get out of there without purchasing anything.
Which begs the question, then why do you go?
Because I want to see different stuff, what they have that's out there, and it's almost like okay, well, show me what you have, force me to open up my pocketbook.
All right.
But the deals were just too good.
Yeah.
There were the golf balls. They're so much cheaper at the golf show than they are if you buy them in a store. Like, hey, if it's June, I'm getting ready for a round of golf, I go to the store and buy a dozen golf balls. And if you're going to get the high end golf balls, you're talking north of $50 a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was made an offer I couldn't refuse. I was looking at it. They were listed at 3. You could buy 3 boxes, mix and match, and they had top of the line Bridgestone and TaylorMade and Callaway and Titleist. Mix and match whatever you want. 3 for $110. It's like, all right, well, that's a pretty good deal. It's certainly better than $50 a box. And then the guy goes, "I'll give you 4 at $120." Oh, fine, take my money.
All right.
So I did that, and then
So wait, dozen golf balls per box.
Yeah.
So you bought 48 golf balls for $120.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
of your choosing too. They were golf balls. You like?
Yes.
They're not rocks.
No, they're not rocks. No,
Good for
they're
you.
not rocks. And hopefully I don't hit them like rocks. And then I saw a putter. I bought a putter a couple of years ago, but it was more of a putter for show.
Yeah, you
Only
bought like that
beautiful
old
wooden-
wood, like
so beautiful.
Yeah, it's like varnished.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's beautiful. Green and the natural wood coming through with this green stain on it. It's awesome. But this year I wasn't planning on buying a putter at all. But I did see one. I'm like, well, this one looks really cool, and it feels really well balanced. Very nice. My brother and I were looking at it, and we saw in the beginning of the show at another. You had 10 different places you could have bought the same putter at. So I was curious what the prices were going to be. And then when we were getting ready to leave, after I bought the golf balls, we're in that same vicinity there, and the same vendor, and I'm looking around there. Here's that putter again, but he had the putter listed for $10 cheaper than what we had seen it everywhere else. And then I got a little full of myself, and I said, "So you got any wiggle room on this?" And that guy literally wiggles. I'm like, "Oh, that's cute," and he dropped the price another $20.
Wow.
And I thought, okay, well, now I'm going to get $30 less than everywhere else I've seen it. Okay, I'll do it. So I pulled the trigger on a putter as well.
So you got golf balls
and a putter. Yeah.
So you're ready to go?
That's right. My brother got nothing. And I thought for sure he was going to, I'm like, what do you look for when he goes, he likes to get the
golf
apparel.
simulator. He likes to get the
wanted
golf
simulator. Yeah. He likes hats, he likes pullovers. And I remember last time we went, he did get some apparel, but this time he got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Although he was, my brother's a bit of a Disney freak, as you know.
Yeah. Club head covers?
No. He saw a Disney golf bag, and I'm like, you can't do that. That's awful. That's gaudy. Don't do it. And he's like, I'm not. You can't tell me what to do. I'm like, you're right. I can't tell you what to do. Why don't you go ahead and text your wife? And he takes a picture of it, shows it to his wife, and she sends back, oh, cute. But he did not pull the trigger on it.
She did not necessarily approve?
Because, well, I don't know if she approved or not. I mean, it was just a one-word response, cute. But it was, I told him, because he's a big Goofy fan, and this was a Mickey Mouse bag. Like, if you're going to get a Disney bag, get a Goofy bag. But they didn't have a Goofy bag.
Well, I got what is most likely the final ski-in this past weekend.
It better be your
up
final
north.
ski.
I mean, we'll see. Might have another trip up before the end of this month, but skied Crystal Mountain and got to the hill, 11 o'clock, right in time for it to start pouring rain. And decided to kill some time. They have establishments that you can sit down and perhaps have a beverage or two.
Yeah.
So did that. And then the rain stopped, started to ski, and it was icy, which is no good. So you're searching for snow, right? You're looking for areas of the hill that haven't been skied out or aren't icy. And we found a couple. On a scale of 1 to 10, it started at about a 3 or a 4. Then we got up to about a 5 or a 6. And then it started to rain again. And you know what's great? Yurt life. There's a yurt at the top of the hill.
Oh, is there a yurt?
Yeah. Went into the yurt, stayed dry, and they too had beverages.
So I've been to Crystal Mountain, but to golf.
Yeah, the mountain in Betsy Valley.
Yeah. As I recall, the clubhouse that they had there, where they had the huge bar and restaurant, or the bar anyway, it was
The
a
Vista
restaurant, too.
upstairs.
It was professional wrestling. Wrestling has got a professional wrestling school that
Nice.
he has taken over down, I think, at the Kronk Gym. So a lot of good stuff for Jim.
Feedback coming in on this Monday. Champ and Chump. Champ Brad Holmes for how he handled the Decker situation. Chump, the refs. They were too involved in the Michigan State game. I don't have a dog in the fight, writes this unnamed texter.
So what was the handling of Taylor Decker situation? It was bad.
He said he champed them.
Oh, champed them. Okay.
So, look, I mean, I think those are tough decisions. Now, they're not easy decisions. They're not as hard a decision as maybe a guy who kind of went, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money on the cap. Now they free up some cap and maybe can find some cheaper alternatives and get better elsewhere on this roster. So, Holmes, between that and David Montgomery might be a little bit different in that that's a player he did acquire. And that was a player that it sounded like originally they were planning on keeping, but, they made some changes. And Brad Holmes freed up some cap space, and now free agency is about to start. There's at the noon hour, we'll start hearing reports, including one, Adam Schefter, after this morning when Tua Tagovailoa was let go. There's apparently already a team lining up, and we'll get to that today at 12:02 here on Karsch and Anderson. Open lines, Champ and Chump. Got Michigan State. Red Wings with a win yesterday. Pistons, what's going on there? NFL free agency next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Tigers made some minor league roster moves today, sending down Max Clark to minor league camp while optioning Hao-Yu Lee and Eduardo Valencia to Toledo and Tehran Lorenzo to Erie. Tigers play today as Framber Valdez takes the mound against the Tampa Bay Rays, coming up at 1:05 on the Bet 1270. Some more headlines today in NFL free agency. Travis Kelce is expected to come back for his 14th NFL season, and it will be with the Chiefs. Some questions surrounded either of those possibilities, but reports say he's expected to re-sign with KC for a one-year deal. Also fresh in the headlines this hour, the Atlanta Falcons are reportedly strongly pursuing quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, who was released by the Dolphins this morning. With Tua's guaranteed money from Miami, it's likely that he will sign a league minimum contract with the Falcons or any team that he decides to sign with this offseason. It also sounds like Mike Evans might not be back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, according to Jordan Schultz. He's likely to become a free agent after 12 seasons in Tampa. Some trades that you may have missed from this morning. The Packers traded Rashawn Gary to the Cowboys for a 4th-rounder next year, while the Dolphins sent safety Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Jets for a 7th-rounder in this year's draft. The league year officially begins this Wednesday. Both Pistons and Red Wings are off tonight, but Detroit Mercy men's hoops has a big game in the Horizon League semis at 9:30 against Robert Morris. UDM hasn't been to the Horizon League finals since 2012. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So there's apparently a new player that could be on the market, not the free agent market, but the trade market in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
According to Ian Rappaport, the San Francisco 49ers are now said to be open to trading Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams.
So 36, Trent Williams?
38.
38. My bad. And I'm going to guess here that his base salary is not too bad, and it's all bonus money.
Well,
all right, what do you got? I'm wrong, apparently.
Not
Go
that,
ahead.
I mean, it depends what you think is not too bad. $22 million.
Oh, worse than I thought. Worse than I thought. I mean, if you're going to spend $22 million on the O-line, go get Tyler Linderbaum. Right?
There you go.
Yep. I'm not wrong, right?
No, you're not wrong at all.
I don't think so. I don't think I'm wrong.
I think you're quite right.
Phones buzzing all over the NFL right now as free agency is now underway. And no, you can't sign anything, but you can't agree to deals. And most of the time when you agree to a deal, it does indeed get signed. Lions still have a lot of work to be done and an unspecified amount of cap space because we don't know what the restructures might be. You heard during an update there, and I mentioned it before the break, the Falcons are expected to go after Tua Tagovailoa. Anytime a player's available, we wonder how does it impact us here in Detroit. Start with Trent Williams. I mean, that's not, I can't see them doing that.
I can't either, but I mean, at one point he was the best left tackle in football. He's gone through some injuries, a lot of wear on that on the treads there. I'd probably stay away from him at that price. So, again, you want to spend money, spend it on the center.
What about Tua? Do you have any interest in Tua?
No.
I wouldn't either. As you might imagine.
Sounds like apparently he may have a deal with Atlanta.
Yep. Well, could happen like right now, but we'll see how it plays itself out. As the Lions look at their needs, I wrote down center, edge rusher, safety, tight end as their top 4. What am I missing?
Tackle?
Yeah, I kind of feel like tackle comes in the draft, but you're right. It'd probably be wise to have a veteran in case the whole rookie thing doesn't work out.
Yeah, I think you have to just look at it all, say what positions you need to get, whether it's the free agency or the draft, and what you can address anything in free agency right now. The question is, how much do you need to spend? And feel like there's a lot of money you can spend on center. We both agree. Let's go after Linderbaum and give him the $22 million a year. I don't care about setting the market. You know, that's still doable for a guy who's an outstanding offensive lineman, let alone is the center you need. and you'll have money left over to go spend elsewhere. I'd love to get Cam Jordan, the defensive end from New Orleans, who's older, but I'm knocking on wood here. He hasn't missed a game in his NFL career, and he's 36 years old.
Well, there will be reports, and if anything involves the Lions today, we'll pass it along, and we'll keep talking about it. In the meantime, coming off yesterday's Michigan State game, both teams look ready for March. Certainly one team, when two teams play well, one's going to be happier than the other, the one that won. But that is a regional final quality matchup. This is a 1 and a 2 seed, most likely when March rolls around. Well, I guess we're into March when the tournament starts. And Scott, let's just start with Michigan State. Good for them, Kohler and Cooper and Fears. With all the other stuff aside, all three of them had good games, and that's probably the most likely group that can lead you. It's can they get something out of somebody else?
Yeah, it's that you're good for a few dunks a game from Cohen Carr, and he keeps trying to develop his outside shot. He's had mixed results with it. Sometimes he looks great from three-point land. Other nights he looks like, please don't shoot the ball again. But
offensively, not much of a factor yesterday.
Yeah, no, not yesterday, but he has been. But wasn't yesterday, and that's the thing. You got to find some kind of consistent effort there. Scott was another one that has given them more offensively, but not so much yesterday. But it just might be. It's a bad matchup against maybe the best team in the country. So I'm not terribly concerned with what we saw yesterday, other than it was a good game, a really good game that was tight. And every time Michigan State got close to 3 points or 4 points, it felt like Michigan just knocked down another 3-point shot to get them in that 7-point, 6-point range to keep them at bay. And, in the end, Michigan was too much. And there's no shame in that other than it's the rivalry and you hate to lose to your rival. But both teams, I think, are poised to perhaps make some runs here in the tournament. I think Michigan, I've said it all along, I think they're the best team in the country. And we'll see how they go without their point guard now that he's been ruled out for the next year. But Michigan State is interesting because I don't expect them to make a run at the national championship, but they're talented enough and they're pesky enough and they do things well enough, like have good point guard play. They do play defense. They do rebound well, typically. That's a team that can wreak some havoc when you get to the tournament.
Early in that game, and even though Michigan had some success on the offensive end, a lot of it was one-on-one, end of shot clock. There were a couple fadeaway jumpers. In the course of their normal offense, you could see how good Michigan State can be at getting into you defensively. And then the other thing that they took advantage of on a couple of occasions was fast break after made baskets. And you cannot celebrate for half a second. You cannot rest for half a second. Big Ten teams see it all the time, but Michigan State will fast break, pulling the ball out of the hoop as well as anybody ever has. As far as Michigan's concerned, look, probably the biggest concern is their bigs can't get into foul trouble like they did yesterday. Ademara's got to be smarter about what he's doing because you don't want to hurt your team. And Morez Johnson, earlier in the year, Dusty said we run into trouble when he gets into early foul trouble. But, those guys are good enough that they're huge factors and they have to be on the floor. They're both incredibly important. And then there's Yax, who got my champ vote, who is as good as he has been this year, 27 points, 5 of 6 from beyond the arc. And another factor that I talked about in the wake of the LJ Cason injury was March Roddy Gale, who last year averaged 15 a game. In March, had a huge game against Texas A&M. Then he had a big block and forced a big turnover at Iowa. And yesterday, he was really, really good. Offensive rebounding, extra possessions, some big baskets, getting to the hoop. And Trey McKinney is such a talented young player. Really comfortable now at the collegiate level. They're going to miss LJ. There's no doubt about it, but it's just another opportunity for some other guys to step up. But all in all, high-quality basketball game, which had some other stuff that's gotten discussed today, of course. But ready for March. Michigan will play on Friday at noon against Ohio State or Iowa or Maryland or Oregon. Michigan State plays Friday night at 9 against UCLA or Minnesota
or everyone else
or Rutgers. Yeah, it kind of seems that way, doesn't it? You call it the dumb tournament. I understand why. I don't know that either of these teams or their coaches know how to turn off the switch, and I don't suspect that they will. I think they try to play.
Do you think they would rather not play this week?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I think they would, but I don't think they can turn on. I don't think they know how to turn it off. And the one thing that you can mimic here a little bit is the quick turnarounds, the quick scouts, the quick turnarounds. But if you're giving a team a choice of going, playing all 3 games or going win-lose, I don't know that they'd turn down the win-lose. Probably never admit it publicly, but 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your Champ and Chump votes in. We go to Tim in Sterling Heights here on 97.1. Hello, Tim.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
My champ is going to be Gator because even though the Red Wings did the trade, he re-upped on the shoot the boot. And, man, do I respect that, Gator. Love that you did that.
Tim?
Thank you.
Good
big
call.
clap. Big
Good
clap.
call.
Now, yeah, and you don't have to shoot the boot,
I
so
don't.
I don't know, double win for you, I guess. And then my trump would be the Pistons for not doing anything significant, at the trade deadline.
I appreciate you
4
recognizing
in a row,
greatness.
all of a sudden, they got us scared.
Yeah, it's turning into a crisis here. The one thing I will say is seasons are long, and a lot happens. That includes ups and downs, and every team goes through it. And it's not like we're just not used to being participants in it. We've seen it before, but it's been a long time since we've had a team that looked this good and trending towards talking, serious discussions about can they make a run at the NBA championship, and then hit a 2-week stretch here where they just don't look good at all. And I went through to see, actually, their defensive shooting percentage allowed isn't bad. Their 3-point shooting percentage allowed over this stretch of, I think it's 9 games, has gone up, but only by just over a percentage point. So they've got it felt like the one thing they did that might be the best in the NBA is they played defense. It just doesn't feel like they're doing that nearly as much here.
Well, without Asar Thompson for the last couple of games.
Doesn't
that's your
help.
Best defender, so that's not going to help.
But the stretch of uneven play is getting longer than a couple games here.
Yeah, it started with that game against San Antonio, where they played them tight and for the first half of the game, and then they took out Asar because they weren't happy with his defensive effort when it was a 1-point game, and then everything's gone out of whack since then.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Lots on the table on this Monday, including NFL free agency updates coming all afternoon long here on 97.1. Sports fans like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks, and they've upped their game. It starts with their culture. Employees that believe in the brand, they just flat out produce a better product. It begins early with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to prep those dynamite dishes that you crave. Then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. What brings it all together? Sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches that brings you all the action that you crave. Got hockey and basketball. Our teams in Detroit making playoff runs. Got college basketball tournament action just around the corner. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports, because the Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings, which I love, the chicken thighs, the ribs, even the hand-cut New York strips. I love the Chipotle chicken. And when you're really getting dangerous, go after the Cinnamon Toast Crunch cheesecake. Don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice cold 29 degrees, they boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. And if you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by the nearest lodge and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. All right. Some deals already being agreed to in the National Football League, and one that may impact us. What's the deal that just got signed, Scott? Or agreed to, and nothing can be signed till Wednesday.
Correct. Draymond Green. Draymond Jones, who's a pass rusher from Baltimore, has apparently agreed to a deal with the Patriots, a 3-year, $39.5 million contract per Ian Rappaport. He had 7 sacks last year, 51 pressures, but he's young. He's in mid-20s. So $13 million a year. I have to believe that Cam Jordan at 36 is going to garner far less than $10 million a year.
Yep.
So it's a guy you and I both really like, and hoping the Lions are able to add as an edge rusher.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there are better players available, but we're talking about bang for your buck, leave you flexibility to do other things, and a player that's still getting it done, that checks all the boxes that the Lions are after. I don't know if there's a better fit at that edge than Cam Jordan. If you want to spend all your money on an edge rusher, you can go a different direction and go for Trey Hendrickson. But I do not want to sign Trey Hendrickson given the cost and recent injury history.
Yeah, and another big deal that's going around is that Indianapolis has landed its top free agent target, wide receiver Alec Pierce, returning to the Colts on a 4-year, $116 million deal. So over $28 million a year. Trying to think of what Jameson Williams, I believe, was $3.83. So does that look like a bargain for Jameson Williams?
I mean, this is how it happens, right? He's $3.80 for JMO, according to Spot Track. I mean, this is how it how it happens. The next contracts always exceed the previous round of contracts. 248-539-9797. Babs is next on 97.1. Hello, Babs.
Hi.
Hey.
Listen, I don't know that much about sports, but I listen to you guys all the time to try and learn.
Awesome.
But I have a champ and chump today.
Let's go.
Because I think the chump has got to be that Fears player who, on Michigan State's team, who back-kicked the U of M player, and this is the 3rd time he's done it that I know about, and he just needs to be ejected. That's just a completely dirty play, isn't it?
He's lucky he wasn't ejected.
Yeah. Okay. So we're not going to be seeing it in the Big Ten tournament or in March Madness.
I hope not.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you mean you're not going to see him do that? Yeah, he's going to hurt his team. You can make the case that he hurt his team yesterday. I mean, it's. I heard somebody on the Field of 68 podcast. I was listening to it last night. They cover college basketball, and this guy covered him in high school and said, "Yeah, look, he's a really, really good kid." And then the guy said, "But I played against Grayson Allen, and I know what it's like when you have somebody you're worried about being dirty against you, and it's hard to shake that label." And that certainly yesterday just added to it.
Well, and Izzo says after the game, I'm proud of all my players and how they played, and
Well, they did play well as a team, but yeah, who's your champ?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. My champ is the U of M player who earned 27 points.
Oh, Yaks.
Yes.
Yep.
Yaks.
Babs, thank you. 248-539-9797. Feedback: Fears is one hell of a player. I don't understand why he needs to do that. He doesn't.
Nope. Doesn't make him a better player.
I'm definitely impressed with JVR's tipping ability and assist ability beyond his net presence. That is a nice pickup.
You mentioned the pass that he made to Dominic Shine. The goal that he scored. So Mo Sider opens up the scoring with a shot from the point that there's some movement in front of the net and it gets past the goaltender, doesn't see it. He does the exact same play again the next period, but the shot is a good 2 feet outside, way to the right of the post, but JVR redirects it and it ricochets backwards and into the net. That tip-in was fantastic. it's one thing you're standing right in front of the net and, pucks are coming at the net, you're doing it. It's another thing when the puck is literally going to be 2 feet outside of it and you're able to get the stick on it and redirect it in. I thought it was amazing.
Kenny is our hardcore hockey guy here behind the glass. And I remember when they got Van Riemsdyk, and I can only speak to my memories, Gator, that we did not make that big of a deal out of it. Kenny, were you behind the glass screaming we should be making a bigger deal out of that?
No, and I was pretty nonplussed by the addition. But I mean, man, if the NHL had a comeback player of the year or an award similar to that, he deserves it because he's had one hell of a run here, and he's a role player for sure. He's not nobody's buying his jersey, but the work that he's been able to put in the last several months has been. Whether it's his ability to deflect, whether it's ability to screen, whether it's ability to score the hard goals, he's been able to do all those things.
Champ, this is from an unnamed texter. Champ, the Red Wings for a team in this city finally doing something at the deadline and it costing them nothing to do so. Chump, my basketball teams, both Michigan State and the Pistons, are guaranteed first-round exits if they even make it. They stink out loud. Okay. So some extremes here from this texter. Let's start with this Champ. Doing something at deadline without it costing them nothing to do so. Do you think they gave up nothing?
No, the Red Wings?
Yeah.
No, I think they gave up a lot. He gave up a first-round pick. He gave up a prospect in Pakelnikov. But everything they gave up was something that wasn't helping them right now.
Yeah.
So, and they didn't give up one of their top prospects. It wasn't Branzig Nygaard or Nate Danielson, or it wasn't Sandy Pellica. It wasn't either one of the goaltenders. It was a player who's playing in Russia. Who knows when he's going to be able to come over and play here? Maybe it's next year. I don't know. But I'm okay with giving up assets that we don't see.
Relative to the market, okay, and what the market looked like, I'm really pleased that they got Justin Falk for what they gave up. I wouldn't say they gave up nothing. Relative to the market, it felt like one hell of a good deal.
Speaking of the market, somebody is we don't know the price yet, but someone is going to set the market for a running back, I think.
K9?
K9 is have you seen where he's going?
I predicted last week Kansas City.
You are correct, sir. Don't know I haven't seen the money yet on that, but
anybody need any Kenneth Walker news? You know who to report to.
Did Kang also say that?
Yes, we both said it was a blitz thingy. Yeah.
I feel like you're kind of. I mean, you would have said it before Kang did in that segment.
I did, yeah.
But I feel like you guys probably talked ahead of time.
Actually, we didn't.
Kang
honestly,
led you down that path.
Well, it makes sense, right? Their two top running backs are both free agents. And I would imagine that a team that would go after Kenneth Walker would be prepared to trying to win now. And that's Kansas City. And they've cleared cap space.
They've cleared a lot of cap space.
So it seemed to make some sense.
Do they have anybody that can open up a hole for him?
Valid question. So interesting. K9, Adam Schefter reporting. He's going to Kansas City. 248-539-9797. So these deals happen so fast.
They do happen fast and furious, man.
And what I find amazing is that most of them stick because you can't sign anything till Wednesday.
Right.
So these are some guys agreeing to terms real fast. I wonder if there were any conversations before today at noon.
What? No, Doug, no.
I tell you,
you can't tamper until 26 minutes ago. You weren't allowed to tamper till then.
Sorry. Back to Holmes with the extremes when he had champed the Red Wings for giving up nothing and chumped both Michigan State and the Pistons guaranteed first-round exits if they even make it. I will shoot the boot guarantee that Michigan State will make March Madness and the Pistons will make the NBA playoffs.
That's a strong shoot the boot.
Yeah. Guarantee they are first-round exits. I'd be far more concerned about the Pistons at this point than Michigan State. Did Michigan State play poorly?
No, I didn't think they played poorly against Michigan. I just don't think they're as good as Michigan.
Yeah. And in the first round, as a 2 seed, you're playing most likely a well overmatched opponent. Insert Patriot League team name here.
Let's go.
Yep. 248-539-9797. More your Champ and Chump calls, more NFL free agency updates as we continue here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. NFL free agency underway. And the big news in the first hour here is that Kenneth Walker is headed to Kansas City, according to multiple reports, agreeing to a free agent contract. Of course, the Super Bowl MVP, former Michigan State Spartan and Wake Forest Demon Deacon, on his way to Patrick Mahomes' team, which makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, given their two top running backs were on the free agent market. No news yet to report on the Detroit Lions, but I also like that there's no news on Tyler Linderbaum agreeing to terms anywhere. Should be a lot of suitors for him, given that the center position, it hasn't dried up, but Tyler Biadasz agreed to a deal with the L.A. Chargers. He was cut. He was not a expiring contract. So those guys that got cut before free agency could sign anywhere and didn't have to wait until agreeing to terms today, which you can do with a team today. You can't sign until Wednesday. The McGovern dude went back to Buffalo, one of the more highly regarded centers on the market, but nothing to report yet on Tyler Linderbaum, nothing to report on Cade Mays, nothing to report on Lloyd Cushenberry, nothing to report on Ethan Pocic, some of the more highly regarded centers still out there. But it feels like if you're going to make a phone call and you're the Detroit Lions, that'd be a good call to make to one of these centers.
Yeah, they need a center desperately. I think it's desperately. I guess it's because I don't like the other options. I don't like the idea of trusting somebody who hasn't played center to move from guard over there. You got Scruggs in a trade, but is he better suited at guard or at center? And is he really just a backup?
Yeah.
But according to Pro Football Focus, when he did play the games at center, he graded out like halfway, through the league, somewhere in there. I think it was 16th and 15th or 16th in the league. At the same time where Graham Glasgow did not. He was much worse. So maybe he is an upgrade, but he hasn't played that many snaps there.
Also, edge rusher, you and I both think they'll go veteran, and it feels like Cam Jordan would be the type of player that would sign there. Calais Campbell is also available, another guy that seems to check a lot of boxes for them with some wear on the tread, but at the end of the day, kind of player that would be a 1-year cheaper contract. And you might not want a cheaper guy. You might want him to go Trey Hendrickson. But if you're to prioritize, I think most of Detroit would agree, and we're not really breaking new ground here or rattling cages with a hot take. I think most of Detroit would agree center would be a priority over edge rusher. But, if they do decide to go big, Trey Hendrickson's out there. I'm not a fan at this point in his career, unless he comes on the cheap, and there's no indications that he would come on the cheap.
No, because he shouldn't. He was hurt last year, but the previous 2 years he had 35 sacks in those previous 2 years. So he's deserving of a monster contract, which is what he wanted from Cincinnati. He wanted an extension. Cincinnati just kept playing along and didn't do it. They didn't trade him when they had all types of teams that were inquiring about him. Did Cincinnati make a mistake? Yeah. I think they made a huge mistake.
As far as edge rushers concerned, you and I both went on the record at the beginning of the show saying we would have paid what Baltimore paid for Max Crosby. Certainly Baltimore had a better first-round pick this year as far as what Vegas got back, so you would have had to add a sweetener to make it worth them not taking the package of picks from Baltimore and taking 2 picks from Detroit and maybe a mid-round pick or not a particularly consequential player. But if I were in the Lions' shoes and could have made this trade, this is one area I think that I have I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't do it. Now, maybe they did also offer 2 first-rounders, and they just said, nope, we got a better offer. We're going to take that. But to me, Scott, I would have done it. With that said, I also don't think the only way to an NFL championship is through having Max Crosby, the other edge opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. Would have been a pain in the butt for teams to deal with, but might be a missed opportunity in my opinion. But there are other ways to get it done. We'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, I mean, when it became more apparent last week that after some reporting on it that a restructure of the deal could have made it totally palatable for against the cap, that led me to thinking, okay, maybe this is something real. This could actually happen. But we kept hearing 2 first-round picks and a player. Well, the player wasn't involved. It was just 2 first-round picks. And unfortunately, Baltimore has a higher pick than the Lions do. We don't know if the Lions got involved. I sure hope the Lions were involved, that they picked up the phone, that they talked about it. And if they didn't, they better have a good plan. I think this offseason is really important for Brad Holmes because this is uncomfortable territory for him, I think, or at least it's just different territory. He hasn't had to do what he's going to have to do this offseason. It's a little bit more like his first offseason because he's not rebuilding necessarily, but he has to rebuild an offensive line, and he has to add some serious holes to a team that's already a good team.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to E in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, E.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I got a champ and chump for y'all.
All right.
My chump, I got to go chump first because it's chump of the year. Tom Izzo, last Thursday, instead of celebrating your senior night and celebrating your seniors, you go on there and say, well, we let up. That's why the team almost came back. We let up because we're getting ready for Michigan, this, that, and the other. And you still lose by 10. Not only do you lose by 10, you get in the press conference and you say, I'm nobody's, I can't say the word, little brother. You lost 2 times this year. The little brother role came from football. It ain't even dealing with basketball. But you lost twice this year. And my champ, of course, is the Big Ten champ. 29 wins this year. We should have beat Wisconsin, but we let up because we were looking forward to the next game. We should have been undefeated in the Big Ten. It's okay, though. As long as we get that national championship April 7th, that's all I really care about.
I'll just say this. I think Izzo was joking about the Michigan thing after the game, and they put the seniors in, and that's what led to the comeback. But I think that was a joke.
And then Jeremy again, I got to jump too. I got to jump A and B. Jeremy, come on, man. You wasn't falling, bro. He did not push you that hard, man. You in the weight room. Bro, that's your signature go-to. And I'm glad the referees teed him up for that yesterday. Go Blue, national champs. Let's go Lions. Make a move, please.
Thanks, E.
So have you seen the numbers on Kenneth Walker's contract?
No.
It's not bad. It's one that if the Lions are going to have to give an extension to Jahmyr Gibbs, isn't this what you're looking at? The deal, according to Jordan Schultz, is 3 years for $45 million. For $43 million, but it could be worth up to $45 million. $15 million a year.
It's
running backs. They don't get paid.
Yeah.
They used to be the highest paid players in the league were running backs.
Yep.
Now, it's one of the least paid position groups.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would have expected more, but I also don't think he would have rushed into a deal that would have, that was an underpaid deal. I think he probably had some semblance of a clue that this was the best deal for him. 248-539-9797. Jeremy in Detroit. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, how's it going? I called in today. I want to talk about the Kenneth Walker thing. I'm a little disgusted right now, to be quite frank with you.
In what sense?
I think Kenneth Walker, one of the most overrated running backs probably of this decade, and one of the weakest Super Bowl MVPs we've had, and one of the weakest Super Bowls, and probably that I've seen in my lifespan.
Are you a Chiefs fan?
I'm not a Chiefs fan.
Are you a Michigan
I'm
fan?
actually a Lions fan, but I'm at work and I'm hearing all this hype about Kenneth Walker and how Chiefs are back and this and that. And I think Pacheco's 100 times the player Kenneth Walker is.
Well, good for you.
I mean,
stand up for that.
I would disagree with 100 times a player. And why do you even care? He's not coming here.
I'm sick of hearing it at work. I've been hearing it all day. Past hours, I'm trying to eat lunch. I hear it. All I hear is Kenneth Walker this, Kenneth Walker that. The Chiefs are back. And I just think it's
I hope you're telling people at work.
I didn't like him at State. I didn't like him on the Seahawks. I don't like him now.
Oh, you didn't like him at State? Why not? Oh, because you weren't a fan of Michigan State. Okay, gotcha. Because I'm pretty sure every single Spartan is pretty happy with Michigan State for the 1 year. But it's okay. Good for you.
That's some built-up angst.
That's some troll. I
will tell you, if you have a problem with the people at work,
take it up
people
with
at
people
work.
Oh, can you do that?
Dude's pretty good.
It's a horrible choice for a Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
What do you have, 160 yards or something like that?
248-539-9797, 97.1.
Hey, if you don't want to be green with envy, if you just want to have a green lawn, how about this? Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You're going to get that early bird discount. They have the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I know about this because they've been at my house for like a dozen years right now, and I am completely satisfied. I will love what Natural Way does. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is key. Programs are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control those weeds. So you want to start early. Give them a call right now. at 888-GET-GREEN or go to 888-GET-GREEN. I should say you could call it just the same way. Early treatment set the tone for the entire season, and for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, in the station 97.1. And again, the telephone number is 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Well, we just had our first free agent move that made us go, wait, what?
What? How much?
I think Jordan Schultz was the first to report it. That Jalen Phillips, who had 5 sacks last year.
Hang on. Kenny, have you seen this yet?
I have not.
I want to see Kenny's reaction to this.
Jalen Phillips, who had 5 sacks last year between the Dolphins and the Philadelphia Eagles, has signed a free agent contract with the Carolina Panthers. 4 years, $120 million. $80 million guaranteed. He had 5 quarterback sacks. Now, we know it's not all about quarterback sacks.
No, he gets some pressure, but $30 million a year for Jalen Phillips, who's done nothing.
That's an odd one. That seems like a huge overspend.
$120 million.
Now, does that cut into any budget they had for Cade Mays, the center, coming back? On top of that, unfortunately, that probably skews it for El Qadim Muhammad.
Good for El Qadim Muhammad.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to get a massive. I mean, they're edge rushers, right? We know that. But this is it. I guess this is how it manifests itself. A player who had 5 sacks gets a 4-year, $120 million contract. Wow. How else does this affect Detroit? What do you think Trey Hendrickson's asking for? If 5 sacks, which is, by the way, about how many Trey Hendrickson had last year before he got hurt.
Right. I mean, your number starts at least at $30 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a guy who got hurt last year. The previous 2 years had 35 sacks, 17 and a half each year. Yeah, he's on the wrong side of 30 years old, but productive, more so than Jalen Phillips.
Yeah. I mean, look, maybe I'm wrong on this. Does this seem like a massive overpay?
I think it's a massive overpay.
Yeah.
Huh.
And does this mean there's no shot at El Qadim Muhammad?
I would think that El Qadim Muhammad is looking well north of $10 million a year. I would think.
Mm-hmm.
But don't know. This is some strange stuff, man.
I'm really, really glad Detroit didn't get involved here.
The Dolphins, according to Ian Rappaport, have agreed to a deal with Malik Willis.
Really?
This is interesting. So they're already paying $99 million for Tua Tagovailoa to walk away.
It's split over 2 years, but yes.
Malik Willis is 3 years, 67.5 with a $45 million guaranteed in his contract.
Interesting.
So still a little bit of prove it to a guy who really hasn't started much, but when he started, he looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
So
Miami has gone from a quarterback that I bet against to a quarterback that I bet on.
Yeah.
The quarterback that I bet on has kind of been languishing as a backup, but got more of a chance at Green Bay and now gets his opportunity. And we'll see what he does with it. Is he going to explode, or is he going to be the next? Was it Matt Flynn who did some things in Green Bay and scored huge?
Well, did one thing in Green Bay, beat the Lions, and had 900 yards passing in the game.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake in Walled Lake. Hi, Jake.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, so I know it's kind of off topic, but I just kind of wanted to talk about Jeremy Fears and get your guys' opinion on it, because I don't think he's that dirty.
Okay.
I mean, I just wanted your opinion on Jeremy Fears. You know, everybody says he's dirty, he's a dirty player, but I mean, I love his work ethic. I love everything about him. I mean, I just want to get your opinion on him.
So you're a Spartan fan, then, I take it?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I am too, and I think that Spartan fans are going to say and defend their guy and look past some of the stuff. I don't know if he's a dirty player. He does dirty things, and I don't like it because it's a continued pattern to see him do dirty things like mule kick somebody, or land on their ankles and trip guys and all this stuff, and he doesn't have to do it because he's a fantastic player. He's an incredible distributor of the basketball. He's developing this outside shot. He's money from the free throw line. There's a lot to like with Jeremy Fears, except for, the hang-ups there with needing to kick somebody in the balls.
He doesn't need to do it. And I mean, there's a bunch of things here. But if from Michigan State perspective, it could hurt the team. I mean,
yes,
that is if you think about the games it's been highlighted, 2 games against Michigan and 1 against Minnesota, all losses. Now, did they lose because of that? I don't know. But, there are going to be more important games coming up.
So the Ravens have signed an offensive lineman, John Simpson, to a 3-year, $30 million deal, according to Ian Rappaport, who then follows up and saying a big-time offensive lineman returns to Baltimore. Does that mean that they don't have the money, as Ted Nguyen writes, who's from The Athletic? Sounds like they know that Linderbaum is gone. So if Baltimore's out of the running, good.
That's good.
Let's knock teams out of the way and see if the Lions can get in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's all incumbent upon a restructure. There was a story today put together by Justin Rogers of the Detroit Football Network that they could free up with a restructure, like $40 million with Goff's contract, which could really be helpful. Now, they know exactly the possibility that is going to happen if they're in free agency and involved at all. Look, you were thinking that there might be something to report in the first hour here. I'm less optimistic. I feel I wish there would be, and I hope that the Lions are trying. I don't think there should be only one way to do things, but I do like only we're going to draft and develop. Things change, your roster changes, the accessibility to different players change, your cap situation changes, where you are drafting changes, how close your team is. All that changes, and all that should impact how you behave. And so, as much as I'm a Brad Holmes fan, and I obviously am, I do not believe in hard and fast rules when it comes to building a team. You got to take advantage of everything that's out there. Tyler Linderbaum, as a top-notch center available in the open market, is just such a great fit, and it would be costly, but now's the time to do it. And unfortunately, it feels like mostly they have not gone big on free agency. So, I'm hoping that changes.
Well, I'm still hopeful we're going to see something happen real quick here with the Lions because it'd be nice. The Bears have signed defensive tackle Neville Gallimore, a 2-year, $12 million deal. Just reporting that because it's within the division. And that's, I guess, is that money the Bears can't spend, but it's not.
They're coming in fast and furious.
Yeah, it's not huge, but the deals are going crazy for players. But okay.
According to Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissaro, former Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely is expected to sign with the Giants, which means he gets reunited with John Harbaugh. So that's something. Rappaport saying 3 years, $40 million with upside to $47.5 million. So that could be something there that takes away from the tight end market when we think the Lions are going to want to get involved with a tight end. And it's probably not at the very top of their list, but it's something that feels like they're going to get involved with.
Correct.
So we'll see how that plays itself out. In the meantime, the tight end that I like the most that's on the open market is Chigo Konkwu, who spent last year in Tennessee. One Lions reporter connected the dot to David Njoku because he was in Cleveland when Drew Petzing was there. So that could be something that Petzing might favor as a player that could make sense in Detroit. We are 1 hour into free agency. Nothing yet with the Detroit Lions, but you'll hear during the update all the players that have signed. And, of course, it all impacts the market as we await to see what the Lions will do on this free agency Monday. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Well, we're 1 hour into NFL free agency. I printed the sheet 5 minutes ago, and it's already out of date. Plenty of signings on this first day of free agency in the NFL offseason. The Ravens, very busy just moments ago, signing offensive lineman John Simpson to a 3-year, $30 million deal. They also lose Isaiah Likely, though, as the Giants are signing him for a 3-year, $40 million deal that could be up to worth almost $48 million. New this hour also is the announcement that the Carolina Panthers are signing defensive end Jalen Phillips to a 4-year, $120 million deal. That's $80 million guaranteed. Also this hour, quarterback Malik Willis has agreed to a deal with the Miami Dolphins after being released by the Packers. That's 3 years, $67.5 million for Willis. Former Michigan State running back and 2026 Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker is headed to Kansas City. He signs with the Chiefs for a 3-year, $43 million deal with almost $30 million guaranteed. Tom Pelissero says it's the highest paid free agent deal for a running back in NFL history. Kansas City in the news of multiple players today as the Chiefs are reportedly expected to re-sign Travis Kelce to a 1-year deal as well. They also lost Jalen Watson to the LA Rams today. That's 2 cornerbacks going from Kansas City to LA next year. The second biggest signing of the day, money-wise, is the Indianapolis Colts, who have signed wide receiver Alec Pierce to a 4-year, $116 million deal with 84 of it guaranteed, making him the highest paid free agent wide receiver in NFL history. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so nothing to report with the Lions yet, including any restructure. Jansen said this morning they have to be under the cap by the start of the new league year, which is Wednesday. All of these contracts you're hearing are all verbal agreements. Nothing can be signed until Wednesday. But there's a lot going on in the first hour of free agency around the NFL. There is a minor note because I don't think there will likely be accessibility to him. But one of my favorite players out of college, a favorite player going into the draft, and a guy who I think has looked like he was totally worth it so far. The Vikings, they're hoping to hang on to linebacker Ivan Pace as he moves into restricted free agency. Adam Schefter of ESPN, and I'm looking at this on Pro Football Talk, reports that the Vikings will tender Pace with a contract ahead of the start of the new league year this week. He'll receive the lowest right of first refusal tender, which carries a $3.52 million contract for the coming season. Another team, however, can sign Pace to an offer sheet, and the Vikings will have a chance to match it. But they will not receive any compensation if they opt against doing so. I think somebody will sign him to an offer sheet for more than that, and then they will decide whether or not they want to match it. I would love to see somehow, some way, the Lions sneak that player out of Minnesota, although I can't. If I were doing the show in Minneapolis, I'd be like, don't let this guy go.
So another way, just to keep track of how things are going and maybe set up some rates of what players are getting here.
Mm-hmm.
Kingsley Ngabare, I don't know how to pronounce it, but the pass rusher from Green Bay, is reportedly agreeing to a deal with the Jets for 1 year and $10 million. So Ngabare had he's 4 years in the league and has 11.5 total sacks. Last year he had 2 in 17 games. Hasn't missed a game in the 4 years he's played. 1 year, $10 million. I think that the person who's going to make out the best here, first of all, it's Jalen Phillips. But the next one, I really feel good for El-Kani Muhammad.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a Lion. I can't imagine. But El-Kani Muhammad has worked hard in this league, got an opportunity to really show what he can do with the Lions, had his 10.5 sack year or whatever it was, 11 sack year last season, is got to be looking at 3 years and like $30 million, right?
Yeah. I would think he's going to do really, really well. One thing that hasn't happened is none of the Lions free agents have signed elsewhere yet.
Not yet.
So we'll see if that changes. But they're coming in fast and furious, so we're just trying to keep up here, which is fun, except we haven't been involved yet. And by we, I mean Detroit. We haven't seen Detroit make any moves as of yet. But we'll continue to monitor and see. 248-539-9797. Ryan in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to call in about the Kenneth Walker signing. I love the player a lot. I was at the 5-touchdown game. I'm a big Michigan fan, and I was like, this guy's the best thing on turf. But, well, they play on grass. But I just hate the team. It makes me sick to my stomach that he went there.
Yeah, I don't like that he's going to Kansas City either. I'm not sure if it's the best move for Kenneth Walker, because if Kansas City can't run the football, what difference does it make changing the running back? You got to change the offensive line.
Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of the downturn of Mahomes' career. Not saying that he can't get it done anymore, but it's like they have to do something to the offensive line. And I really do think K-9's a good back, and he's going to split time with Pacheco just like Charbonnet. So we'll see.
Well, Pacheco's a free agent.
He's not coming back to Kansas City?
I didn't see that he re-signed there, right? Pacheco's a free agent, right, Scott?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a free agent.
Well, he'd work well here. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you for the phone call. Does he mean he would have worked well in Detroit?
I guess as a free agent, would he work well here? Yeah, he could. But
it would have made no sense for them to give that much money when they're still bringing back their own dude. I mean, they weren't getting. He wasn't going to come here. You think you were worried about him splitting carries where he's played,
right?
He would not. If you were worried about that, he would not work well here. 248-539-9797. Jeff and Macomb. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay,
all right, Jeff.
Great. I know we talked about this, or not we, but y'all been talking about Michigan State, Jeremy Fears. Watched the game yesterday. Great game. I figured somebody would pull away in the end. Unfortunately, it was not my team, but nobody's going to argue. Michigan's the real deal, top in the country, okay? And it pains me to say that, but got to give due where it's due. I will say something else, though, that, yes, the Jeremy Fears issue, I do not condone anything he's done all year, all the instances, 1, 2, 3, maybe 10 of them. However, yesterday, yeah, he got pushed in the back. You never do what he did. But if you go back and look at everything that he did, he was instigated every time. He could have reacted differently, but he's instigated every time, and the other team was not called for these fouls.
Actually, they were. They were called for. Minnesota was called for the foul, I believe, and yesterday, I think it was Cadeau was called for a foul.
Okay, then I stand corrected. Thank you for that.
No, it's okay.
However, okay, but yes, he does have to learn a little bit of how to react or not react.
How about not react? Yeah, just play the game, because he's a great player. Just dish the ball off to the open man who's going to make the shot. You take the open shot, knock it down, drive to the lane, get fouled. He's really good. He's really good. He doesn't need to do this stuff, because if he's earning a reputation, Doug. And when you get to the tournament, if he does one of these numbskull things again, he's likely to get ejected. Everybody's aware of what he does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's detrimental to the team for sure.
I might be wrong about the Minnesota game. I'm going to go back and look. But Cadeau got called for a foul before the kick. But let me go back and see if I can find out if that was the case.
And somebody leaning on you or even, pushing on you is not instigating.
No, just a normal foul, right? Let's go to John next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Yeah, first of all, love you guys. I listen to you every single day.
Thank you.
I'm 69 years old, and this is the first year I wasn't zoned into the combine.
What happened, John?
Why not?
Well, every single year I watch the combine, I read all the mock drafts, all this stuff. I got guys that I think would work for us, and never do they ever pick any of them. I'm serious.
I know, I get it. Because, John, I do the same thing. Like, I'll be totally dialed in and put together my wish list, and then the Lions won't take it. Every once in a while, there's a Jack Campbell. But, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
But, honestly, my opinion, and I've been a Lions fan, I was born the year they won the last championship. And I've been a Lions fan my entire life. We're in the midst of a rebuild. We need a starting guard, a starting center, a starting tackle, a D end, a corner, depending on what happens with Terry and Arnold, and at least one safety. And we haven't done anything.
Well, free agency is 70 minutes
Just
old.
started.
Yes, I know it's 70 minutes old, and other people are signing people.
Yeah.
We need a center. We need a
I'd let it breathe. You know, I think there's probably 15 teams that haven't done anything yet. So give it a little time here. Relax.
I would really hate to go into this season going, because last year I'm going to make T-shirts that says we're good.
Well, that was a Dan Campbell quote. The funny thing is, he was a Dan Campbell quote about the edge opposite of Hutch.
About not wanting to
go after a player that retired.
Darius Smith.
Who retired shortly after Dan Campbell said that. They didn't want Zadarius Smith. He didn't want to play in the NFL anymore. He says we're good. And Al-Qadim Muhammad goes out and has 11 and a half sacks. I hope whoever, now that doesn't make him perfect. There's a part of that playing that position that's run support as well, obviously. But at the end of the day, I hope the guy that they sign is as good as Al-Qadim Muhammad was. Like the we're good thing is, I think, wildly misinterpreted.
Yes, it is. Because it was very specific.
And it was, I mean, I don't think he was going to come out and say, here's why we don't want Zadarius Smith. He's lost a step. He didn't show up for practice.
We question if he wants to play.
We question, like, he's not going to say all that, but that's what brought it on. And it's, I think people now interpret it meant, we're good, we're going to win the Super Bowl. But he was speaking of something very, very specific there. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
March is here, and for us in Michigan, that means one thing. We got the big thaw, and it may be at your home already. So make sure that your home is ready. And before the spring rains start, check your basement. If you're worried about the water or some pump that won't kick on, do what I did and call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while they're there, beat the rush and get your air conditioning or your pool boiler tuned up for summer. Do not wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. And from leaky basements to cooling prep, trust the pros that you know. Visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Got a punter. Jordan Stout is signed with the Giants to make him the highest paid punter in the league, $4 million a year.
And this from Adam Schefter, breaking news. Alex Anzalone, former Detroit Lion linebacker, is signing a 2-year, $17.8 million deal with the Buccaneers. So this is kind of interesting because Alex Anzalone came to Detroit on a 3-year, $18.3 million deal.
So he got a raise.
He renegotiated for last year, 1 year, $6.25. So Anzalone at this point in his career, I mean, is probably thrilled to get a raise. If he was looking for more money to stay in Detroit, I mean, I don't want to sound callous, but I'm kind of comfortable with moving on from him. Loved his effort here in Detroit. Loved it. Guy was a heart and soul of this defense for a long time.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm going to guess here that this one hurts them personally. I bet it wasn't easy for them to say goodbye. But was Alex Anzalone going to come back to Detroit for more money? Right?
It sure didn't seem like the Lions were interested in paying him more based on the negotiation last year.
And I don't know that we got a lot of calls from people saying, whatever it takes, don't lose Alex Anzalone. Now, that doesn't mean that the man doesn't deserve. You're worth what someone will pay you. Be clear on that. And I, again, don't wish him any ill will, but if the Lions had brought him back and given him a raise, I think people in Detroit would have been surprised. And by people, I mean fans. I would have been surprised.
I would have been surprised that they gave him a raise. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought when you're looking at, we're looking for any way to find some kind of cap space. And, do you really want to spend more on him, or do you want to trust that extra linebacker job to someone that you're going to draft?
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean that Malcolm Rodriguez is going to stick around?
Well, Malcolm Rodriguez looks like the kind of player that if I were another team looking to pilfer a quality young player off of a roster where he's been stuck on the depth chart, that would be a player I would target. And yet, at this point, the Lions, do they have a plan for Malcolm Rodriguez, who I believe is still under contract? No, my apologies. He is also a free agent. He's probably going to get a pretty big deal. I don't know if he get a big deal, but will the Lions try and keep him? Will they try and keep Al-Quadin Muhammad? That feels unlikely given the fact that Jalen Phillips, who had 5 sacks, has – this is the one that still blows my mind today.
I can't believe this.
4 years, $120 million. 4 years, $120 million. Free agent signings coming fast and furious.
I think that is such
Not signings, agreements. My apologies. I got to get that right.
That to me is a reckless contract. Now, fortunately, it doesn't set the market to make it really reckless, but it's reckless. I can't believe they're doing this. For a guy that just doesn't get to the quarterback, you're going to hand him $30 million a year.
He was amongst those near the top of the league in pressures, and pressures can help, but that seems like the kind of contract, and that's what makes him a valuable player. The contract he signed is the kind of contract I would expect that goes to a player that gets to the quarterback way more. I value pressures. I value him a lot. But, wow, that's a big contract.
It's a big contract.
By the way, Joey Lucchesi, left-handed pitcher, has agreed to terms with the San Francisco Giants. Just thought I'd
mix that in.
Al is in Southfield, and he's on 97.1. What's up, Al?
Hi, Doug and Scott. You kind of answered my question by Al-Quadin Muhammad, because I wanted to see him back with the Detroit Lions, because I thought he did a very nice job at defensive end, and he was, I consider, one of the bright spots in the injury-riddled season the Lions had in 2025. But now you're saying he may come back because of what you just mentioned a second ago.
I mean, I guess it doesn't rule him out completely, Al, but this is a guy who's been in the league for a long time and has never really scored a massive contract. I have to go back and look, and had his most productive year in Detroit. And it feels like at his age of 30, he is probably going to be looking to get a contract. His 8 years in the league, he's made $17.4 million, which is wonderful money in the real world. In the NFL, at his age of 30, he might be able to land a contract that pays him close to that for a year, given what he just did.
Yeah, I want to quickly give my champ and chump of the weekend. My champ is the Michigan State Wolverines basketball team, both men and women, and my chump is Jeremy Fears. That what he did yesterday, you just can't tolerate that kind of stuff in college basketball or in the NBA for that matter. And I have a feeling I'm kind of concerned that he may be becoming the next Grayson Allen, and that's my concern. Tom Izzo has to keep reminding him of the fact you can't do this stuff, especially when it comes into the postseason. Because his value.
Well, you can't let it cost you in a game in a postseason, because that's all that matters right now is the big tournament. And if he does something dumb that results in free throws for the other team or his ejection, that's going to be problematic, and he's going to have to live with that.
I think he meant the Michigan Wolverines, although he said the Michigan State Wolverines, but
So Tom Pelissero just tweeted this out.
Yep.
The Commanders are signing veteran cornerback Amik Robertson to a 2-year, $16 million deal with $9.3 guaranteed. So Lions don't have many corners on their roster that are healthy. There's a question mark about one of them who's, questionable how healthy he is with Terrion Arnold. And now the question is not about that. The question is about, off-field stuff and his involvement or non-involvement in a perhaps a criminal act. So this is problematic because now that it just adds to the list of more things you need to hang on to. I don't know if the Lions were trying to keep Amik Robertson on this team. He's a very good slot corner with his team.
Really liked him.
Better at the slot than I think outside. But right now, they have maybe Terrion Arnold. Don't know. Ennis Rakestraw, who still hasn't played. What, Rock Yassin?
What's his contract for?
It's the one that Amik Robertson just got?
Signed, yeah.
2 years, 16.
So in Detroit, over 2 years, he made roughly $9.5 million. So this is a raise, although it's not an exorbitant raise.
No.
And I can see why they let Anzalone go. Amik, I would have loved to have seen stay at that price.
The Bears, staying in the division, are signing defensive back safety Kobe Bryant. Take him from Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty solid move there.
Yep. I have a feeling we're going to start getting freak-out calls in 3, 2, 1 with Anzalone signing somewhere else today, Amik Roberts signing somewhere else today.
I don't know if anybody's going to freak out about either of those. Maybe more so, I would think more so about Amik than Anzalone because, Anzalone's on the downside of his career, but he's still a really good player. But adding to the need at corner doesn't thrill me.
Yeah, and seeing Fast and Furious players sign elsewhere, I'm sure the Lions are involved. It's just they haven't agreed. I keep saying signed. They haven't agreed to a deal anywhere else. But Amik Robertson, no longer a Detroit Lion, 2 years, $17 million with the Commanders. Tom Pelissero on the report. Isaac in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1. Hi, Isaac.
I heard the bat signal for a freak-out call, and I was already on hold. So, who's playing in the secondary next year? Kirby Joseph's on one leg. Brian Branch has got a blown Achilles. Terrion Arnold's still a question mark. Amik Robertson was the only one that we could relatively count on. I mean, are they going to sign DJ Reed again? I've heard nothing. I realize it's an hour and 25 minutes into this, but I feel lots of anxiety, guys.
DJ Reed, he's here though, right?
Yeah, DJ Reed is under contract. I'm almost 100% sure of that. But yes, I get it. They're not going to get shut out in free agency, but they really, they haven't been linked to anybody as of yet, and all we can do is wait, Isaac, a tick-tock. As we try to say when things are you don't want people to panic because there's no need for it yet. Let it play out.
They also haven't announced anything about the restructuring.
No, they haven't said anything about that either. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm getting ready to go tee off, Gator. It's going to be beautiful, but I'll be listening to you. I'd like to get some good news while I'm golfing today.
There you go.
Well,
hit them straight.
Have a good round. And we'd love to give you some good news. May not be on our show, but hopefully there will be some good news.
The way things are happening,
Yeah,
next
that's
half
true.
hour, not going to be surprised if the Lions make an announcement or two.
People agreeing to contracts all over the place. If you just joined us, 2 Lions have signed or agreed to terms elsewhere. Amik Robertson with the Commanders, 2 years, $16 million, and Alex Anzalone has agreed to a contract with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He gets a raise as well. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. Well, how about this?
We got something?
We got something. You've got something. I haven't seen it yet.
Breaking news. According to Aaron Wilson, and then corroborated by Nolan Bianchi, Aaron Wilson covers the NFL and the Texans for the Houston. He used to work at the Houston Chronicle. Cade Mays, the center to the Detroit Lions, on a 3-year deal for $25 million, $14 million guaranteed.
Okay. So there you go. It took 90 minutes into free agency, but they went out and they got one of the better centers available on the market. It is an upgrade over what Graham Glasgow tried to do a year ago when they took him from the guard spot and put him at center, where he'd played a little bit in his career. But Cade Mays is 26 years old. He's got great size. He did a great job in pass protection. Everything I've read about Cade Mays says this guy's really good, and the knock against him is maybe he's not as great in space. Maybe he's not as great in getting out in front of the screen game or something like that. But the Lions now have done a couple of things. One is they've signed the veteran center, and the center position is likely to be better than it was a year ago. Two is they have gone out and they have alleviated any pressure of moving what is likely their best guard to center in Tate Ratledge. Now you've got the other guard spot between the recently acquired Juice Scruggs. You've got last year's draft pick of Miles Frazier, and you got Christian Mahogany, who came in the draft 2 years ago to battle it out at the other guard spot. And somebody's going to have to back up Tate Ratledge, but this here is a solid signing for not that much money, Scott. So Cade Mays, a member of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I'm breathing a sigh of relief. It's a good one. NFL.com had him listed as the 36th rated free agent.
Really? So did The Athletic. 36. There's some consistency there.
You say big, yeah. 6'6" for a center, that's big. 6'6" and 325 pounds. It's good. I think it's really good news. I love the contract. It doesn't seem like it's that much at all when you're looking at $8 million a year for a starting center in this league. You have him for 3 years with only $14 million guaranteed at this point. Okay, great. So now as we start to remake this offensive line, looks like you've got your center, and right now it's your right tackle and Penei Sewell, who may switch over to the left side. What they decide to do at the other tackle position. Does tackle come in through free agency, or are they going to wait to the draft to address that? I imagine they're going to sign somebody in free agency as a tackle. I don't know if it'll be a starting one or one for depth. And then you look at the left guard position for that starting job already in house before you even get to whether it's free agency or the draft. And there are certainly options they have. I feel better now than I did a couple hours. They've got their center, so they have him for $8 million a year for 3 years. I wonder what Linderbaum's going to get.
Well,
and are we going to go, oh,
I don't know. But what else this does is when the restructures come, if Justin Rogers' math is right, they still got plenty of money here.
They should.
In theory. So I wonder what else they are working on. They've got the center locked up, but what are they working on? Lions fans, how you feel about this? 248-539-9797. This is not a player that is top in the league at his position. But what's important here is he's better than what they had there last year. It is improvement, and he's still a guy that's kind of young in his career. So hopefully overall this offensive line. And now, did they identify him? Was he the first guy that they wanted? Was he the number one guy on their list? His strength is pass protection. And, there was a lot of pressure that came up the middle last year on Jared Goff.
Justin Rogers tweeted out, Tate Ratledge is on his honeymoon, pumping his fist in the air at the May signing. Ratledge can now stick at right guard.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Big news there, Detroit Lions fans. Your thoughts. And now we'd identified this as the number one need. They got their guy, and we'll see what's next. Feels like they still have a lot of flexibility here, and they didn't wait and shop from the bargain basement. 248-539-9797. Stefan in Clarkston, you're on 97.1. What's up, Stefan?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
What's up?
Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so champ and chump. My champ really is the Axel Lindenborg. I watched a lot of the Michigan basketball games, and towards the beginning of the year and even in the middle, I thought to myself, God, it just looks like I don't know if he coasts through games or I just didn't really see it. But my gosh, when the time is coming, crunch time is coming, he's really stepping up into a really solid, dependable player and a scorer, and smart too. My chump is Tom Izzo. I'm a Michigan fan, but I love Tom Izzo. I've loved Tom Izzo. I used to coach, and somebody that I used to read about and look up to. He's always been a favorite coach of mine. I just can't believe the words coming out of his mouth with Jeremy Fears, or even going at the fans about nobody would have known that the fans were chanting that. I watched the game. I didn't even. Maybe I heard it at the end.
Well, Stephen, let me say this about Izzo. Is it possible, do you think, that what he said after the game was meant to take all of the heat off of his players and put it squarely on his shoulders?
No, I do agree with you. But when he comes and basically says Jeremy Fears is this way because of media prosecution by media, or you guys all label him this, and it's one-sided, and he was pushed in the back. Things happen. What things? Getting kicked underneath the belt? That's what happens.
Right, but I'm saying that I think by him coming out and saying what he did, which I think some of it is like indefensible, but you're going to say it. I think it's done for a reason. I think it's done to take the heat off of his players and put it squarely on his shoulders so that they can get back to coach. He doesn't care. Tom can take it. He's going to get his team ready to play on Friday night or Friday, whenever it is that they're going to.
Friday at 9.
Yeah, when they're going to play in the dumb tournament, and then get ready for next week's big tournament, which is what matters.
Well, look, they're about to play some very important games. I would imagine it's a high priority to make sure that Fears doesn't do anything like that again. I would think it would be easy to not kick somebody there in the course of a basketball game and fix it and move on. And then as far as addressing what the fans say, I mean, the problem with that, no matter how strong you feel about it, it's not like your words are going to make it stop. In fact, acknowledging it all is going to make it worse. 248-539-9797. Mark is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Unless I'm just being, I don't sugarcoat stuff. I'm just a realist. They offensive line, the center play was pathetic. I'm talking about pathetic, just flat out. I love the signing. He's not a big money free agent, but if he's better in pass protection, that's what they need, because that's where all the pressure mainly came from up the middle. They was on Golf Head last year.
This guy's supposed to be great in pass protection. I think he allowed 1 sack last year.
That's pretty good.
And had a huge win rate in pass protection. It's gonna create a better pocket for Jared Goff to step up into.
And just look at this. They restructured St. Brown. They're gonna have to restructure Goff. They open up some more money. I think they tried to get Max Crosby, but what held it up, I heard that when Arnold got in trouble, that stopped, because I think they're going to go out and get another corner.
Well, they're going to have to.
Yeah, and I think these tackles that's out here right now at right tackle, you're going to have to move Panay to left. I mean, that's just common sense. He's getting paid like a left tackle. So you might as well move him to left. You draft the right tackle, and you draft a veteran to come in and back up the young right tackle. That's what you do, and then you address some other needs by running back. I think they get a running back in the draft.
Probably, and there's some guys. I'm a big Emmett Johnson fan out of Nebraska. Scott, you like the two backs at Penn State
and the two backs in Indiana.
Cade Mates, correction, allowed 0 sacks last year and only 13 pressures.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's I'm satisfied with that signing, with that one. Now it's on to the next one.
Yep.
But it'd be nice to know that they've restructured some deals so that they can really go out and do it right.
You did it too. We can't stop calling them signings.
Right.
Nobody signs till Wednesday. Agreements are made, and the Lions got Cade Mays. They've lost Alex Anzalone to Tampa and Amik Robertson to Washington, but they get a center addressing one of their biggest needs. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like their family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned. Earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a new roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust. So, kind of waiting for another shoe to drop when you see that Mays signed with the Lions. We got it. We got the center for 3 years and $25 million, $14 million guaranteed. You saw that Tyler Biadasz had signed his deal. And, there was another center on the market that he re-signed with Buffalo. We're all waiting to hear what Tyler Linderbaum was going to get. So Tyler Linderbaum, according to Adam Schefter, who says ESPN sources, Ravens free agent center Tyler Linderbaum reached agreement today on a record deal with the Raiders, who are awarding him with a 3-year, $81 million deal that includes $60 million guaranteed, makes him the highest paid interior lineman in NFL history.
So, did the Lions call? They might have. Then they probably called Cade Mays right after that.
Yeah. I would imagine it's maybe that scenario played out, or they're just like, we know that we're not going to pay $20 million plus for this guy, but we can get this guy $8 million a year.
I got to tell you, there was nobody that was projecting he was going to get an average of $27 million a year. Like that wasn't.
No, people thought 20, maybe 22.
Maybe.
And I thought, even if I was going to be crazy, I would have thought, does that get up to like the bidding war to bid it up to like 24? 27 a year.
The two contracts today that have blown my mind are Jalen Phillips, 4 years, $120 after a 5-sack season between two teams. Pressures the quarterback. Pressures are valuable, but that is amazing. Linderbaum seems a bit steep. I guess it is what it is. If somebody's going to pay him, then you're worth it. But that seems, beyond the high end of what people thought, what the market was predicting. So take it for what it's worth. 248-539-9797. Lions got Cade Mays, and it is a 3-year deal worth $25 million. Far more affordable. Other moves can be made. 248-539-9797. Paul is next on 97.1. Oh, Paul put us on hold, apparently.
Paul's dancing.
I'll recheck with Paul and see what he says. But it's I feel like getting Cade Mays is really two players, because you get Ratledge at guard, which is where he belongs, and you get Cade Mays at center. Two right there that help you out, because Ratledge at guard has some promise. I didn't want Ratledge to have to go back and start all over,
Yeah, no, I hear you. So I like it in a known commodity. They got that. The whole, you get the center, right guard, right tackle who could become left tackle. We know that Peneisel's best in the business. So how does the other side shape up? Who's going to win the job at guard, and what do they do about the other tackle? Still to be seen. They can go out and they could sign a free agent tackle. There's lots of free agent offensive tackles out there that they could go get, or do they entrust that to a draft pick? Because we know that there's a couple positions that look like they're pretty deep in the draft, where lots of people say the draft isn't deep all throughout, but offensive tackle looks like you can get somebody in your first 2 picks. Edge rusher looks like you can get somebody in your first 2 picks. So we'll see what they decide to do, but I don't know. I'm thinking they may go out and sign a tackle.
Question for you: is the happiest man in football right now Fernando
Mendoza? Probably. Although there were reports last week that the Raiders are looking to add a veteran quarterback to start the season, that they didn't want Fernando Mendoza to start as from day one.
I could kind of understand that. Feedback coming in. Writing was on the wall about Anzalone not returning when Kelvin Shepherd came out publicly to say it's Jack Campbell's defense. Let's see. Pacheco sucks, always hurt. Kareem Hunt was a better back this year for the Chiefs. A big no for the Lions. I don't think anybody – has Pacheco come up? I don't think Pacheco only came up in the context of him leaving Kansas City, not him coming to Detroit in any way. I don't know what that text is.
But it's just preemptive.
I guess so.
Stay the hell away from it.
As for the anti-Kenneth Walker guy, how many people at work are hyping Kenneth Walker? Is it 8 people, 9 people? Is it 25 people? It's a weird call. Rico Beard is in studio. What's up,
Don't
man?
know what I just walked into.
No, some guy called up and just says he thinks Kenneth Walker
tired
is
of hearing
overrated,
about
and
it.
he was sick about hearing about it at work, so he called up us to tell us that he thinks Kenneth Walker is overrated because everybody at work likes him.
I always like when a person calls up to say, I don't care about this. It's the person who goes on Twitter to say, I'm quitting Twitter.
Yeah, to me, it's my man's got a vendetta against his workers and wants the whole world to know.
There you go.
Okay.
A name that has been brought up on this show, Tyler Algier, the running back from the Falcons, has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Cardinals, 2 years and $12 million.
Okay.
So
that's
not
that's
that
not
much.
that's way less than we were seeing the market would dictate. But interesting. How are you, Rico?
I'm good. I always wonder, like, what's the mindset with some of these players going to teams where probably not going to win for a while, like Linderbaum. Like, you're going to the Raiders. It's the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of gutted the team. They're rookie quarterback. And it's like, what was the selling point? You can come out here and gamble?
$27 million.
No, I mean, at $27 million, but you
It's
figure
also no state income tax, if I'm not mistaken, with Nevada.
you're going to get something somewhere else so you can at least win. Like,
well, you've also seen a Patriots team go from worst in the league to the Super Bowl in a year. Things can happen quickly if you've got the right
it can.
the right ownership group and the right GM in place, right coach in place.
Maybe Brady can break the mold out there. It's the Raiders. Like, every draft, you wait for the Raiders to do that stupid thing. Like, and the draft is now official.
You know what's interesting, though? I've been asking this question my whole life. Like, if I were a professional athlete, how important would it be for me to be on a winning team? Because I'd like to think that would.
Is it winning
team? I wouldn't go to the highest. I tell myself, okay, and it's easy to say this when you're not in this situation.
Right.
I tell myself I would be looking for competitive. I'd want to win and get a competitive salary.
See, I
could turn down more money.
But
to go to a winner.
I think it's where you are in your career, because if you're at the
Probably.
end and you already have a ring, now you're just going to the best location, the warmest weather, or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're like, I remember like when after Golden Tate won in Seattle, yeah, I'm just for the money now. So he was going to go anywhere. It wasn't about, that's why he came here, because he had a ring. But yeah, that just like, I wonder how often is like, I want to go where I can win and have the better chance, or if it's just who's paying me the most.
Well, I mean, the NFL things, like I said, things turn around so quickly in the NFL.
That's
that
true.
You don't know what a team's going to look one week to the next. And they could also go out and sign Kirk Cousins for nothing. Have Kirk Cousins be the quarterback this year. You sit back, and if you're Mendoza, you sit back and learning. But meanwhile, they hit the ground running with a quarterback that knows what it's like to play in the NFL.
Fair.
Behind a center who knows what the hell he's doing in the NFL. And you've got other holes to fill, but you got money to spend, and we'll see what they do.
You can turn it around quickly in this league. It might not happen in year one, but it can happen relatively quickly. But
that's true.
Yep. So, and the other thing we don't know, and we probably won't know, is what other bidders were there, right?
Right.
And how much were they bidding? And
Apparently Baltimore and Cleveland were two teams that were kicking tires. I don't know how Cleveland's got any money.
I don't know what Cleveland is right now. Now there's a team I would just no. Hey, what about no?
No.
Yeah, you wouldn't sign
No.
there. No.
If I'm his agent, fire that man. Hey, Cleveland called, and I hung up on him.
Yeah, it's like you look at the phone, you see it's Cleveland, you just slide dismiss.
You know what's funny, because Ohio's such a football state, but between the Browns and the Bengals, they bungle everything.
They just, you could combine the two teams and you may have a decent team, but it's like they can't get out their own way.
No, it doesn't seem.
And I wouldn't be surprised the Browns draft to get another quarterback. Because why not?
I mean, right?
Because they're the Browns.
So the big news out from Detroit, officially agreeing to deals elsewhere. Alex Anzalone to Tampa, Meek Robertson to Washington. In is Cade Mays, which is an upgrade over a year ago, and certainly in pass protection, which appears to be his strength. He's not top of the market, like he's not one of the best centers in the league, but I think they got better at the spot. More importantly, maybe leave Tate right at guard.
And there it is.
Yeah. What do you guys got coming up next?
Well, I thought you just teased the show.
Oh, sorry.
Doug's staying for another 4 hours.
My apologies. Did you hear what happened this morning?
No.
Stoney showed up. Thought he was working with Gator today. I'm like, no, I'm in.
Tomorrow he's
Did he just leave?
He came wandering in. No, he did it. He did a hit on the morning show.
Of course.
And wandered around for a while, and then I noticed him wandering out. And that was it. So, all right. So this is big, obviously. Anything else?
If we get time, we want to touch upon the Pistons losing streak. We want to touch upon the Michigan State game, and Scooble makes his announcement for the World Baseball stuff.
Is he going to announce if he's going to
announce
pitch
it this afternoon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go. Have a great show. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Always a reminder to stay safe and to treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Lions are finally getting some offensive line help. Earlier this hour, the team signed 26-year-old center Cade Mays to a 3-year, $25 million deal with 14 of it guaranteed. Mays spent the last 4 years in Carolina, where he was drafted in the 6th round in 2022. At 6'6" and 325 pounds, he ranked 24th out of 40 centers in the league last year, according to PFF. That was 13th in pass block and 33rd in run block. Mays had played in 11 or more games in each of his 4 NFL seasons. He started a career-high 12 games last year, which also led to a career-high 727 snaps. The Lions did, however, lose some pieces on defense today. Linebacker Alex Anzalone is heading for warmer weather as he signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for 2 years and $17 million. Meanwhile, former Detroit corner Amik Robertson is heading to Washington, where he signed with the Commanders for 2 years and $16 million. Some other big free agency headlines of the day. Jalen Phillips gets the biggest contract of the day so far at 4 years, $120 million for the Carolina Panthers. That's a lot of money. Former Ravens center Tyler Linderbaum is signing with the Raiders for 3 years and $81 million. $60 million of that is guaranteed. That's Tyler Linderbaum probably right about now. Former MSU running back Kenneth Walker is now a Kansas City Chief as he earned the biggest running back free agent contract in NFL history, worth 3 years and $43 million. Don't forget, tonight, Detroit Mercy plays in the Horizon League semifinals at 9:30. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971.com.
All right, we're calling an audible. Nothing better. You've got the whole show planned. And then the Lions sign a player you're not overly excited about, but it commands the attention of the show. So here we are. 68 and sunny? What is this? Savor it. We're getting like 6 inches of snow this week. So what do you want to do with Cade Mays? Because here's the problem. You're going to bring up some data, and you're gonna have the ultimate case of both things can be true. Mm-hmm. I'm happy they did something.
Right.
It beats nothing. But for people who like the data stuff, look, take this for what it's worth. He was one of the 4 worst Panthers offensive players. You like PFF? It's them who says. He's not even by measure a starting center in run blocking. 33rd. There's 32 teams. Now, his pass block, he was damn near elite, which is great because I think the Lions are always going to throw the ball. I'm glad they did something. And if the going rate to get Tyler Linderbaum was essentially Sam Darnold money, you can't do that. I'm not going to yell about that. That's not the Lions not trying. That's not the Lions playing it safe. That's the Lions not being, hey, Joe Rogan, I like rocks. Well, you can't pay a center 3 years and $81 million as a contending team.
I was about to say, but dovetail that with Tyler Linderbaum going to the Raiders minutes later, and that's the guy everybody wanted here, and you find out like, oh, wow, that's a hefty price to pay for your center.
They bribed him. They bribed him because they have immense cap space, and they're going to have a rookie quarterback, no salary there. But $27 a year? No, I can't yell about that. But Cade Mays? No. I mean, is he one of the 5 best available centers when free agency started? Probably not. But is he better than Graham Glasgow? Probably.
Yeah. And probably then Tate Ratledge at center. So you know what? You can move him back to guard.
I like that. Okay.
And he may not be the greatest thing, but he's done the job before, so he's not learning on the fly.
If they could sign Braden Smith, and I know this is not what I get to do, right? This isn't Burger King. We don't get to have it our way. If we got news during the show today they signed Braden Smith as well, I'd feel better about this signing. Mm-hmm. I've said to you now for damn near 2 months, I'd love to put Braden Smith at right tackle, move Sewell to left. You grabbed your set. Now, again, Mays has only started 1 year in this league, and you're paying him off of that. Where, again, elite at pass pro, not a good run blocker, and one of the 4 lowest graded offensive players for Carolina. Okay, fine. He's better than Glasgow. If you can have the veteran at tackle, I'd feel better about this, but we have to let it play out. I don't know what I am supposed to sell the listener. Because, again, the least sexy thing you can say is, and it's the accurate part, he's better than Glasgow. He's not that great. and things.
You know
like, okay, cool, we did something, 2-4-8.
No, I mean, just that. It's the truth that it's still an upgrade from where you were last year at center. You now have a guy that you drafted as a guard. You can move back to the guard who was going to be auditioning for center, but you really weren't that confident it was going to work with him.
You're going to get better at 2 spots. Yeah, maybe that's what we can say. But is it exciting? No. Is it high level? Not really. And I do think it's a window into exactly the type of offseason they're going to present you.
And it's right there because you're seeing all of these different people going to teams. And you know what? David, I may need to go change my baseball cap.
Why?
To the Valenti was right.
Well, no, don't do that.
Wandale Robinson.
Titans?
Titans.
Yeah, that's a Dayball thing. Dayball kind of launched his career.
Valenti was right.
But don't you dare. Oh, that hat gets people upset.
Oh, you ain't lying. People got triggered.
No, and you see a lot of that, though, in free agency is familiarity, time with player. Dayball was one of the guys.
Rashawn Gary to the Cowboys.
Same thing. The Cowboys' new DC was a Packer coach. He was there with Kenny Clark and Gary his first 2 years. Yes. Hey, look, I'm fine with what the Lions did, but I'm not going to dance the old soft shoe like Sammy Davis here. It's fine, question mark?
It's fine, but I do think that Lions fans are waiting to see that splash guy. When you're seeing, hey, here's K9 off to the Chiefs, and here's this guy going here, and here's this trade, and we got a center.
Yeah, but hold on. Center's needed. The problem is it wasn't one of the highest level center. Now, again, I can't change that Connor McGovern went back to Buffalo, and I can't change what the Raiders did. And I am surely not going to criticize the Lions for not doing what? Well, we'll make it 28. No, you won't. Stop it. Somebody log out. Like, get out of the online auction.
Well, I remember
you're out.
Well, you said whoever, I'm going to go 1 million more.
But not this.
So there was a limit.
There was. Like, if you told me Linderbaum got 21 from the Raiders, maybe you go 22.
Because you were just more.
But you can't. No team who's remotely ready to win can pay a center that. So my whole point is, yeah, I wish they could have got a better center, but who? When we really look at it. So, okay, best available. You could make a case of the non-Linderbaums, and, okay, I couldn't get McGovern. Biadasz signed somewhere else. Is he the best of the rest? Okay. My point to you is, and the point to the listener is, this city and media has a real habit of pimping things that really don't warrant pimpage. You can just say, better than Glasgow, so's a dead body. Better at pass pro than run blocking. Kind of a weird choice, but I'll live with it. And again, PFF is not the end-all be-all. But if you use it as a reference, yeah, I mean, it's just telling you he wasn't one of the top 20 or even top, what was he, 29th?
29th, yeah.
29th overall as a center. If I told you that you signed a slight upgrade because Glasgow was like 113th out of centers, including 38 retired players, he ranked below Jake Bates. That's my whole point, is it doesn't mean I'm mad about it or bleeping it. I don't feel like this is some kind of silver bullet, the O-line's back. I can't do that.
No, what you hope that this is just the first of many people that they're going to bring in this week. You hope that this just isn't it.
Here's what it feels like. Maybe you and I can start the week agreeing. Maybe it's just got to be the collective. This offseason, they're telling you what it's going to be, and it's going to be the collection of pieces together, and in the aggregate, did they get better? Because I think if we're waiting for a whiz-bang pow, it doesn't feel like that's happening.
No, we talked about it pre-show. They haven't even restructured deals yet, so we don't know how much money they have to go with, and this kind of leads to what Burkett and a lot of the other GMs were saying.
Doug Karsch is back. You looking for more of the 80-degree weather you have in the studio here? There you go. There it is. Continue. Continue, please. No, you're fine.
But I think it goes to what Burkett and some of the other GMs are saying, that don't expect these monumental moves.
this
No.
offseason.
No, and again, some of the other moves of the day, whether the Lions would even need to be in these or not, that's not the point. But like, okay, K9 goes to the Chiefs. That's not a move for you. Now, the Jalen Phillips to the Panthers, here's the key. If Cade Mays were so sweet, they would have kept him. Why? They have money. Because they just handed Jalen Phillips 4 at 120. That I always look at things like that. If a guy is so good, why is he a free agent? So you just keep your eye on that. Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Jets, I wouldn't expect the Lions to be in that. Do they need a safety? Yes. Can they afford to do that? Probably not. Crosby Ravens this weekend. I mean, what is this? The Little Mermaid, a song as old as time. It's Beauty and the Beast. The Lions weren't going to do 2 first-round picks. Why? Because they don't do things like that. I don't know what else to say.
They could have. They just don't.
It's just not what they're going to do. But, yeah, as these things go on, I mean, Alec Pierce, that has nothing to do with the Lions. Where are you guys, though? I mean, 248-539-9797. And, yeah, I want to get to Michigan State. And we got to talk about Izzo because I thought it was a bad look after the game. I want to talk about the Pistons. You hate to see it. Just reality check time. And we can get to Tarek Skubal being a drama queen. That'll be exciting as well. Oh, my heart is torn about the WBC. Really? I wish your heart was torn about throwing another pitch. Game 5 in Seattle. Uh-oh. Oh, but by all means, board another flight and go pitch in a stupid exhibition.
Hey, but when I used to say that, you got to let that go. That's Seattle thing.
Listen, it was an emotional flashpoint there.
Thank you.
I'll get over it.
Thank you.
I have let it go until he did stuff like this, and it forces me to not let it go. Things. 248-539-9797. David, congratulations on your overpaid wide receiver. Big day for you. Kenny, I want your thoughts on this as a Honolulu Blue truther as well. Do you want to do that now or after a message from the Pontiff?
Let's have a message from the Pontiff first, and then I will give you my thoughts.
I'm Rico, my basement. All right, here's Rico. We'll get to you guys, and I want to hear from Kenny on the Cade Mays thing, and is it foreshadowing of the type of offseason we're headed for? Rico, floor is yours, sir.
I'm Rico, my basement. Done by Matrix Basements. Way to go, Mike.
Visit the website, mybasementsbetterthanyours.com.
My basement is so much better than yours, but that doesn't have to be that way because you can go to the other website, matrixbasements.com. Click on that little thing that says build now, pay later, and what you'll find out is you can get a brand new basement. If it's totally unfinished, they'll finish it for you. No interest. No payments.
Promo code Basement Boss.
Until the year 2028. 2 years from now, you could be in your basement enjoying baseball this summer, enjoying the playoffs, whether it's hockey or basketball, in your brand new basement. Done for you by Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Get that free consultation and sign up right now for that build now, pay later, 0 interest, 0 payments until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy a beautiful new basement sooner with Matrix Basements.
All right, we're going to get to Kenny Cott real quick because we're getting some ticket texts on this. So we're off to a bad start. That's okay because it's sunny. It's beautiful out. I had a wonderful weekend. I will calmly and most importantly, slowly explain this to the ticket texters who are absolutely dumber than callers. So if Jalen Phillips is so good, why'd the Eagles let him go? Okay, slight difference between an $8 million center and a $30 million defensive end. Every report said the Eagles were going to the mattresses to keep Phillips. You do get to a point, you run out of some money. That's why the Eagles might have to trade Jalen Carter. There's a difference. Mays is a rounding error in this world of NFL salary cap and free agency. Jalen Phillips signed a 4-year, $120 million deal where a vast majority of the money is fully guaranteed.
Well,
so
that's the other beauty.
Why I need to explain that to you outside of, again, flowchart, you're just dumb. That's what frustrates me.
Well, the Eagles tried, and their worst case scenario, all right, we get a 3rd-round pick.
Once again, the Ravens tried. You know what they can't do? Pay $27 a year for Tyler Linderbaum. And especially their answer to it, once they knew Linderbaum's camp was probably going more towards Max Crosby mode, we're going to go get Max Crosby. So, again, we're off to a great start with the texters. Keep it coming. These third-grade arguments are just a boatload of fun. Kenny, what is your response as Honolulu Blue guy?
I don't know about Honolulu Blue guy. I am
You
a
love
Lions
your
fan,
team.
though.
Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm a Lions fan, of course, but I'm not, full-blown Blue Daiquiri guy. I am kind of nonplussed, I guess, would be the way to describe my feelings towards this signing. It's good, not great, but to me, when I saw it, I was like, all right, what's next now?
Is this a window into the offseason? Do you feel like it's just going to be some of this, that there won't be the swing you hope for, wish for, etc.?
See, I can't say that yet, just because think about the way that you looked at Steve Yzerman before the deadline. It was
I stayed calm.
You stayed
laser
calm.
beam, Steve?
Yeah, right. Well, you stayed calm, you stayed measured and collected. You didn't allow yourself to overreact in any sort of a way.
Yes.
Until and I'm not going to go full John and go, let it play out, but I'm not ready to overreact yet in the way that you're suggesting of this is something that is going to be a window into the off season. I'm not ready to go there yet.
I just and I understand, okay, we said this, without those restructures being public, without us knowing what type of cap space they would ultimately have, which we still don't know. I can't sit here and predict or foretell some splash. And the Burkett piece, that's going to be true until it's not. Because, okay, on day one of free agency, you went out and signed the 33rd best center, and there's only 32 teams, according to PFF. Now, do I think that's gospel? No. Do I think Cade Mays at 6'6", 325, new scheme, new place, lots of offensive weapons, could he be a little better? Sure. He's a really good pass protector. The run block stuff is bizarro to me. At 6'6", 3.25", which is mammoth for a center. Mm-hmm. But again, I don't use any of that stuff as gospel, but I also use it can be a reference point. They didn't break the bank to do it. So, okay, I'm kind of with Kenny. What's next? I'd love to see Braden Smith. That's the name I'd love to see.
And I think that's where a lot of people are. This can't be the only move. You want to see something. It doesn't have to be, you signed this guy for, a 4-year, $80 million deal. But I'd like to see you address some more of your needs so that you don't have to rely on the draft to fill.
They don't have enough picks. They just don't have enough picks.
Right.
They can't solve it all. Free agency is about how you patch things up here. David, go ahead with the text, please. Texts. The text line.
A center will never win games for you, but they can't be the reason they lose games, and that's exactly what we got in Mays. It is great value. Bigger problem is losing both Anzalone and Amik Robertson today.
Can we just rewind for a second?
Sure.
Hold on. It's great value. Huh?
We got the Value Mart version of a center.
Like you signed a guy who's about 33% as good as Tyler Linderbaum and paid him 33%. Great value? No, value's when you draft a center in the third round and he makes $10 and a sandwich every week. This guy's still going to make $8-9 million. Value?
So it's not even Fruitios.
No, I'm just saying, like,
Right.
what's the no? You paid market
it's
pricing.
It's value because you're not paying the $27 million. So you're looking at it as, well, we got a center. He ain't great, but we didn't have to pay 3 times as much for him.
Bigger problem is losing both Anzalone and Amik Robertson today off a defense that already stinks. No secondary next year. Brad will do what he does best, overpay for a corner.
Hold on. Look, the Carlton Davis signing was a trade, and it was a good one. I didn't want to see him go. He let him go. DJ Reed hasn't worked out so far. But you also got to give Brad Holmes credit for signing Amik Robertson. He didn't overpay for Amik Robertson. He brought a guy in, and Amik did everything he was asked to do. And he got put in some very difficult spots because of injuries. Look, I'm all for busting Brad Holmes' balls. And I'm not totally thrilled with the way they're running this team, but like I'm going to defend the guy when we're just in zany land here. Look, I think the name to watch out for next, if you really want my head to explode, show me them bringing back Bob Muhammad at $15 million a year. Do that for me. Now that would be an absolute moment for me where I go, okay, we're good.
And you know what? Maybe the secondary isn't as bad because at the game yesterday, Michigan State, was Kirby Joseph throwing T-shirts out to the crowd, moving pretty well.
He didn't have to cover anyone yesterday.
Okay, so hold on. We've reached a point where guy throwing T-shirts is the injury update on Kirby Joseph. You know, the knee didn't look swollen. Rico here was wearing jeans.
They weren't asking him to blitz yesterday.
You know what? Yeah, actually, if he could have broken into a dead sprint and hurled a T-shirt 80 rows, we could check.
Okay. I'm just
Please come out with a good injury update of Kirby Joseph. David, go ahead on the texts.
I am not over the moon on this signing at all, but at least it takes away from us needing to have another day of saying Tate was going to be our center. So I'll take it for that reason.
And I think that's Rico's point. If you want to say you made a slight upgrade from Glasgow at center, and you now have more competition at guard, where if Ratledge takes a nice step forward in year 2, you could make the case you got better at 2 spots. I don't have a problem presenting it as that.
Standard Holmes offseason move, Mays is a starter placeholder that allows for best player available in the draft. Someone else on the texts. Good afternoon, fellas. It's pretty much what I'm expecting from Brad Holmes, some mediocre signing, and he'll draft whatever he feels is necessary now.
Okay, well, if that's the case, though, then you're not going to a Super Bowl. I mean, yes, you can make a case. Did anyone think Seattle was going to make it last year? No. Feels a little bit one-offy. They took several big risks, including paying a soulless ginger at quarterback. It all worked. But does it feel like that's going to be the next dynasty? No. The point is, you're not better today than you were last year or the year prior or certainly 2023. So you just start to look at it and go, okay, how do we get back to that place? Health can be a part of it, but look, the texters writing in are right about something. Just because I'm not going to go to the wall and pay Anzalone $8 million per, are you better with him gone? Probably not. Amik Robertson gone? Probably not.
Well, that's what I said. This can't be it because you have so many needs for this team. I expect over the next few days that you got to fill some of these, and
they will.
Even if you're replacing, Anzalone with another linebacker who is pretty much the same as him, you got to do something, Mike, because you don't have that many draft picks.
I understand, and they will fill these things.
Or if not, it becomes the gap year where, guess what? We're going to go out there, we're going to be competitive, but we may not make the Super Bowl.
I'm hesitant to say that until I have all the information. I know why you're saying it, and hell, you may end up being right. I want to give them a fair shake at free agency. Let's see it. Let me see the draft. And at the end of it, I'll look at you with a straight face and be like, I agree or disagree. I just don't want to do that yet.
No, I'm saying if right now, I need to see more moves. I need to see how much money you're going to free up. I don't know why we're waiting so long to free up this money either. But you know what? That's a Lions thing. Brad's smarter than me.
I'll just let it roll. And maybe, we get a big signing at some point later. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of rolling with it. Let me go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing? I'm good, brother. How about you?
Good, Mike. What's on your mind?
Man, ain't nothing better than to hear you guys just speak facts. It's tough, man. Like, I could bring up so much right now, but bottom line is there's so much they have to do. I think, the center signing, really, I just kind of wanted your opinion. How would you have gone about that? I don't know. Obviously, we're not paying this guy, what Linderbaum was worth, but in the end of the day, man, it's not just that. We have, left tackle now? Basically, we're going to have to fill out, and then, another corner. It's just what is it that we're going to do? And I kind of want to see what is it that you would do if you had the reins, both you guys.
Yeah.
How would you guys have handled this offseason?
Well, I've already given you one of them. Is like I'm not ripping the team. I mean, McGovern went back to Buffalo. I can't change it. Linderbaum got paid Star Trek money. I can't change that. So I arrive at a place. I go, all right, bring in Cade Mays, and he's cheap. Fine. I've already said I'd love to sign Braden Smith, put him at right tackle, move Sewell to left tackle. You got to. I would love. What is it, Ifade or whatever his name is, the kid out of Penn State, the guard. Now you go in the first round, you draft a guard, you have competition at the other guard, and now you've rebuilt the O-line in a way that supports Jahmyr Gibbs, supports Jared Goff. But, Mike, look, it's the needs are more than the average fan is willing to look at. Like, they have needs up front on both lines of scrimmage. They have absolute needs at the tight end spot because, I'm sorry, Brock Wright would be gone to me. $6 million for that is ridiculous.
Well, for me, I would just pick free agency, and I'm going to focus on one side of the ball. And then I'm going to use the draft for the other side of the ball.
Is it wrong, I would say, as much complaining as I have about the defense, I have to fix this O-line. Like, if you're forcing me into a choice,
no.
I'm fixing the O-line.
Mike, I've been preaching defensive line for years.
And you're like me.
And
you got to fix the O-line.
You can't. It's nice, but guess what? This car has 4 flat tires. So guess what? We got to fix the tires before we get to the engine.
And I'll give you a stat. You can do what you want with it. You want to get your feelings hurt? Go for it. The Lions ranked outside the top 20 last year in run block win percentage. Okay? That was not a good offensive line. And the line you currently have, which I know they're going to make some additions, it's not as good as that.
No, you'll be yearning back to the good old days of last year.
And what you see is the line has kind of backslid over the last couple of years to where now you're on the verge of, if this offseason's good, if Cade Mays works, if they hit a home run in the draft, if they sign a right to, if they do all these things, you can get back towards where you were. The problem is that offensive line they brought to San Francisco on a late January day in the NFC title game, that's the best O-line you're ever going to have. Mm-hmm. And then the next year, a little bit worse. And then last year, off a cliff. Can they bridge the gap between 24 and 25 and get somewhere in that middle ground?
Because now you're only bringing back, one person from that line in Frisco?
Correct. 97-1. All right, touch table on some free agency. We've talked Lions, Cade Mays, and we kind of await other stuff. But let's go around the league. David Music and I have a late-breaking thing we can discuss. Les Snead can feel it in his plums. It's a bluish hue. They go to Kansas City and they take their best corner in McDuffie. And then they go to free agency and they take the other one in Jalen Watson. The Rams go from getting torn apart by Bobby Flay, a.k.a. Sam Darnold, to now complete cornerback overhaul. Done.
Yeah.
Les Snead can go on vacation the rest of the offseason.
Yeah, 3 years, $51 million for cornerback Jalen Watson.
After paying McDuffie like he's Deion
4
Sanders.
years, $124 million.
I think Rico put it best in while we were talking off air. JSN. They ain't letting that happen again.
Right. JSN will not ruin their lives ever again. Let's go out and get not. You know what's better than one top corner? Two.
And so then I want to give the full details, which are hilarious for Tyler Linderbaum. We talked about it a little bit today. 3 years, $81 million, so $27 million a year.
For a center.
Second highest center is Creed Humphrey on that list. He's getting paid, Tyler Linderbaum is, $9 million more per year.
I told you. They bribed him. You know what he is? He's Monty Williams. Tyler, it's Las Vegas. Tyler, no, seriously, just hear me out. It's 27 million a year. Oh.
No.
I mean, that's how the conversation went.
No, you know what happened? Tyler, it's Cleveland. Wait, call the Raiders back. Call the Raiders back. I'm going to Las Vegas. My choices are Las Vegas or Cleveland.
But when you don't just overpay, but you offer 30 or 40% more than the second best guy at that position, that's how he ends up in Vegas. And for Vegas, as stupid as it is,
sense.
Let me be fair. They know they're going to have a quarterback that will make no money the next 5 years. They've invested in a running back that they're probably not going to re-sign. You got to level set this thing.
You're not paying Crosby. He's gone. So you're not really spending anything.
David.
The 49ers, they were slated to pay Brandon Ayuk $27 million per year. That ain't happening no more. So they will now be paying Mike Evans. He is the new receiver in San Francisco. 13th year will be with the new team.
Big receiver, somebody that Brock Purdy definitely needs. And as Mike said so eloquently in the break, he'll go run past the substation and get injured. So,
I think if they complement the Evans signing with a slot receiver, like someone like a Casey Concepcion or something in the draft, I like what they did. I'm not ripping it. It's just he does have a bit of substation in his game.
Yes,
AKA. He just blows up.
Casey Concepcion, or later rounds, you get a Jeremy Bernard from Alabama, kind of do that whole Debo thing where he can, run.
But the Bucs know he's on his last legs, so they let him go. I'm not making fun of you.
No,
you're trying, but the Bucs know.
But did you see their wide receivers last year?
Yes, Kenny is sitting right there. Go ahead, David.
Another player that is signing a new deal, it is Travis Etienne. He is signing 4 years, $52 million to go to the New Orleans Saints. Going back home, basically, is what he's doing.
I think it's more fascinating how Liam Cohen said, nope, not paying you. And Brian Thomas will listen to calls. I think it's just a statement. And look, we don't pay running backs. So go ahead, take 4 at 52. And Rico, you put it best. Okay, well, the Chiefs were interested in Jeremiah Love, or the Saints were. Right. Both teams got running backs.
Right. So now where does Jeremiah Love go?
Probably to ruin my life. The Giants will take him at 5.
But you would love him.
No, I would not.
No.
You win with the tip of the sword.
You win with toys, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of news coming out of Miami today.
Ugh.
They first announced this morning officially that Tua is getting released. It is the biggest dead cap hit in NFL history at $99 million, which they will spread over 2 years because they will post it as a June 1 cut. And then probably an hour after that, they announced they have a new quarterback. His name is Malik Willis, 3 years, $67.5 million.
Nope, not when $127 million on the roster's dead money. Look, Malik Willis, no state tax, sunshine. That's the positive. Here's your negative. You're never winning a football game again.
Right, but I think for Malik Willis, it may have been, David, and I know you're probably going to get to some of these a little bit later on. There was no place you can go because the other teams that you were looking at seems to be interested in other quarterbacks. If you're Malik Willis, you've been sitting on the bench for years. Miami walks in there. You know, if I go to Miami, there are no expectations.
None.
They're not expecting Super Bowl. So I can go out there, and so long as I am slightly better than Tua, they will love me. Hey, it's me, Malik. I don't have concussions. I can play the whole season.
I'll allow it. Next.
Let's get to two of the largest deals of the day. One going to Carolina, the other staying in Indianapolis. Carolina, Jalen Phillips agreed to a full-year, $120 million deal. 80 of it is guaranteed to go to Carolina.
It's an overpay. Like we just had, and again, this is why, as much as I want the Lions to take a few swings, this is the other side of it. That's an overpay. Jalen Phillips, a really nice player, right, but the $30 million club should be reserved for the best of the best of the best. I get a little scared there. That's a big number.
It's an overpay, Mike, but when you look at the division that they're in, it's bad. You can win it by just being 9-8.
How nuanced.
So therefore, no. It's like, you know, it's like the Tigers. Just be better. Don't worry about the other teams in the NFL. Be better than the other three teams in this division, and we'll make the playoffs. We'll figure the rest out later. He's helping them get to that spot where they can go back to the playoffs again.
By the way, did you see what the Bears just did? Signing Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
Safety from the Seahawks.
Yes.
3 years, $40 million, 7 interceptions over 2 years, 34 game starter, 7 forced fumbles, 17 passes defended. So Bears, again, trying to address things in defense. Show me a pass rusher or I don't care. Go ahead.
The other largest deal of the day.
Wandell.
Nope, it is Alex Pierce. And you cannot play this drop for this one because he's a wide receiver. 4 years, $114 million to stay in Indianapolis. Now, the thing about this one is you get headlines by waiting 2 minutes. They could have re-signed him at 11:58. He wouldn't have gotten the headline, though, at noon, which was the highest free agents deal for a wide receiver. They just wanted the headline. They could have re-signed him before free agency. But $114 million.
Gotcha.
He's developed. He's their deep shot guy.
They've gone all in. And they're kind of stuck. And with bringing back Daniel Jones, you went and you made the trade for Sauce Gardner. You gave away your first round picks. David, you have to make this work.
Don't worry. Steelers swooped in and made bringing Pittman back impossible.
I was going to.
What are you doing paying Michael Pittman over $20 million a year?
Well, the reason why I brought up the minutes regarding the Alex Pierce signings is because it literally took minutes for me to like a trade and then dislike the trade. Michael Pittman got traded for a late round pick swap to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yay! Until minutes later, they said they signed him to a 3-year, $59 million deal. No!
But he's going to go very fast.
Paying two guys
Listen,
to get nothing
your team
done.
just didn't make somebody the highest paid punter in the history
That's
of the league.
true. $4
Okay,
million a year for a punter.
Bears just made another move.
What's that?
A name that you're familiar with, Mike. They signed Browns linebacker Devin Bush, 3-year, $30 million deal. So they've now added Bush and Kobe Bryant.
Hide the landscaping.
Devin Bush is not worth whatever.
You're on your own with that.
I'm just going to leave that one alone. But
pray for their midfield logo.
They're going to be painting
R.I.P.
and repainting over and over again. That is your NFL Blitz.
If you're in an accident, it can be pretty lonely. The insurance company ain't going to help you. Paperwork is a complete nightmare. That's why you need to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team because you need action and now. Crisis counselors keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts lock down your case before, well, the evidence disappears. It's smart, it's fast, and it is built to win. Get David, Get Paid is not just a tagline. It is your playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to the website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. If you're just joining in, Lions sign Cade Mays, center, Carolina. We've gone through it. Look, again, the Linderbaum deal is insane. No contending team is going to pay a center $27 a year. Not mad. Connor McGovern didn't hit the market. He went back to Buffalo. All right, Biotish, he signed. Best of the rest, you can make a case it's Cade Mays. The problem, the best of the rest is not the goal. You need a high-level center. I don't think he's it. Really good pass protection, 12th in the league, 33rd in run blocking, which is bizarre considering how much you want to run the ball. Overall, he's not one of the top 20, 25 centers in the league. Is he better than Graham Glasgow? Yes. Did you need a center? Yes. I'm not flipping out, and I'm also not bleeping all over it. I'm just kind of sitting here. Okay? It's about what comes next. I would really love to see the Lions sign Braden Smith, right tackle from the Colts. That's what I would like. If you do that, you go Sewell to the left side, you have Cade Mays in the middle, Ratledge gets presumably his spot at right guard, and then you would draft a guard with one of your higher picks, and we could then say, hey, we've rebuilt this thing.
Yeah.
So we're kind of sitting and waiting. Can I make one note about Rico's team for a second? David, what you said to me after the blitz, and I know the terms of the deal aren't out yet. Rico, depending on how that deal's structured, if you sign Mike Evans to a 3-year deal, and it's structured wrong, that's a horrific signing.
Right. That's why I need to see what the signing.
You have to be able to get out of that deal after this year. Please.
Yeah.
Please.
So I need to see what the signing bonus is going to be for him.
I'm not quite sure what the years are, but it's being reported
It's
by
3
Jordan
years.
Schultz. It would be up to $60.4 million.
Right.
Oh, God.
But if signing bonus is, let's say, 25.
Right.
You can
David,
work that out,
basically,
yes.
Then
it
that
can look
means-
pretty on paper. Can they get out of it after a year?
Correct. Because he's on borrowed time. Like 11 of the last 12 years, he's had over 1,000 receiving yards. But eventually, Father Time catches up to him.
Rico, he's going to be 33 on August 21st. You're nailing it. That better be a 1-year deal.
And to your point, because that's how they structure deals, I'll give you how they did Malik Willis, because you know about the dead cap in Miami. 22.5 of that is signing bonus he'll get up front, which means 1.25 is his salary to this year.
Right.
So that's how they work it out. So you're right. You want to see how that deal is structured to say, we'll give you 15 here and then we'll deal with the rest.
Right. Because if you come back and tell me it's a fully guaranteed $60 million contract.
Oh, the three of us are going to laugh our ass off.
At that point, it's just like, wow.
Yikes.
You better be good and stay away from the substation.
Let me get to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? So I know you said they just signed a center, and from what hearing you, it doesn't sound like it's a good one. I don't really know about centers, but I do think we need to get another edge rusher. Everyone asks for an edge rusher, and it's the same old story. And Brad says we're good, but we're not. We need another edge rusher to help this D-line, man.
Look, no one's going to argue. And Brian, all I've offered is if you want the reference point of Pro Football Focus, it's there. I don't think it's gospel. I can see it both ways. Is he better than Graham Glasgow? Yeah. But if you think you've signed somebody super high level, the data's not really backing that up.
This is totally off topic. My coworker keeps bugging me. He wanted me to give you a joke. And you're always joking to David about how many kids he has.
Yes.
And there was this commercial, Get David, Get Paid. He said that you should make a website for David called Get David, Get
Laid. David, listen, Greater Life, this could be an incredible fundraising tool. I like where Brian's head is at here. Is there any shot we could work that into the sermon? Not that. That's
Kenny, what
stop.
just happened here?
I don't know. I was wondering where
Get
that
David
was
get
going.
laid? I mean, I don't know if my wife would appreciate
Go to the
that.
website. I'll talk to her. Go to the website anytime. GetDavidGetLaid.com. It's tremendous. Promo code. What if people started, oh, man.
No, finish the thought. I wanted to hear where this is going.
I don't. No.
What are you doing, David?
Get David, get laid.
Oh, no, the hand gesture you were doing.
Oh, no.
Nope. And that's not for the vast majority of our audience who listens to this program. That, Kenny, you're having too much fun with the drop board. David, text communications, and I want to move on.
Tomorrow's going to be interesting when I step back into that building tomorrow.
Or when you go home.
That too.
So what's this phone number they're calling? Get David what? Okay. Kids, pack your stuff.
Really goes on in that AV room, David.
Stop it.
You know
I'm
what?
just going to
David, read something or I'll make something up.
We are 2 hours into free agency, guys. Obviously, this is not the end of it. We needed a vet center, got the second best available at a bargain.
Okay. You people are incorrigible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you tell tell yourself whatever you like.
Kevin in the car.
I'm amazed. It doesn't matter. Up next, I'm sure there's going to be an article published how the answer to the Pistons' woes is Bobby Klintman. I mean, you know what? Cool. You just signed Mike Webster. Congrats.
Kevin in the car says, I'm happy with K. May signing. I'm looking for improvement, not perfection. We definitely did not get perfection. Both teams that were penciled in for Jeremiah Love, the Saints and the Chiefs, have already added running backs. Is Love going to fall now?
I don't
guys,
even think about it.
The draft is like 7 weeks. Can we just please?
Right, but you know where he doesn't belong? Here.
No, stop it. That's ridiculous.
Is it though?
It is. I am going to put a stop. I have too much respect for Brett Holmes. There's no way.
Hey, wait. I got a steal. I'm telling you.
Oh, no. Actually, you could just copy and paste that ticket text. We got the best back in the draft for the value. 97.1. 3 o'clock, good to have you with us. We will continue to monitor free agency. Lions dipped their toe in the water. But we want to bring up Michigan and Michigan State. It is championship week. It is kind of the couple weeks where college hoops actually matters.
Let's just say it, Mike. You actually give a damn for the next
month. Yeah, now I'm back.
Yeah, buddy.
Now it makes sense.
I saved you a seat. We got the popcorn ready.
Watched a little Winthrop and High Point yesterday.
Man.
We're ready to rock.
Horizon tonight? Yes.
Now listen, I want to play some audio for you, audio that upsets me. Audio that I don't understand. First of all, let me back up the truck.
Okay.
I said this to you when they played the first time. I said it to the audience. I'll say it again. Michigan State could play Michigan 10 times. We'd lose 9 of them. We are not as good as they are. They are simply better than us. It makes it very easy to accept. Now, it doesn't mean you're happy about it. It's just they're better. And Yaxel's the single best player on the floor. Now, 2, here's my beef. What I don't want to hear is Tom Izzo complaining and carping and crying. He sat down. You know why the little bro chant happened, Tom? You lost twice. And they hung a banner. In essence, wait for it, you are little bro until you're not.
Right.
The fans get to chant that. Here's how Tom Izzo started the postgame. And it just, I don't need this.
And let me just say this. There was not a question asked.
No.
He sat, I just want to set the table for the people. He comes in the room, he sits down, he takes off his glasses, and then he, without one question being asked, this is what he said.
Okay. Look, I'll leave it to you because obviously you're more invested than I am. For me,
now you're back on this. You're back.
But you can't do that.
No,
that reeks. That reeks. I don't like it. It stinks. Don't do that. Yeah, they chanted little bro. They should.
What did you expect in Chrysler? And let me put this like this, Mike. I've been to a lot of Michigan State games at Chrysler. Go ahead. That may have been the best Chrysler crowd I've ever seen. Because normally, it's a large percentage of Spartan fans. You see a lot of green in there. It was nothing but yellow T-shirts all around. They had a maze out. It was a smattering of green. The fans were loud. The fans were into that. The fans knew they were going to drop a banner at the end of the night.
And therefore, they get to chant whatever they want.
And that's just it. Tom, what did you expect them to say in Ann Arbor? What were they going to say? Yeah. The second that the chant started, game was over. They were doing the hack-a-shack, trying to just extend the game and steal the ball, but it was over. And you knew it was over, and it was just like, okay, you got me. Tip your hat to them and move on.
Yeah.
But he took that little brother thing personal. It's like,
yeah, well, then try winning the game.
Where did that come from? Like, it's not the first time you've heard it. Like, why were you so upset yesterday when you heard that? Because it was just weird when he sat down. It was like, wow, that nobody asked you about that.
I don't need it. Just accept the loss with some grace. They're better than you are. Hey, Tom, here's an idea. Pay for players, like good ones, not ones from Samford or a backup point guard from Miami who's now dead. Like, here's an idea. Kurt Cignetti's on the other sideline. Dusty May is the Kurt Cignetti of college hoops. He is nailing the identifications. He's well-heeled. They have money, and he's building it. And he does it 2 years in a row now. But see, and this team, I've got Michigan and Arizona versus everybody.
No, you do. But now I heard Cookie's talking about this. Now, here's the thing.
Oh, how hard up was he? Hold on. Now, that was a whole different thing this morning.
Yes. If you go out and let's say you spend on all of these transfers to come in, well, who are you sitting down? Because your lineup that you have right now is working. The only thing you're missing is a 2-guard. He brought in 2 guys. Unfortunately, Mike, as you would like to say, they both died. One died before the season started. Other died in the middle of the season. So he made that plan, but I look at the other guys and I'm like, yeah, they may not be going to the NBA, but wow, you look at what Cooper and Kohler are doing, especially as of late.
Look, enjoy your Sweet 16. Because that's just what they are.
But yeah, when Yaxel hit the 3, I was like, okay, not only is that ball game, but going into the game, people were like, well, it was basically coming down to a 2-man race for Big Ten Player of the Year, and Yaxel was ahead.
Well, he also doesn't kick people in the scrotum.
Well, he doesn't do that.
I'm sorry, but the Jeremy Fears thing, son, what is wrong with you? He did it again yesterday. What are you, going for the Grayson Allen Award? The most sack time? Yeah. What is he doing?
Mike, I think that he has done it for so many years. It's muscle memory. I don't think he realizes he does it. It's like the person, come on. Mike, it's like the person who has or a person who like constantly clicks a pen or chews gum loud, and they don't realize they're annoying everybody until you show them, no, this is what you sound like. Jeremy, you can't do that because there is no backup point guard. If you get thrown out of the game, that's it. Well, we're looking at Wojcik, and you're looking at an early round exit.
Look, it's no different than Beef Stew. Jeremy Fears is going to do something stupid and end their season. He can carry him and he can break him. Yeah. And bottom line is, you do that in an NCAA tournament game, you got a great shot of getting kicked out.
But see, here's the thing. At least with Beef Stew, you're not depending on him for scoring.
Oh, what are you kidding me? Did you see some of the beautiful offense he was running this weekend?
Just stop it. Stop it.
Woo!
We're having a serious conversation here.
He was bringing the heat. All right, so I'd like to hear from people on it. And again, look, I don't feel as good about my Michigan and Arizona versus Rico's field because I think the Kason injury does hurt them. But they are by far and away to me the best team in the Big Ten. Mm-hmm. State could play them 10 times. I don't know that we beat them because they have that extra
The last
gear.
time I saw a team this good out of the Big Ten was the Illinois team. I think they went 15-1 or 17-1 when they had the 3-point guard.
Williams?
Yeah, they had the 3-point guards on that team. So Luther Head, Williams, and D. Brown. And they just kind of ran through the Big Ten, and they lost the final game to Ohio State because they were undefeated as well. But, yeah, I'm looking at the Michigan team, and, I mean, Godot didn't do anything. Mara didn't do anything. But then, Trey comes off the bench and nails a bunch of shots.
That's the extra gear.
It is.
When he comes in the game and hits those couple of threes, he's that extra piece that they have to deploy.
He didn't account for those points at all.
So, and Yaxel is player of the year candidate type guy. He's awesome.
See, Yaxel is that player that, you know what, when all else fails, get on my back, I'll carry you.
Or when all else fails, leave him alone for a wide open corner 3 for no reason. Multiple times.
I was about to say, I give you once, Cohen, but there's a reason why you were assigned to him. Yeah, 2, also, let him drive to the basket. 2 is not as good as making a 3.
For all the highlights Cohen Carr has, he ain't ever living that down.
Oh, the slip.
He got and one mixtape toward. We haven't seen something like that since Jeff Okuda's balls exploded when Kyler Murray juked him out at the 10. I mean, that was bad.
Yeah.
Hand down, man down. That was, boy.
Oh, boy.
I mean, that was tough.
At that point, man, you know what? Lay on the floor and act like something that just popped. I broke my knee.
Help me.
I need a stretcher. You know what? Go get me Dwayne Wade's wheelchair.
You got to do what the soccer players do. Get the magic spray.
Right. I need the wheelchair. Help me.
But, yeah, Izzo, I don't need that stuff. Look, and again, this is my thing. I only see it getting worse. It's like, Tom, there's got to be something else. I don't think Tom can allow himself to be happy. And nor should you be happy after losing to Michigan. But you just, when you start the press engagement that way, I don't care whether you feel you're justified or not. You sound like a baby.
I think a lot of that is the fact that it is Michigan. And he doesn't like them.
Too
bad. He doesn't like losing to them.
Then beat them.
So I think it was just one of those, you heard the anger and the frustration coming out because he got swept by Michigan. And you're right. If they play on a neutral site the third time,
the result will be the same.
Be favored
by 10.
Guess what? In both games, when they were both close, Michigan made key plays to pull the game out. You didn't.
They're better comprehensively. And it's okay to say that. Like, I know it doesn't make for great rivalry conversation. There's nothing to say. I don't do the we didn't lose, we ran out of time crap. We're not as good as them.
You know what you do? You do what Dusty May did. Dusty got beat twice and said, all right, how do I beat Michigan State? And he went into the lab and he came up with this lineup and it worked. Now, if you're Tom, what do I do to make sure this doesn't happen to me next year against Michigan? Because
find a guy that's going to get drafted between 20 and 30 in the NBA draft and pay them double what they're worth and bring them here. That's how it's done. That's it. You need NBA talent. State doesn't have any. I mean, you just, at a certain point, you need an NBA player to save you. Yaxel's one. I don't know who the one for State is.
The one that I thought had an awful game.
Okay. David, your thoughts? I mean, you watched it. And again, I'm not railroading Izzo, but like I just hated the audio. I don't need any of that. Yeah, you are going to take a backseat to Michigan. You lost twice. Well, they're hanging a banner. Don't do that.
Well, real quick, David, before it was like, if you're Tom, you just cut that out of your speech and the rest when you give Michigan credit and they're 29-2 and blah, blah, blah. But it was that. And it was like, well, what did you expect them to say?
Well, that's why I was a bit surprised to hear everything he said after that game. And he's talking about the free throw and all this stuff, but it was even until they started fouling Michigan at the end of the game.
Yeah,
I was confused by it.
They shot free throws because you kept fouling their players in the double bonus. I don't want that was a head scratcher too. Like, don't foul them, and they wouldn't shoot free.
And it wasn't the first time he's heard little brother, so it was like
Here's an idea: you go 0-2, you get beat both times pretty soundly, and they're the undisputed Big Ten champions. Yeah, you know what? You got to eat it. You just got to take the medicine. Don't do that stuff because it just fuels the whole crybaby routine. And it's just, you're supposed to be better than that. Don't do that crap. Oh, but he doesn't like Dusty. I don't care. Like, come on. Just get after it. Be better. That's it. Go ahead, David. I'll tell you what. Let's be timely. Let me try to be professional about it. Well, David's been very angry. And I want to make sure we keep him in.
He's got a new side hustle. He's pretty happy.
Oh, his new website. Yeah. I'm sure the church is going to be thrilled about that. 248-539-9797. All right, America's favorite place to watch sports. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the best games, best viewing experience. Championship week. I'm sure people will be poolside. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Vegas this week. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David, now I want to hear from you on this. Look, and again, I know there's not a heavy topic here. Michigan undisputed best team in the Big Ten. I think they're absolutely, as I've been saying for months now, mind you, they're a threat to win it all. There's no argument for State fans. You don't get to say ifs and buts and candy and nuts. We could play the team 100 times. I don't think we're beating them.
Right, but to some, if you don't say they can beat OKC, you didn't say enough.
Got it. I just didn't like the audio from Izzo. I don't like the optics of it. Just take your medicine. Yeah. Don't be grumpy grandpa. Don't do that.
Yeah, it came across just totally unsolicited. Like, Tom, they don't like you. You don't like them. And, oh, by the way, did you not see the photo and see how Dusty got treated at the Breslin Center?
Yeah, I was going to say, I must have missed where Breslin was a welcoming environment.
Right.
Just own it.
Right. I mean, it backfired, but I mean, he just sat there and, all right, I'll take it.
I kind of dug it.
But he also knew he had the better team. So,
yeah,
you know what?
Well,
you
that's
can take
the fun. And look, this is what it is in a rivalry. I don't know. Don't become what you hate. Michigan's a bunch of whiners. Don't become them.
And also be careful what you wish for. I want Michigan and Michigan State to be this rivalry.
Yeah. Hey, Tom.
This is what happens.
Because they just went belt to ass twice this year.
Right. That's what happens. It's like, okay, I think he liked that rivalry, like, you know, how it was the Duke-Michigan State, where you respected the coach, but they just beat you all the time.
David, your thoughts on anything we've talked about with Michigan State?
After the LJ Kason injury, I know you all saying championship. I'm not ready to say that anymore with them. I still have to see what they are against some of the better teams as we get to the tournament, like in the second round. I'll see what they do after playing the first game. Yeah. For me to say their championship. But I do believe both teams are really good, though. Both teams are really good. I think they're Sweet 16 teams right now, period. And then we'll see what happens the rest of that way.
You've got to upgrade Michigan.
Well,
I don't, because I'm sorry, it is not respectful to have them in the same category as State. That Michigan, Duke, Arizona are simply a level above everybody else.
Okay, I think they can make it to the Final Four.
I was about to say,
but I'm just not ready to say championship for Michigan.
Yeah, your floor should be Final Four.
It is.
Now for Michigan, you saw it when Elliot Godot is not having a good game. You know, their backup point guards not,
and that's where LJ Kason came in.
And right,
yes.
It's like because it's almost you just want to tell Yaxel you're the point forward now. Bring the ball up the court and distribute it around, and let's just make sure we find the open man.
But maybe this will help with the development when McKinney comes in the game and gives you that extra gear. I know they're not the same player. I'm saying the tournament can make stars.
It can.
Possibly, yes.
Look, you don't want anybody to get hurt the way Kason did. But if it was earlier, McKinney would have had some of those know-nothing games to kind of go in there and get your feet wet. But now it's you're done and done time.
He had his big moments yesterday.
He did.
That's a chips down game. Both teams wanted it.
And that's the hope. It's maybe because he isn't thinking about what's behind him and what minutes he won't have or whatever, and he just goes out there and balls out. Maybe that happens. I just have to see it a little bit more than just yesterday.
Yeah,
to say championship.
Let's get a call and then we'll check the texts. Try to be better about what I call those. Text communications. Let's go to Nate, 97.1. Nate, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Mike. How you doing, bud?
Good, pal. What's up?
Big State fan, and I was disappointed with yesterday just because the front court played way better than the first game because we got punked the first game in the front court. And then Fears' antics definitely weren't helpful. Even though I'm a big Fears guy, he really hurt us in the first half. But, they're just better straight up this year. They outspent us, and this is just the result you're going to get nowadays.
Look, whether it's the money, the evaluation, or both, they're a better team, period. Go ahead.
Oh, no. But, Nate, here's the thing. Michigan went out and spent a ton of money on guys that weren't there. Michigan State spent money, but they spent money to keep their guys there. So when I always hear Spartan fans say, well, they outspent us, I mean, if we were able to see the salary cap the way you see in the NFL and the NBA, I think you would see that they're not that far apart. One team went out and got guys outside the organization. MSU decided to keep their guys, and the two that they decided not to keep, They actually made a good decision.
No, and look, Nate, let me be more specific. The biggest problem I have with Michigan State is they remind me of the Pistons. You're not winning basketball games hitting 6 3-pointers. Sorry. Like, it's just this, again, it is another year where MSU, in the aggregate, against quality opponents, is just not going to be able to take and make threes. You're not going to go to Ann Arbor, or where the hell's the Final Four this year? Who cares? You're not going to go to Indy and win big games hitting 6 threes. Okay? Bob Cousy no longer plays. So that is my biggest issue, is it is, again, whether it is injuries, bad development, or bad identification, MSU has no perimeter game again. And for all the slander that Michigan has about their outside shooting, they still were plus 12 from the three-point line, and guess what? It was a 10-point game.
Yeah, they hit 10 3-pointers yesterday. Yeah. When you're seeing Cohen Carr line up for a 3.
Forget it. Just go to the other end of the floor.
You're just, come on, hit the rim. Hit the rim, and maybe we get the rebound.
Yeah, for sure.
When he shoots, it's like along came Polly. Rainmakers. I
just don't throw the air ball. If you hit the rim, then maybe Cooper can tip it back in, but okay, he missed it.
Yeah, and that's a severe limiting factor. Now, has Michigan had some games they've had to escape when their perimeter shooting fails them? Of course. Theirs is a weakness, but they have things that can make up for it. I don't think State does. State has some bigs who can play. Like Kohler and Cooper comprehensively have gotten a lot better. They have no ability to play inside out. Right. They have no reliable shooting.
Right. I mean,
I know your guy, Pete Tang.
Kurt
Tang. I know what it is.
No, but for Michigan, when you look at Mara and Johnson down low and their ability to block shots,
they don't let you in the paint.
And that's just it. Like, there's many a time Fears went all the way to the hoop and was like, nope, never mind. Let's just go ahead and run the offense. And those are normally easy transition baskets. So that's where when Michigan's having an off shooting night,
yes,
you're not going to get an easy basket. So we'll have a rock fight against each other. But yeah, that is big. And so yeah, when both of those guys were in foul trouble, I thought that may be okay. This is the best case scenario for MSU, 76-72, and they let the game get away from them.
I think the other thing is Michigan is the type of team that can lull you to sleep a little bit as you think you're playing good defense against them, and they're still in the 80s.
Yeah.
And that's the best compliment I could pay you. David, what do the texts have to say?
Yeah, someone's asking on the text. With Izzo, I think it's clear that he made those comments after the game to get the headlines off of Fears playing dirty again.
Well, stop kicking guys in the balls, and you don't have to worry about redirection of headlines. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Those referees were never going to kick him out of the game and suspend Dave. We talked about this. They weren't going to kick him out the game. They weren't going to kick Morrow out the game. Why? Because the Big Ten needs those two teams in the tournament to make money. So you're not going to cut off your nose and spite your face. Guys, we're going to keep giving you warnings. Don't make us turn this car around. Come to the NCAA tournament, different refs. Hey,
he's gone.
Did you just kick somebody in the? You know what? Goodbye. But I didn't mean to. Don't care.
I'm a lifelong Spartan, and I am done with Tom and his antics and his crime. Modernize or get out the game because you are holding this program back.
Look here. Okay. See, once again, we arrive early in the week, Rico. I could make my life easier by not saying something, but that's just not my nature.
Go ahead.
Next year's it. He's bringing in allegedly this superb recruiting class.
He's got the number 2 class.
And they'll have another portal round. He doesn't get it done next year. I'm sorry. You got to go to your lake house. It's enough. Like, you've earned the right to do something else in life. I know he'll coach until the day he dies because he can't be happy. He doesn't know anything else.
And I know a lot of people are like, oh, go to the portal and spend money. They spent money on this class coming in. Now, how they're going to be? Don't know. Ask Kentucky, who spent a ton of money.
I want him to go out and find someone 23, 24, hell, 25 years old and bring them in. Old man strength.
You got that.
What?
It's the guy who got hurt this year.
Please. I mean an NBA player, not random FAU guy.
And I think that's the difference in the spending, Rico. You did mention, yes, Michigan State spent. Is a difference in how they spent.
Johnny Oogie Kabuchi,
I think
the
it's
backup
the
from Miami.
Differential. That's the problem.
But here's the thing, David. Because as a collection it worked out, nobody followed where Johnson and Marr came from last year.
Very true.
Unless you had to be, Mike.
Illinois, UCLA.
I was about to say, unless you are a strong basketball fan.
Yes.
And neither did this great thing at their schools, but combined, they turned into Voltron, where all of a sudden they became unbeatable.
Dusty deserves credit because Cronin wanted to kill Mara.
Yeah.
Dusty's been able to unlock something with that kid where Cronin was basically like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
David?
McKinney is Kason now. McKinney is just as good, if not better.
Okay.
You will get more minutes now. I'm looking forward to it. Jerry in Royal Oak.
Scoring, yes. Bringing that ball up the court. If he goes up against and Darius Acuff, that's going to be problems.
How about we let the kid develop? Like, there's hope.
You're not allowed.
Just because Kason got hurt, we don't get to say the new guy's better. I'm saying he's got an opportunity, and he's clearly got the ability to shoot the pill.
You're a real fan if you say he's great.
Right.
I say I'm worried because we don't have LJ, and you're not a real fan.
And Kason was making baskets before he got hurt coming off the bench.
To one where Jeff Rieger had said Kason's better than Cadeau.
There was a lot of people who said maybe you're bringing the wrong person off the bench.
Uh-oh. David, one more, please, and then we'll move along.
From a Michigan fan's point of view, if Izzo wants to win a championship next year, Cohen Carr needs to be shown the door.
Oh.
They need to upgrade at that spot.
I'm at a point where I don't know what it will take for him to just, could you shoot 34% on just spot up, you're wide open, shoot the puck guys yelling at you three-pointers? I have limited hope because when he shoots, I'm with Rico. I'm praying for some form of Marvel Universe Kareen where it bounces off the rim, off someone's skull, and gets back into our hands.
What he would have to do real quickly, you know what? For the summer, I'm not dunking the ball. And use like a money ball type of situation, I'm only shooting threes. And that's it.
Like Larry Bird only shooting with your left hand.
I saw Adrian Payne do it. I saw Xavier Tillman do it. I'm only shooting threes the entire summer. It worked for them. Always follow along.
97-1. Real quick, just a little baseball note, if I may. Max Clark has been reassigned. Not a big deal. He's 21. He was terrible. Beyond the drop fly balls, he's like 2 for 20 with 1 million strikeouts.
Careful. You'll get a 3,000-word essay on why he's not.
I'm staying away from all that. I don't care. I don't care if he wore a Jamal Williams furry hat on his head. If you can play, you can play. It's a little wild to me. His response too of people don't know me, and then you showed me the photo he put out there. It's like, all right, kid, you need a little more maturing. Hayu Lee has been optioned. Lorenzo, Valencia. You know who's still with the team with 17 days to go? Batman. McGonagall's still here.
Still there.
And look, can I sell you this pen? You know who's not great right now?
Who?
Parker Meadows. Would there be a world where the opportunity for McGonagall at short would grow based on the almost need to have Baez in center? Because Meadows, look, if Meadows is going to be a net negative offensively, it's going to be very hard for any level of defense to outweigh that. Maybe it opens up shortstop because McGonagall is forcing his way onto this team.
He has
had that kind of spring, Rico.
I don't want to say anything. It's like the no-hitter. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to say anything. I just want to magically see opening day lineup, and there's a certain person at shortstop.
Oh, and he just hit another home run 20 minutes ago.
I don't want to say the name. I don't want to jinx it because he should be here.
I know.
We all know he should be here. But I think deep down we're all just whistling past the graveyard because, and we decide to go ahead.
But I'll continue to say this. If McGonagall is good to very good, the service time doesn't matter because the way the league has gone is you extend those players. You've seen it with the Ronald Acuñas. You've seen it with, I know it's a bad example because he got arrested, Work With Me, Wander Franco. Hell, on a poverty level, you saw it with Colt Keith.
Yep.
The whole idea is I don't have to worry about the service time if I'm going to hand the kid 8 at 110. And that's kind of the world we exist in now. So just a brief update. I wanted to throw it out there for you. It's a good sign because they did some house cleaning today, and he's not a part of it.
I know. I just don't want to jinx this. I'm just going to keep it to myself, and we'll wait till the opening day lineup happens. That's just me. But I do have a little bit of news for you, Michael Valente.
Breaking or regular?
Just regular.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Your Giants signed linebacker, Tremaine Edmonds.
I shudder to think what they spent on an off-ball linebacker.
It'd be 3 years, $36 million.
Oh, my dear God. Okay. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If we want to localize it, because I barely care about the Giants, you better buckle up for whatever you're going to pay Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
Buckle up. David, text communications before we check in with a little more football. We got to get to the Pistons. We got to get to Scooble a little bit, too. This Scooble WBC thing, and we're one step from LeBron James at a boys' club. What are we doing here?
Somebody sending this in wants to try and see if this nickname works. He says, Kevin McGaughan.
No, just
okay.
I'm begging you to stop.
He just wanted to try it.
You're one step from playing a kazoo. Cut it out. Nope.
Okay.
No.
Someone says,
this is the city of B-Ball Paul.
No, it is not.
Oh, hustle, man. Okay.
Beef stew.
Someone says, Mike, you are right. Parker cannot be on this roster for opening day. Play Javi in center. And yes, that means McGonagall makes the opening day roster.
Yeah, and it overall makes you a better team. I'm not saying Parker can't play himself into a role. But offensively, he's got to snap back. Remember, this was a guy 2 years ago hitting leadoff in the stretch drive and in playoff games. You got to give me something now. Because the lineup, hey, if we're being fair, all the praise for signing Framber, and then Olsen dies, and you bring in Verlander, you fortified the bullpen. You did nothing to make that offense better. The bottom of that order's got a lot of free squares. And regression is coming for a few of these guys. So the whole point is, no, you can't just add to the free squares. We've got to begin lengthening the lineup.
Someone says, I don't like it, guys. It's dumb, but it'll happen. McGonigal won't make the opening day roster because if they wait, they get the extra year. That is what the Tigers are going to do in his belief, is what he said.
I really hope that's not the case.
I hope he's wrong, but
Hope is not a strategy.
I understand where he's coming from.
David.
Regarding Michigan and Michigan State, someone says, props to Mike for calling out what it is. Fears knows what he's doing. Most people don't say anything bad about their players. I love it, especially Michigan fans. LOL.
Yeah, well, no, they won't remember any of it. There's a weird, it's Sparty Radio 2 to 6. And you're telling me you're a brain dead moron because I hammer my own team damn near worse than yours.
Oh, it ain't damn near.
Okay, we'll just call it even. No, the Fears thing is becoming an annoyance to me. I'm ready to throw him out of the game. Stop doing that.
The Fears thing is bad because,
jackass, stop it.
First of all, you don't kick men in the ball. Second,
hold on. Kenny, please. That might be the most prophetic statement ever. Thank you for that.
You should write that down somewhere, man. That's crazy.
It's like rule number 76.
I think Plato once said that.
Yes.
I love it. Yeah,
Tell us more life advice.
Wedding crasher, rule number 3.
Don't do crack.
Right. It's like the wedding crashers, rule number 3.
Leave no man behind.
Right. And second, there's nobody behind you. You can't afford to get kicked out of a game because let's say he got kicked out of that game 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
It would have been a boat race.
The other problem,
Michigan would have scored 150 points.
The other problem, too, is you get to a point, I used to say this about Grayson Allen, I'll say it here. It's an issue, the 5 inches between your ears. Like that becomes an emotional intelligence issue.
Right.
Dude, if you can't control yourself and this is your go-to, you may need a different vocation.
Right. You got fouled. If you want to say you flop, just fall on the ground like a dead fish out there. But you don't kick somebody because your foul then got negated. They got free throws and the ball.
MSU was leading both times with less than 10 minutes to go. Michigan made plays and State didn't, and that's why Michigan is better. But to say they aren't even comparable is delusional.
It's not delusional. They could play the game a million times. State, you know what that was? That was a father playing basketball with his son. Arm's length. That's all that was. It's the same damn thing as when the Pistons played the Spurs. It's down to 4, it's out to 8. It's down to 6, it's out to 12.
So
it's down to 3, it's out to 9.
So was that the actual living embodiment of Mike Hart's statement?
Kind of.
Playing
yeah.
your brother in basketball?
It just felt like Michigan was going to be able to keep him at an arm's length, and when crunch time comes down to it, right, they're going to make the plays, and we're not.
Right. That feeling the entire game was you needed somebody to hit that spectacular shot, and you needed Michigan to miss one. And Michigan just kept draining 3 after 3, alley-oop. They made every play and they were better.
I just feel like their Final Four good and State is Sweet 16 good. I don't think that's delusion. I think it's honesty.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sorry. Okay, we good?
Yeah, because in the Sweet 16, State would probably have to play they would end up playing a 2 or
Yeah,
3.
they'll play a real team, and they'll be at a talent deficit, and then you flip the coin. And again, even if State were able to get to a Final Four, which I don't see, Rico, if they play Duke, Michigan, Houston, Zone, they'll get hit with a garbage can.
No, because you saw that with Duke and Michigan. They ran out of gas all 3 games where they had a lead or it was very close, but they couldn't make those big plays.
97-1. Oh. Hi, I'm Rico.
No, that's me. What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you would need the most reliable mobile connection to keep that online park going. And with Xfinity Mobile, you will have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. So whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps while you're lost in the Gallimimus run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home, at the park, because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity, imagine that. Now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet requires savings based on promotional rate of 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.
So, 2 quick football notes before we get to a football today. One of them is the Lions have signed another player. But I can't hit a breaking news sounder on this.
No, I think this is a depth player, Larry Borom.
This is the guy that Dan Campbell probably referred to, that we need a guy who can, quote, play over there. Larry Borom has played right tackle, could flip. He's a swing tackle player. Now, what are the terms of the deal?
Don't know as of yet. David, do you have it? No, we don't know yet.
Played for the Dolphins. He's a long-term vet on a really good team. He's a depth piece. So I'm not going to, again, they need bodies, fine. But I was thinking about something. I think I've identified the most Brad Holmes player of the free agent class. If you're right, this offensive line gets nasty in a hurry. If you're wrong, it's a disaster. But Elijah Vera Tucker. I was just talking to somebody, and again, the Giants are all in on this guy. He's a Jet. Here's his deal. When he plays, he's elite. The problem, he's always hurt. So automatically, Brad Holmes will be aroused. Wait, did someone say a player who's oft injured? So, like, I was just pulled up a piece on this too, and it's interesting. So basically, PFF wrote about 10 players with question marks, etc. Elijah Vera Tucker's produced a 75.4 overall PFF grade. That's really good, and he's finished at least with a 71.7 in each of the 3 seasons he's played. First round pick, stout in the run game. Over an 80 career PFF run block grade, almost 20% of the time impact block, which is basically you vaporize somebody. The problem? He missed the entire 25 campaign to a tricep, suffered in September, and he's played under 450 snaps in 2 other seasons. He's only 26, and here's your problem. Because the way free agency works, someone's going to pay him. Do you want to be that Huckleberry? But what do we talk about? Vera Tucker's interesting for this one reason. Beyond when he's healthy, he's very good. Do you realize he has played every position on the offensive line? He is as versatile as any guy out there. He'll make his hay as a guard. But when Dan Campbell's talked about, well, we still need a guy over there, you're going to have a new tackle on this team, and if it's a rookie, that could be real challenging. You want competition at guard, right? All right, well, I've got Mahogany. I've got Ratledge. You want to throw Miles Frazier in there? You can. You've added Borom. If you were going to gamble on this year's – now, this is going to be way more expensive than Marcus Davenport.
Center, okay.
My point is – right, you signed Cade Mays. But if Vera Tucker slots in at a guard spot with the ability to kick the tackle, and if he's healthy, he's every bit what Zeitler brought to you 2 years ago. The difference is this guy can play almost every position, and he's only 26. The Jets are making him available because they've had to live through. He missed all of last year. He blew out. And in 2 other seasons, basically missed half the year. I'm not screaming and yelling about it. I'm simply saying if there was ever a player built in the garage of Brad Holmes, for Brad Holmes,
I like the versatility.
It's Vera Tucker.
No, I like the versatility. He's often injured, so check.
Yeah, we
Brad
love him.
Holmes loves him. I can rehab him and make it work.
But if he's healthy, he's a Pro Bowl type player.
And the fact that, in case because you're auditioning people at 4 of your different positions, that, this could work, that he could find a spot somewhere on this O-line. It's just
if you put him next to Penei Sewell at right guard and have Tate go to the left side, you now have something that is uncompromising. Vera Tucker next to Sewell, or if Sewell goes to left tackle, you move him to the left side. Hey, you get my point. You are creating something that defenses don't get a say in. You're just going to dummy people up front. It's a risk it, biscuit thing. The other question would be, does he want to win football games? You've been a Jet.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Wow, Linderbaum said no. Because he got bribed to go to Vegas and never win again.
Yeah. But, I mean, at least one, they didn't win the Super Bowl, but he played for Baltimore. So different. When you play for the Jets.
So he had his fill of wins.
Right. You've never – what's a winning record?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just wanted to put it out there because it's a guy, There's a lot of buzz. Someone might end up being my team, but someone is going to pay the freight. And it's the type of player that if you give him a contract, you could either be viewed as a genius or a jackass. There's really no in between. But if it works, that guy greatly upgrades your line.
Yeah, but you're right. That is the most quintessential Lions pick because it's a project. It's what we see in the draft. I'm going to get this guy, and I'm going to trade up to get him, and just wait and see. We're going to show the NFL we're smarter than them until you don't.
David, I had to bring it up. It's the most Holmesian player of the free agent class.
Pair him up with signing Wills and Jedrick Wills, and you would be right on target with your offensive line acquisitions this year.
Hey, look, but if you're right, David, not many guys are going to play 4 positions at a high level. And in the run, see, this is my thing. Cade May's run grade was horrific.
It's poor, yes.
So what's and again, you want to tell me a different scheme, a different place, we'll upgrade him, Hank Fraley, I'll live with all that. But there's by no measure is he viewed as even good as a run blocker. What's the secret sauce for this team? They got to be able to hammer the rock. They got to be able to run the football. Vera Tucker, if he's healthy, is one of the best guys in the league. I'm not telling you they're doing it. I don't even know if I would do it. I don't have access to his medicals. I feel like everything's been broken on that guy. Vera Tucker, basically, it's like the guy got a piano dropped on him. But, man, when he plays, is he good. All right, we'll get to a blitz next. No, I'm
just the piano dropped on him. That's all. I'm just thinking of a cartoon. That's all.
97.1. David, some music, please. It's football day. It's day one of tamper. Why do we call it legal tampering? Whatever. Just hit the button.
Oxymoron.
Also, these bells can be heard every Sunday at the 11 a.m. Mass at Greater Life Church on Tireman.
It can also be heard, I guess, in the hallways of, I don't know, whatever house he lives in. Isaiah Likely signed 3 years, $40 million. Could go up to $47.5 million. He's going to the Giants.
Mike, what's it feel like to be privileged?
Okay. No, I mean, I like the player a lot. The Giants already have their inline tight end in Theo Johnson. They want to run a lot of 12 personnel, and they're going to run a ton of RPO. Likely's that athletic freakazoid. Yeah, I like the player. I mean, is it an overpay? Sure it is. It's day one of free agency. But he's got upside to live up to the deal. I'm good with it. But my team's won 7 games in 2 years.
No, but I think it's a steal for your team, Mike, even with the amount of money, because you have a legit offensive weapon. You put in with Theo Johnson and
Malik Neighbors.
You got the young quarterback. I know you like, oh, we only won so many games. Your team's a fun team to watch.
Oh, good. Nothing more fun than losing.
They're young and they're getting better.
I like the signing. I need to see some offensive linemen. But carry on.
Let's get to a team that is fun to watch, also annoying to watch. Kelsey's back.
Ugh.
Back again. Kelsey's back. Tell a friend. He's coming back to the Kansas City Chiefs. They are working on a deal.
Oh, great.
Hasn't been announced yet, but it could be worth up to $15 million.
That's expensive for a coffin.
Right, but
you could wheel a coffin onto the field wearing an 87 spray painted on it. I don't even understand why the team wants him back. He's done. Go get married. Get out of here.
See, I don't think so, Mike. He gave them the hometown discount. And
this is not a discount.
He's coming back to Kansas City, a place he's familiar with, his OC he's familiar with.
These are all his reasons. What's the Chiefs' reason for wanting this empty husk?
Because he can come back, because Taylor Swift is not doing because he can focus on football, because she's not doing a world tour, and he could just go out there. Because all throughout the season, he's dropping simple passes. It's like, bruh, are you even here?
Once again, why do they want him back?
Because he's Travis Kelce.
They could have signed Isaiah Likely for the money that they're going to spend on Travis Kelce.
They could have, but he's a legend there, David.
Also, going to Kansas City is the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker. He will sign a 3-year, $43 million deal, 28 guaranteed. Beautiful signing for the Kansas City Chiefs here.
Whatever. I don't pay running backs. You can leave me out of this one. Go ahead.
No, but here's the thing about Kenneth Walker. He's not that great of a pass catcher. So can you leave him in there on third down? No, because if Mahomes is scrambling, I don't think that's the guy you want to throw him the ball to, because he doesn't have the greatest hands in the world. But if you're Kansas City, you'd rather take, I guess, the person that you know rather than gamble on Jeremiah Love. So now you can go out and actually draft somebody with the 9th selection overall. You can get a defensive player.
Another deal here that was kind of discussed, but he really didn't get into it. It is Rashawn Gary getting traded to the Dallas Cowboys for a 2027 4th-round selection. Former defensive coordinator there with him now.
What is it, Clay Thompson? What the hell's his name? But, yeah, he was a Packer defensive assistant. And, again, Kenny Clark, Packer. Gary, Packer. They're rebuilding their front. I don't hate it. And for that scheme, they like what he brings to the table. I mean, what am I going to tell you? It's a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny because Dallas, just when you think, okay, they're out of it, they got rid of Micah Parsons. You're like, they're actually doing a pretty good job there. Like, I hate to say, is Jerry Jones actually doing something correct and not getting in his own way? But for a 4th-round selection, yeah, this looks like a pretty good deal for the Cowboys.
And I can't believe I didn't bring this up earlier, just to get you all's full thought on it, because it happened over the weekend. It is Max Crosby getting traded to the Ravens. They traded 2 first-round picks to get him. Just your full thoughts on it, since we didn't really get to it.
They had to do it. Their pass rush was a joke. You can go and get one of the best players in the league. You give up 2 first-round picks. Look, they made their choice. They made their bed. They stuck with Lamar. So they got to do everything they can to get Lamar over the hump. And that means that defense has to get better.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because Lamar, I guess, gave us the hint on Friday when he tweeted out the eyeball emojis. Like, hey, I know something that you guys don't. We all thought, okay, Max is going to the Bears. The Bears were the betting favorite. I was a little shocked. I mean, when I saw, wait, he's going to the Ravens, I was fully expecting, and now he's a Chicago Bear. Yeah, if you're the Ravens, yeah, you're gonna invest in your defense. You're gonna run it back with Lamar. And I thought about you, Mike, because it's once again, Lamar, you got no excuses. Like we're reinvest. A new coach is gonna come in here and invest with you. You got the old coach fired. What are you gonna do for this new one?
Lose.
Why do you hate Lamar?
Because he sucks. He's one of the most overrated players ever. Well, go look at him in the playoffs. You can go look for yourself. Right. You can just check the Carfax. David?
Well, let's get to it here in Philadelphia. Things are moving because over the weekend, they announced that they signed one of their defensive tackles to an extension, and that was Jordan Davis. He signed a 3-year extension for $78 million, which is $26 per year. 65 of it is guaranteed. And because of that deal, then news on Jalen Carter began to come out, and the Eagles were receiving calls from multiple teams, and the Jags are one of them that are calling. So we'll see what happens with Jalen Carter, whether they extend him, trade him.
They're going to have to trade one of their core people. Yeah. If it's not A.J. Brown, it's Jalen Carter. If it's not Jalen Carter, it's going to be somebody else. Right. They have to trade somebody.
Right. I was just kind of shocked because I was told that, Jordan Davis is just an overrated nose tackle, and he was never going to be good in the NFL anyway. But yes,
just do whatever you're doing.
No. But the Carter thing, I was shocked because that tells me they're having problems moving A.J. Brown, because I thought A.J. Brown would be the no-brainer. He doesn't want to be there. You really don't want him there. You got to find somebody. There's lots of teams that need that type of a wide receiver. But when I saw the Jalen Carter name, I was like, yeah, maybe people are saying we don't want that headache that is called A.J. Brown.
Yeah, it's the contract, too. Go look at it.
The
contract's
money,
horrible.
Right, but the money, and then you don't know how motivated he's going to be. He gets there, and after 3 games, he's reading books on the sideline.
And then you talk about, trouble and players.
What?
Yet again, Trent Williams is in the news.
I'm out of this.
Trying to come up with a deal. They seem to not be able to come up with a deal, and now he's being talked about as being traded. His cap hit is salary is $32 million this year. What happens? Does he get traded, or do they actually figure out a deal?
David, I don't know. I mean, if I'm the Niners, it's that bite the bullet. Hey, we may not win the Super Bowl. We got to hit the reset button because we can't do this every year. When he plays, he's an all-pro. But it now gets to availability. He's often injured, and that's the problem.
But the boombox.
And the boombox.
You got to sign him for the boombox alone.
You know what? We could have a new person bring out the boombox.
Your other problem, too, he's 36, 37 years old now. Saying.
It gets to the point where you got to draft his replacement, and maybe you just let him go. You'd like to keep him around, but he's not going to. Unlike Kelsey, he ain't giving you that hometown discount. He ain't trying to stick around and make it easy for you. That brother's trying to get paid.
Well, speaking of that brother's trying to get paid, well, he's not a brother per se, but he is trying to get paid. The Indianapolis Colts, according to reports, offered Daniel Jones a similar contract to Sam Darnold. 3 years, $100.5 million.
So he's like the South Carolina Helmets.
Well, his agents have gone back. They want $50 million per year.
What?
He wants $50 million according to the reports.
All right. Well, good luck. I'd like to walk out of the studio, but I'm here till 6. I don't know what to tell you. There's no universe I pay him $50 million a year.
No, not at all. Like I thought just the transition tag was enough. Like, okay, we'll give you you got injured. You were playing well. We'll give you another shot at this. But coming off of an injury, demanding 50, man, please.
And you're Daniel Jones. asking for 50.
Look, he played really well, but
He did.
You're just to make 50 a year, you got to be one of the 5 to 7 best guys in the league. What are we talking about?
To make 50 a year, you either have to be a Super Bowl MVP, a regular MVP, or have a Super Bowl ring. He has none of those. So, no. You can ask for anything that you want, and we can act like we're going to be negotiating, or I can just tell you right here like a man. I don't even have to call your agent. No. Try again.
And that is your NFL Blitz.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All March long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Truckloads of Hope campaign, a donation drive that supports over 20 local community food pantries. Stop in, drop off some non-perishable food right there in the showroom at Hamilton Chevrolet, located at 14 Mile and Mound. And while you're there, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the March Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox EV, $189 a month for 24 months. You just walk in with $995 down, along with some food items as well. And that includes driving away with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, we spent a good amount of time on the Lions signings. Cade Mays, Larry Borum, a couple of O-linemen. Obviously, you had to spend money on center. You got somebody. How much you like him or not, it depends what you want to believe. I mean, I'm sure you could find someone who says you've signed the second coming of Jesus, and then there's PFF who grades him outside the top 25 centers in the league. You do whatever you want. I can't get mad at the team. Linderbaum signed an insane contract. McGovern went back to Buffalo, and Mays is kind of the best of the rest. Well, the best of the rest isn't that great. Is it better than Glasgow? Yes. Borum played tackle for Miami, played adequately. Okay. Look, they're going to have to add a multitude of pieces. But this is on par with the report, is they were not going to be hyper-aggressive in free agency, and they're not right now. I want to we can spend 2 segments on this. I'll leave it to the people. Something or nothing. Okay. Pistons got their heads taken off this weekend. Okay. Something or nothing. I mean, they've lost 4 in a row. Do what you want. For all the people, including this guy over here, it's probably something because they were busy planning a championship parade. But the Pistons are getting exposed here on a nightly basis for having one real player who has offensive ability. Mm-hmm. And these other role players, it's not there. Now, look, the loss to Cleveland, we talked about it when they got their manhood challenge. They didn't even have Spider Mitchell. You still lost. The Nets game's the worst loss of the season. You blow a 23-point lead to a team with 16 wins. And you answer that by going to Miami, who's down 2 starters, and you get sandblasted. You were down 30 with 8 minutes to go. Spare me the 11-point loss. You were down by 30. Yeah. So you tell me, you want your odds for the Eastern Conference? We've been having fun with this. Well, here they are. You do what you want with it, which I don't care what you do. I'm not mad if you don't buy into it. It's just fun. It's sports. Here are your odds today. Boston, plus 175. Cleveland, plus 350. The Knicks, plus 450. Detroit, plus 475. And just because it's fun for Rico, who's wearing a dominating Expos hat today, plus 3,500. No, and that's the other thing this weekend is I watched both Jason Tatum games, Friday night and then yesterday. Mm-hmm. And look, I don't understand the witchcraft that goes into coming back off an Achilles. He looked good. Mm-hmm. And by that I mean there was no hesitation. Put back dunks, defensively, hyperactive, contesting shots, not worried about planting and jumping. Offensively, look, it's going to take some time for the shot to come back. But even yesterday, a step forward from Friday night, he had 12 early, right away. Mm-hmm. Look, if Tatum's going to give him 25 to 30 minutes a night and be what I'm watching so far, you're in a lot of trouble. So I would like to know if it's something or nothing here. And remember, you want to cry about Asur Thompson? Well, you didn't want to hear about it when you were playing teams that were down 3-4 people. So I'm going to be careful. My tears might be reserved. Also, when did we turn Asur Thompson into an all-NBA player? What about culture and toughness? Oh, what do you mean? A guy who provides nothing offensively and is a really nice defensive player? That's all it takes for your team to become dog water? Don't do that here. Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm going to say, well, first of all, as far as Tatum goes, Mike, it's the confidence in trusting the Achilles, because people who've had the Achilles injury say you heal quickly, but you're always worried that you're going to snap the re-injure the Achilles or snap the other one. He looks like a guy that's just out there playing fluid. Now, yeah, he's a little rusty, but I think what Boston is doing is working. You're not going to play the whole game, but we're going to just get you out there so that
25 a night.
Right, you're going to be ready by the playoffs. Now, as far as the Pistons go, I don't think it's world-ending, but I do think it's alarming. It is something because you're seeing now that it looks like the league is catching up to you. That, yes, you had this great lead over the East, and you were going to be the number 1 seed, and now that lead is dwindling down with about
2.5 games,
17 games to go. And now, you know what? Maybe you won't end up being that number 1 seed. And now you're looking at other teams, and as you say, you're struggling against teams that don't have all of their complements of players, and it's what we've been saying. It's Cade and everybody else, and the everybody else is not really stepping up on this team, and you're starting to see it.
That's what happens late in the year, and that's what certainly happens in the playoffs. Like Shaquille O'Neal, for all of his faults, him and Chuck, and they always have done a good job with this. They have a phrase. It's called the others. Like, you got your stars, and then there's the others. And you know what happens to others in road playoff games? They don't show up. The problem for you, listen, Cade is Cade, but he can't do it all by himself. And I said this a couple days ago, and, of course, the Pistons are the most sensitive fan base in town, all 7 of them. The point is, be careful about this whole pay Duren at any cost. Like, I like JD, but do I like him for $40 million a year? Because he's not a number 2, and you're seeing it in real time. I mean, again, you will be rocking one of the only high-paid centers in the league that can't shoot a basketball. Now, be careful. I mean, hey, man, he's got room to grow, but if you haven't acquired any offensive weaponry, much less a perimeter game by this point in your career, I get a little nervous. At $40 million a year, which is probably what it's going to take, Duren will have to develop something 18 feet and beyond, much less a three-point shot. It's just what it is, guys. Now, look, you could pay him, but you need to also pay another big gun, another huge sum of money to be that wing, to be that spacer that Cade needs and, frankly, deserves. And, yeah, there's irony that Michael Porter Jr. came here and dropped 35 on your head. Because that would have been the player.
I was just going to say, it's not like you didn't go after anybody in the trade deadline that could have helped you.
No, I'm not going to go crazy about the Piston thing. I've never believed they're a championship team. And the whole, well, we're the best in the – okay, if that's what you think, that's cool. Because Vegas has a heavy disagreement. And now it's on Bickerstaff to answer. And this has been part of the problem post-All-Star break when he was Cleveland's coach. They need to find answers. And your problem is, look at who you're relying on. Duncan Robinson? The guy wasn't even in the rotation for the Heat in the playoffs. Danish Jenkins? Get out of here with that. Sasser?
Yeah, Jenkins ain't been the same since that contract.
Karis LeVert? Who? And for the B-Ball Paul people, basically, if you're clamoring for B-Ball Paul, then you think J.B. Bickerstaff's is an idiot. Because B-Ball Paul is never going to play over Beef Stew. Ever. And he plays when the team's down 30 or the other 2 guys are dead. Maybe you trust your coach that B-Ball Paul is more of an idea than a real thing. Who are these other players I'm relying on? So that becomes the issue.
And I think you're seeing that issue right now before the playoffs, the stretch run where teams are now jockeying for position and try to see who can get in one of those, the top seeds, and the Pistons they're sputtering, Mike. And I don't know where the help is going to come from because, as you say, there's Cade and then there's the others.
Look, the biggest problem for this team is they are attempting to be defiant in how they win. And I do think it can lead. The parallel I would draw is to your Tigers. The Tigers over the last couple of years want to kind of be counterculture. We're going to do this optionality thing. We're going to do pitching chaos. We're going to do money ball offensively. And you can win a lot of regular season games. But when the chips are down and you get into the real portion of the playoffs, talent wins. It's the same thing in hoops. Regular season, effort. Postseason, talent. Why? Everyone tries in the postseason. I just look at it, Rico. They don't want to take and make threes. They don't have a second offensive weapon. And then people go, well, our defense is our weapon. This is 2026. A good defensive night, you're giving up 110. What world are you locking up a playoff opponent into the 80s or even 90s?
Yeah, this ain't 20 years ago when you could win a game scoring 71 points.
I think with the addition of one more player, you could be title good. But I do get concerned as now you're seeing teams gear it up. And I look.
That was the big head scratcher come trade deadline. It was like, get Cade some help and you can make this run. But it was kind of like, well.
You saw the reporting. They're viewing it as house money. There's no urgency. And it's a shame because to me, this team had a vibe to it. There's some magic. And look, the schedule is going to soften up a little bit. And I know losing to the Nets, that's as soft as it gets. Right. But like, there is a nice space here. Back to back, I think, with the Wizards coming up in a few. And you get Philly, who's probably without Embiid and Maxey.
Right, but here's the thing, Mike. Barring injuries like you saw last year, this is the year to take advantage of it because Boston will be back to the full complement of players. Indiana is going to have a high pick in the lottery and Halliburton back. And it's just like, guys, this was the year to take advantage of this. So that's why I saw the sense of urgency, not house money, but you know what? Let's just kind of go for broke this year and see what happens.
No, I'd love to hear from the people. I don't know if you give a damn. Maybe you didn't pay attention this weekend. It's fine. But ultimately, look, they're going to make the playoffs. I don't know that the Celtics will overtake you. I know 2.5 games doesn't seem like much, but in a 20-game span, you'd have to really hit the skids, and the Celtics would have to be white hot to really do it. Is it possible? Sure it is. Does Tatum look better than I imagined? Yes. But overall, this is a Pistons issue. And what I don't like is Bickerstaff and Duren just playing the hits. Oh, we didn't respect the game Saturday night. Duren saying we have to, quote, lock in. Yeah, lock in has nothing to do that you look like a baby bird shooting a basketball if it's outside the paint.
Bro.
That has nothing to do with locking in.
Well, this late in the season, are we really locking in? Like, if you told me in the first couple of weeks, okay, you know what? We got to get the rust off. We're close to playoff time. You should be dialed in already. You don't need that motivation.
I'm largely with you there. So look, they have a chance to respond. It's not a big deal in the aggregate to lose 4 in a row. I think the way they've lost, I think the fact that they were kind of getting away with murder, even with some of the game, like the OKC game where OKC's without 8 players and you barely beat them. Like you kind of got away with it a little bit. Now it's coming to roost and it goes, okay, it's not just 4 games. It's basically post-trade deadline, how you're playing, the shooting slump collectively the team is in from deep. I mean, they're shooting borderline sub 30% from deep. That's a Piston issue. They have to answer it. Yeah. And they can. They're not a bad team. I just don't think they were ever as good as some of the people.
And the best record in the NBA, yeah.
I'm not mean. I'm realistic. But, hey, more Dennis Jenkins, please. 248-539-9797. We will get with some of the people here from the text line, 97.1. All right, straight to the people. Just rapping a little bit about the Pistons. I don't think anything overboard is warranted, but no, it was a gross weekend. It's been a gross 2 weeks of basketball, honestly, because even when they won, it felt like they lost, like that Friday night in Cleveland, when Cleveland was down everybody. And look, something or nothing. And you guys take it away. Go where you want to go. I think the most concerning part is Tatum coming back and looking pretty good, which I'm surprised about. And yeah, that's a distinct problem. You know, I mean, he's no Dennis Jenkins, but he's a decent ball player from what I've heard. Go to Jerry, 97.1. Jerry, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, Jerry. What's up?
Well, so, I mean, maybe mid-season, I thought it's like the Tigers last year. They were kind of punching above their weight, right?
Yeah.
And I think the Pistons they're a decent team. I think they're going to win the first round. I think the second round depends on who they get. I think they could lose, right? And the problem is, he wants to wait, like the Tigers, to the offseason to get more talent to make them above what they are. And that's going to be so frustrating, this whole playoff series. Like, if we just had another guy, right? It's going to be so annoying.
Yeah, because it makes you feel like you threw away a season.
Exactly. Like, yeah,
you know, look,
totally.
there's a middle ground between what they were and then what they are right now. And Jerry, it's all matchup dependent. If you play the Knicks in the second round, I'd probably still take you. I think you're in their head. But if you face Cleveland or you face Boston, right now, the way this team looks, no, I understand the doubt. I do. You play the Knicks, though. Yeah. Oh, no. No. I almost want the Knicks.
Really?
Yeah. Because I hate the Knicks. So
Let's
even
see.
me and Piston fans can be united. It's very exciting. Plus, it'll make Stephen A. have a mental breakdown, which will produce
That
great
is true.
drops for us.
No.
There's just so much upside there for me.
No, that is true.
We get to look at Karl Anthony Towns' pouty face. It's just so exciting for me. And then seeing Spike Lee sad, another benefit.
But what you don't want to see is the unethical scoring of Jalen Brunson.
Cry more. Maybe Cade needs to be more unethical. Stop talking about players flopping and start doing it yourself. Sorry,
Bingo.
not sorry. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me on. First, quick question about Michigan State, then I'll get right into the Pistons. Do you think it is safe to say, and maybe I'm overreacting to just this year, that the better program in the state of Michigan and the better coach for this current era, not all time, is Dusty May? I just don't think Izzo is equipped for this year, and I think Dusty's past him. Is that an overreaction, you think?
No, I first of all, I'm not going to die on the hill either way, but I don't think so because I've comped what Dusty's doing to what Signetti did in football. Yeah. And again, if Dusty goes on to win the national title or play for the damn thing,
then it becomes Indiana football. So, no, for this year, Joe, I think it's, if you're watching the games, it's hard to say that Michigan is not the better team.
They just are, and Dusty deserves all the flowers. So I have no problem with it.
So as far as the Pistons go, Mike, I'm going to make a really bold take, and I love your show. I hear all these delusional Pistons fans that call your show. I heard one the other week about how we could beat the Thunder, Cage better than SGA. Duran's just as good as Jalen Williams. But I'm going to make a declaration. This team is a second-round exit unless they play the Knicks. And I'll go a step further. Trajan Langdon punted on winning an NBA championship the minute he sat on his hands and did nothing to help this team. We have Cade Cunningham. Who else do we have? I mean, Duran's really good, but Duran is not a number two.
No.
Who's going to step up when they blitz Cade? Nobody. And you're seeing it.
No, and I mean, Joe, look, I would only push back on winning a championship. I think making a deep run, or how about this, being the favorite to make the finals, yeah, they punted on that when they offered you Kevin Huerter. It's an inexcusable trade deadline in the same way that the Tigers trade deadline was inexcusable. The parallels are there. It just, yes, you should be frustrated by that.
Very frustrating.
But I can't change that now. Now it's just, okay, here's the 12 guys we're going to dress every night. How does this team get back on the rails and make the run that everybody hopes they can make.
Yeah, it's just like you just want to ask Trajan, how did you not have that sense of urgency,
Coney,
to just
Coney,
yeah.
Coney, ding ding, Coney, order up, table 12. Go to Tom 97.1. Tom, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good, Tom. What's on your mind?
So I won't be as negative as the last caller because I think that I don't know if Harden and Mitchell can play together. I think that is a duo that is unproven. Obviously, the Celtics are proven. In New York, like you say, New York looks really shaky. You see that loss yesterday with the Lakers. You know, the Pistons on the West, you have a duo with OKC, and you have the Spurs. I mean, they pulled off that great trade to get De'Aaron Fox, right? So I look at the Pistons, and I'm like, stars can be made in the playoffs. So with Duren, is he that guy? Like, let me ask you guys a question.
Sure.
If Duren was on like the Lakers and playing with Luka, how much better would he be, or how would he be talked about? And how is the delta for him to kind of just get to the point where
I think the LA look, the way people talk about the Lakers, they just pump up the players because it's good for business. Like, I don't think Luka would make him any better than Cade has made him. I just think Duren is who he is. He's a good basketball player, but when you break down from a style standpoint and you look at what a modern center is, I mean, even Bam Adebayo has begun to he develops a shot, right? And Bam's an elite passer. And yesterday, he's stepping out and hitting the three. Like, Duren, unless that gear is there, you are self-limiting what the ultimate high point is going to be for this team. And that is always going to be my concern.
I mean, who's the other player? Is it
you don't have one?
Looking back, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago when OKC was in the finals and Harden, he stepped up into that, right?
Yeah.
And this might be, a little bit too quick, but like, would Jenkins be that guy that could be like, you put the ball in his hand, you lessen the pressure on Cade, but that's saying you have to start. And is that going to mess up whatever he's got coming off the bench?
Yeah, but see, your problem in the end, and we're up against it. I mean, Tommy, look, you're dealing with a borderline G League player. There's no pedigree there for Jenkins. He's not a first-round pick. Like, it's just, I don't see that. It's a story. I don't know, man. You just comp James Harden to Denise Jenkins. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting all the time, and at the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourself or anything in between, Northville has got you covered. They'll have what you need when you need it at the price you want it for. Stop by the showroom, take home some samples. That way, you get on that schedule so when the weather's actually like today's mirage, you can get your deck built. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, touch table on some free agency. We've talked Lions, Cade Mays, and we kind of await other stuff. But let's go around the league. David Music and I have a late-breaking thing we can discuss. Les Snead can feel it in his plums. It's a bluish hue. They go to Kansas City and they take their best corner in McDuffie. And then they go to free agency and they take the other one in Jalen Watson. The Rams go from getting torn apart by Bobby Flay, a.k.a. Sam Darnold, to now complete cornerback overhaul. Done.
Yeah.
Les Snead can go on vacation the rest of the offseason.
Yeah, 3 years, $51 million for cornerback Jalen Watson.
After paying McDuffie like he's Deion Sanders.
4 years, $124 million.
I think Rico put it best in while we were talking off air. JSN. They ain't letting that happen again.
Right. JSN will not ruin their lives ever again. Let's go out and get not. You know what's better than one top corner? Two.
And so then I want to give the full details, which are hilarious for Tyler Linderbaum. We talked about it a little bit today. 3 years, $81 million, so $27 million a year.
For a center.
Second highest center is Creed Humphrey on that list. He's getting paid, Tyler Linderbaum is, $9 million more per year.
I told you. They bribed him. You know what he is? He's Monty Williams. Tyler, it's Las Vegas. Tyler, no, seriously, just hear me out. It's 27 million a year. Oh.
No.
I mean, that's how the conversation went.
No, you know what happened? Tyler, it's Cleveland. Wait, call the Raiders back. Call the Raiders back. I'm going to Las Vegas. My choices are Las Vegas or Cleveland.
But when you don't just overpay, but you offer 30 or 40% more than the second best guy at that position, that's how he ends up in Vegas. And for Vegas, as stupid as it is,
sense.
Let me be fair, they know they're going to have a quarterback that will make no money the next 5 years. They've invested in a running back that they're probably not going to re-sign. You got to level set this thing.
You're not paying Crosby. He's gone. So you're not really spending anything.
David.
The 49ers, they were slated to pay Brandon Ayuk $27 million per year. That ain't happening no more. So they will now be paying Mike Evans. He is the new receiver in San Francisco. 13th year will be with the new team.
Big receiver, somebody that Brock Purdy definitely needs. And as Mike says so eloquently in the break, he'll go run past the substation and get injured. So,
I think if they complement the Evans signing with a slot receiver, like someone like a Casey Concepcion or something in the draft, I like what they did. I'm not ripping it. It's just he does have a bit of substation in his game.
Yes,
AKA. He just blows up.
Casey Concepcion, or later rounds, you get a Jeremy Bernard from Alabama, kind of do that whole Debo thing where he can, run.
But the Bucs know he's on his last legs, so they let him go. I'm not making fun of you.
No,
you're trying, but the Bucs know.
But did you see their wide receivers last year?
Yes, Kenny is sitting right there. Go ahead, David.
Another player that is signing a new deal, it is Travis Etienne. He is signing 4 years, $52 million to go to the New Orleans Saints. Going back home, basically, is what he's doing.
I think it's more fascinating how Liam Cohen said, nope, not paying you. And Brian Thomas will listen to calls. I think it's just a statement. And look, we don't pay running backs. So go ahead, take 4 at 52. And Rico, you put it best. Okay, well, the Chiefs were interested in Jeremiah Love, or the Saints were. Right. Both teams got running backs.
Right. So now where does Jeremiah Love go?
Probably to ruin my life, the Giants will take him at 5.
But you would love him.
No, I would not.
No.
You win with the tip of the sword.
You win with toys, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of news coming out of Miami today.
Ugh.
They first announced this morning officially that Tua is getting released. It is the biggest dead cap hit in NFL history at $99 million, which they will spread over 2 years because they will post it as a June 1 cut. And then probably an hour after that, they announced they have a new quarterback. His name is Malik Willis, 3 years, $67.5 million.
Nope, not when 127 million on the roster's dead money. Look, Malik Willis, no state tax, sunshine. That's the positive. Here's your negative. You're never winning a football game again.
Right, but I think for Malik Willis, it may have been David, and I know you're probably going to get to some of these a little bit later on. There was no place you can go because the other teams that you were looking at seems to be interested in other quarterbacks. If you're Malik Willis, you've been sitting on the bench for years. Miami walks in there. You know, if I go to Miami, there are no expectations.
None.
They're not expecting Super Bowl. So I can go out there, and so long as I am slightly better than Tua, they will love me. Hey, it's me, Malik. I don't have concussions. I can play the whole season.
I'll allow it.
Next. Let's get to two of the largest deals of the day. One going to Carolina, the other staying in Indianapolis. Carolina, Jalen Phillips agreed to a full-year, $120 million deal. 80 of it is guaranteed to go to Carolina.
It's an overpay. We just had, and again, this is why, as much as I want the Lions to take a few swings, this is the other side of it. That's an overpay. Jalen Phillips, a really nice player, right, but the $30 million club should be reserved for the best of the best of the best. I get a little scared there. That's a big number.
It's an overpay, Mike, but when you look at the division that they're in, it's bad. You can win it by just being 9-8.
How nuanced.
So therefore, no. It's like, it's like the Tigers. Just be better. Don't worry about the other teams in the NFL. Be better than the other three teams in this division, and we'll make the playoffs. We'll figure the rest out later. He's helping them get to that spot where they can go back to the playoffs again.
By the way, did you see what the Bears just did? Signing Kobe Bryant.
Yes.
Safety from the Seahawks.
Yes.
3 years, $40 million, 7 interceptions over 2 years, 34 game starter, 7 forced fumbles, 17 passes defended. So Bears, again, trying to address things in defense. Show me a pass rusher or I don't care. Go ahead.
The other largest deal of the day.
Wandell.
Nope, it is Alex Pierce. And you cannot play this drop for this one because he's a white wide receiver. 4 years, $114 million to stay in Indianapolis. Now, the thing about this one is you get headlines by waiting 2 minutes. They could have re-signed him at 11:58. He wouldn't have gotten the headline, though, at noon, which was the highest free agents deal for a wide receiver. They just wanted the headline. They could have re-signed him before free agency, but $114 million.
Gotcha.
He's developed. He's their deep shot guy.
They've gone all in. And they're kind of stuck. And with bringing back Daniel Jones, you went and you made the trade for Sauce Gardner. You gave away your first round picks. David, you have to make this work.
Don't worry. Steelers swooped in and made bringing Pittman back impossible.
I was going to.
What are you doing paying Michael Pittman over $20 million a year?
Well, the reason why I brought up the minutes regarding the Alex Pierce signings is because it literally took minutes for me to like a trade and then dislike the trade. Michael Pittman got traded for a late round pick swap to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yay! Until minutes later, they said they signed him to a 3-year, $59 million deal. No!
But he's going to go very fast.
We're paying two guys
Listen,
to get nothing
your team
done.
just didn't make somebody the highest paid punter in the history
That's
of the league.
true. $4
Okay,
million a year for a punter.
Bears just made another move.
What's that?
A name that you're familiar with, Mike. They signed Browns linebacker Devin Bush, 3-year, $30 million deal. So they've now added Bush and Kobe Bryant.
Hide the landscaping.
Devin Bush is not worth whatever.
You're on your own with that.
I'm just going to leave that one alone. But
pray for their midfield logo.
They're going to be painting
R.I.P.
and repainting over and over again. That is your NFL Blitz.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you. We are going to get to the Piston phone calls. So if you're online, don't worry. You're going to hear me bring up the Lions real quick. We're not moving away from it. I want to get to these Piston calls. But it's fascinating. You know, you hear, at least locally, I don't know if the rest of the state got Brandon's update. But, like, you juxtapose Pro Football Focus's grade on Cade Mays with some guy from Bleacher Report. And it's like they're talking about two completely different players. It just reinforces something that we believe, and I know TJ agrees with it, is O-linemen are the hardest damn thing to evaluate. PFF has Cade Mays as one of the 4 lowest graded offensive players for the Panthers, and he was 33rd in run blocking. Well, there's only 32 centers. No bueno. Cutscene, Bleacher Report guy, makes it sound like he is Dave Remington. He is a cheaper option, best of the rest. I'm not mad about Linderbaum because what the Raiders did today, no team in a position to win was doing it. 27 a year for a center, 3 times what you're paying Cade Mays. You couldn't go there. Connor McGovern went back to the Bills. I can't yell about the Lions there. But does that mean I'm also, like Biotish? Like, look, this is a player they wanted or the one they had access to and wanted them. The only thing I would tell you is if this guy is so sweet for $8 million a year, why didn't Carolina keep him? When you listen to Brendan reading the Bleacher Report, massive displacement, atomic detonation, brute force. Well, Carolina likes to run the ball. Carolina had him in their building. And he's not that expensive. So why didn't they keep him? So you're only going to find out who's right once we see the damn dude play here. But I'm just saying, look, they got a center. We asked them to do something. They did something. I'd comp this to what Iserman did on Friday. You can't yell that they did nothing, but I don't think you should be running around pantsless that they did something. The Larry Borum signing is everything Dan Campbell told you. We need depth. We need a swing tackle. I don't think there's any scenario. If you're going into next season with Larry Borum as your full-time right tackle, before you cite stats of what he did with Miami, remember, Miami blows. You want to win a Super Bowl. Like, I don't want to hear about, well, Miami started them. Right, they're ass. You purport to be a Super Bowl team.
You earned it.
Thank you. So, look, we could talk about it, and we asked the question, because we covered Michigan State too, Odyssey.com rewind, but, like, Pistons, something or nothing, guys. Because they're getting blown out. They're not playing well. The shooting's morbid. You want to blame it on Asur Thompson's absence? I think that tells you everything you need to know about this team. If Asur Thompson is the straw that breaks the camel's back, then you're not good. I'm sorry, guys. There's no player averaging 9 points a game in this league that should undo a championship-level team if that's what you believe they are. Spare me. Yes, the energy. Yes, the defense. But come on, man. Good gravy.
No, I think it's something. I don't think it's catastrophic or cataclysmic, but it is definitely something that you need to keep an eye on. Losing 4 in a row. You just haven't looked good in the last couple of weeks. You're kind of getting exposed. And now with the season dwindling down, I think you got about 17, 18 more games left to play. You just hope that somebody else can step up and help Cade out, because if it's just Cade and everybody else going into the playoffs, that's not a recipe for a long playoff run.
No, and look, this is the problem with Duren. He's not a number 2 in this league, and you're going to have to pay him like one. So it's going to make the construction of the roster interesting. And again, there's no world you're not going to pay him his money now, right?
Right.
But you got to be careful, because he is next to no offensive ability if it doesn't come within 6 feet of the hoop. I mean, it's not slander. It's just reality. He can't shoot. He doesn't post. Again, highly effective rim runner, highly effective rebounder, effect shots on defense. But, like, you're seeing it now, too. Teams are starting to go at him on defense. And they're getting him in foul trouble. And it's okay, how do we counter this? I'm with you, Rico, is outside of Duncan Robinson, who you know my thoughts on him. Oh, yeah, great player in November. But when the playoffs come around, there's a reason the Heat didn't even want to use him. He's been terrible. And, okay, even if I accept Duncan Robinson's going to shoot 38% in the aggregate long term, what else is there? The answer is nothing. From the Jenkins to the Asur Thompsons to the Kevin Herters, who's 2 for 21 as a Piston from deep, to who?
No, right. You're actually hoping for a different gym class hero every night to step up and be that guy.
And that's hard to do in the playoffs.
That's not sustainable.
The other thing we talked about too, Tatum came back on Friday. I watched Friday night. I watched yesterday. He looks exponentially better than I imagined, and that's a real problem for you. Because, no disrespect to you, but we're playing without Asur. Cool. The Celtics have played all year without a $51 million all-NBA player. Okay? Getting that guy back in the lineup for 25 minutes a night, dropped 20 yesterday, had 16, 10, and 6 on Friday night. I don't know what witchcraft the Celtics used to get him back. I probably don't want to know. But, yeah, it's way better than I imagined. Now, we have to see if that carries. No, I'm not saying the Celtics are going to take the 1 seed from you. There's limited time left. But it's down to 2.5 games. Your margin's gone. And this team wants to blame it on not respecting their opponent. You blew a 23-point lead to a 16-win team. I come on, man. I don't care who you're putting out there. Got to be better than that. And yesterday in Miami's down 2 starters. They were up 30. That goes before the whole Cleveland loss, etc. And look, losing to San Antonio, it's no big deal. I'm not mad at you because I'm not one of the people this guy.
It was how you lost.
No, but again, I never viewed him as a championship team. So for me, I just chalk it up. Yeah. You know what I view it as? The same way I view Michigan State and Michigan. We're not as good as them. What the hell did I expect?
Fair.
I'm just shooting straight, man. San Antonio's just better.
That's not what people want to hear.
Maybe I'll cry like Izzo did. Is that what you'd like?
Yes.
It's not going to happen. It's just not how I roll. I didn't like Tom's audio after the game at all. We talked about it.
Got to be like Bickerstaff. We're not afraid of the Celtics.
I didn't mind what he said there because I think he's just saying we need to worry about our own house. I didn't take it as slight. No. He didn't roll out and be like, yeah, they're a bunch of Beantown bitches. He didn't do that. I think it's just we're worrying about our own house. I'm going to show him some grace there. Come on. David, we can get to the people, but I want to know what people are texting about the Lions because I know people don't know who Cade Mays is. They sure as hell don't know who Larry Borum is unless you graduated from Brother Rice. But they added 2 linemen. It's a start, and I can see a pathway to it working. Rico and I both agree. At least you got a center in here, and you can keep Ratledge at guard. That helps. You got depth at tackle. Do I think you're starting Larry Borum? No. If you do, that would be an issue. We still have more free agency. We still have the draft. But they brought in 2 linemen that are going to play, that are going to be in the room. Maybe Borum's a higher-level replacement of Dan Skipper. They need a lot of a lot. Mm-hmm. Anzalone is now a Buck. Amik Robertson, he's gone. I forget where he signed, nor do I care. The whole point.
Commanders?
Whatever.
Commanders.
The point is he's not here. And you need to replace him. They have so many needs.
Well, that's basically what this text is saying. How can anyone say the Lions are better now than at the end of the season when they lost Decker, Montgomery, Anzalone, Robertson, and the additions they brought in aren't exciting?
Right, but excitement, take that out. We all want teams to make a splash here or there, to go for it, to make a bold move. But your success or failure in free agency, by and large, 99% of fans aren't even going to know the people who sign. I don't care about the whiz-bang pow stuff. Yes, do I think one bold move can elevate the whole thing? Sure. But, David, you have to lay the foundation with a lot of nameless and faceless players. So, Cade Mays comes here at 6'6", 325. Let's say you upgrade him. Let's say the guy from Bleacher Report is more right than PFF. You're going to be better for it because, let's face it, a laptop computer wearing sneakers is better than Graham Glasgow. You're better already because Glasgow was bar none the worst center in football last year. Him and the guy from the Chargers. Mm-hmm. Fair?
Fair.
Yeah, that's fair, and you're right. There's plenty of time left. It just feels to me, and I know they can get stuff in the draft, it just feels to me that they're working it backwards. They're grabbing the depth now, And
well,
then
what
they'll
did
later
Burkett's
on-
report
Yeah,
say? See, it is,
yeah.
you got to listen. Uncle Dave told us everything. The agents are saying they're not going to be super aggressive in free agency.
Yeah, and it looks like the Packers just released their center, so maybe you moved too quickly.
Didn't they just pay? They paid the center who took over 9 games. He took over for Elgin Jenkins.
Yeah, he took. I believe they paid.
They
that guy,
paid
yeah.
that kid Reins or whatever the name is. Yeah, they dumped the expensive guy and they invested in their version.
They tried to work out a trade, no trade, so they just released.
That's the kiss of death. Hey, they're going to try to trade. No, you've just announced you're cutting the player. Why would anyone? It's like Tremaine Edmonds. Yeah, good luck trading in Chicago.
You really just want that person.
See, that takes me back to last week when Rashawn Gary announced he was getting released, and then they told him basically, "Now take that down, sir," because they were working
hacked.
on a trade.
Yeah, you were hacked. Yeah. And now he's Cowboy.
248-539-9797. All right, right now, FanDuel, you can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. And here's how it works. You place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 days. It's championship week, man. Where else do you get excited about, Winthrop versus High Point? But it is time. It's college hoops. FanDuel's got every betting market on the planet. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. You sign up today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Must apply. Select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Also, these bells can be heard every Sunday at the 11 a.m. Mass at Greater Life Church on Tireman.
It can also be heard, I guess, in the hallways of, I don't know, whatever house he lives in. Isaiah Likely signed 3 years, $40 million. Could go up to $47.5 million. He's going to the Giants.
Mike, what's it feel like to be privileged?
Okay. No, I mean, I like the player a lot. The Giants already have their inline tight end in Theo Johnson. They want to run a lot of 12 personnel, and they're going to run a ton of RPO. Likely's that athletic freakazoid. I like the player. I mean, is it an overpay? Sure it is. It's day one of free agency. But he's got upside to live up to the deal. I'm good with it. But my team's won 7 games in 2 years.
No, but I think it's a steal for your team, Mike, even with the amount of money, because you have a legit offensive weapon. You put him with Theo Johnson and
Malik Neighbors.
You got you got the young quarterback. I know you like, we only won so many games. Your team's a fun team to watch.
Oh, good. Nothing more fun than losing.
They're young and they're getting better.
I like the signing. I need to see some offensive linemen. But carry on.
Let's get to a team that is fun to watch, also annoying to watch. Kelsey's back.
Ugh.
Back again. Kelsey's back. Tell a friend. He's coming back to the Kansas City Chiefs. They are working on a deal.
Oh, great.
Hasn't been announced yet, but it could be worth up to $15 million.
That's expensive for a coffin.
Right, but
you could wheel a coffin onto the field wearing an 87 spray painted on it. I don't even understand why the team wants him back. He's done. Go get
36 years
married.
old.
Get out of here.
See, I don't think so, Mike. He gave them the hometown discount. And
This is not a discount.
he's coming back to Kansas City, a place he's familiar with, his OC he's familiar with.
These are all his reasons. What's the Chiefs' reason for one? All right, straight to the people. David will catch up on text momentarily. Basketball Elite has arrived on the scene. We want to go to Dre in Southfield, who will bat lead off. Dre, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How you guys doing this Monday?
Good, man.
What's up,
Buddy,
Dre?
the sun is out. All right, we have to savor these moments.
Oh, you're not kidding. No, you're not kidding. Something or nothing. I don't want to give you a cop-out answer, but I think it depends on what your expectations are for this team. If you thought this team, which was Foolsy, by the way, was a true championship contender in terms of coming out the East and winning a championship, then I hope this is a reality check for you. But in terms of them, which I think a reasonable expectation, which is to win, the first round, get out of the first round, win a series, and maybe based on the matchup, get to the ECF, then I think it's nothing. I think what you're seeing is a couple of things. You're seeing a young team that's learning how to sustain themselves throughout a long NBA season, man. And even the best teams, they go through ruts. They get in slumps. And what you have to learn to be able to do is to fix the habits, get out of it as quickly as possible. Well, they've never been into it before, man. They've gone through quite a bit of changes if you really look at it the last 2 years. And I think that's what you're kind of seeing now. No, I don't think the sky is falling necessarily. I think they are where they're supposed to be. Their weaknesses are their weaknesses, but I think you're seeing kind of a lull. I think they'll figure it out. I do. Now, in terms of, Tatum being back, that doesn't really matter to me. I don't even care if the Celtics get the first seed, because to me, you should only care about the first seed as a fan if you truly do believe your team can win it all. I don't think my team can win it all, first seed or not. So I'm more concerned with getting healthy, playing good basketball again, getting this defense back together, because I think that's been the biggest slippage. Look at Durham yesterday. I'm like, the box score looks good. He scored 22 points, 14 rebounds, whatever it was. How many times is he going to leave Bam in a corner for open threes? 4 or 5 times in a row. I'm like, dude, that's a little stuff to me. It's like, that's not skill. That's attention to detail. That's focus. And those are the things they can't control. I think they will pick it back up, but I'm not going to, ring the alarm bells quite yet.
No, I wholly agree with you. I think for me, it comes down to, I thought they could get through 2 series and not 1. And look, I'm starting to question that a little bit, Dre, because Cleveland did make a move and get better. The Celtics, look, I'm not trying to sell Vooch as some high level guy, but it's another front court piece that can step out and hit the 3, and you're not relying on Luka Garza. And then, yes, Tatum coming back. That's like an acquisition.
Yeah, look, man, I thought the Celtics were making a mistake rushing him back. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, the guy basically 10 months removed from his injury, and he doesn't look like he's back to his old self. I mean, he's not quite as explosive yet. You can see that. But
when he got stuffed by the rim, he was all of us in 7th grade trying to dunk on an 8-foot rim. He was all of us.
Yeah, he'll get it back.
I was that close.
But just the point, man, he looks most of the time you worry about a guy's mental makeup, does he feel comfortable pushing off? He looks completely comfortable. But
he's not hesitant at all.
In terms of the Pistons, man, look, they got to get a Soar back. A Soar's impact goes beyond the box score. He's not going to lie at the box score, but he's really good at making up for what they like in shooting and helping in that transition offense. You say that all the time, Mike.
No.
So, that's the best way for him to score. And he's one of the main contributors to that.
But long term, we have to have a real conversation, is that Dre.
Devin Booker.
No, I mean, I hear that, but long term, it's going to be very hard to play championship basketball when 2 of your starting 5 can't throw it in the ocean. If you have Duren and Asura on the floor at the same time, you better have one of the best stretch 4s in the league. You have to begin prioritizing shooting. That's the problem.
Who is that? Oh, yeah, it is. And I'm hoping that Joe D comes to his senses this offseason, not trying to hoard his Trey Murphy and Zion. Zion's not stretch 4, but bear with me. The problem is, Mike, too, in this league nowadays, stretch 4s and 3-and-D wings are the hottest commodity you can have, and everybody wants them, and they're so hard to acquire.
Even Dre, too, you got to get a little lucky. Here, whether it's a master stroke by Brad Stevens or blind luck, Baylor Shireman at pick 30. Go look at his defensive metrics, and you know what he does shooting the basketball. The Celtics have a 3-and-D wing, and it's like, with pick 30, we got this guy?
Yeah, slid all the way down to
Look
the
at Tyson
end of the
with
first
Cleveland.
round.
Look
Yes.
at Tyson with Cleveland.
Yes.
Tyson was a 20th pick for Cleveland. Like, they got to, you got to get, like you said, lucky, And
It's either you're a
it's really
savant,
hard.
lucky, or both. But, yeah, you've got to find those players because, man, when you pay for them on the open market, Dre, you're going to pay through the nose.
Yeah.
And again, this is the other problem. If you're trying to win without a modern center, you're making it even more difficult.
Yeah, trying to do it your way, it doesn't really work. Real quick, before we get back to basketball.
Yes.
Tarek Skubal has spoken.
Oh, stop the presses. Oh, stop the presses. The Queen of England has made her decision. Go ahead.
Tarek originally intended to only pitch one game for the United States in the 2026 World Baseball Classic. The Tigers ace, after giving some thought, has opted to stick to that plan and return to camp with the Tigers.
Good.
Did we really have to drag this out?
I don't know what the need for attention is. The idea, you wouldn't throw pitch 100 in Seattle in a game 5, but we're going to go back to camp, talk to the bosses, to then go play in an exhibition again. Nah, to hell with that.
So
I don't want, and I feel the same way about Aaron Judge. So don't give me this whole, well, your guy's playing, and I don't like it. If he stubs his toe in this stupid exhibition,
he's the captain.
I don't care.
All rise.
The captain of the Yankees. That's who pays your bills.
He's the captain of America.
There is no captain. It's a tournament. Oh, but did you see Chinese Taipei? They were all crying. I don't care. I care about the Old English D. Like, that's you. This is where you earn your money.
Okay.
You want to go mess around in that?
So you hate America. You walked into that one.
I did. It's a bad job by me. Okay. David, that's on me. No slander. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
Man, listen, there's something about professional athletes. I don't care what sport it is. When it's go time, whether it be the Tigers and Cleveland, let's walk them down, or whether it be the Red Wings and teams looking. When teams don't respect you, when teams think they got a shot, man, it's the other people coming at you too. And when I look at the Pistons and I look at, we talking about, the big fella a lot, but it's the backcourt, man.
Yeah.
When you look at what we had last year with Schroeder, solid. Now we got Jenkins. We had Tim Hardaway, who could carry the team for a quarter or so. Now we got Duncan Robinson. You don't never know what's going on. And then last year, Beasley used to carry the offense. And now we got LeVert. Not to even bring up, Ivy got hurt, and now we got Herter. So when you look at our backcourt, teams around the league said, when they say all we have is Cade, none of these guys should be on this Pistons team next year. LeVert should be gone.
Well, he will be.
He should be gone, man.
Look, there's going to be a lot of changes by the time this team is ready to win a championship. That's the whole point, is you have to start, like, people get seduced with narrative. Oh, the bad boys and toughness. It's like, okay, cool. Why don't we look at your rotation? How many guys on your team would be rostered by the Spurs, would be rostered by OKC?
Not many, Mike.
So the reason I bring that up is what Trajan's job is. And again, he punted at the deadline to take a step forward. This summer, the job will become, how do I begin to raise the level of this team? Because effort can win in the regular season. Talent is what wins in the postseason.
Absolutely, in the Final Four too. But you know what? That $29 million that coming off the books, and I love Uncle, I love Tobias, but for that $29 million, you're going to have to get that number 2 guy. You're going to have to.
Good luck.
You can't miss it this offseason. I mean, because if you look at this past offseason, Holland got a little better, Thompson got a little better, Duran got a lot better, and K got a lot better. Paul is good, but the backcourt is horrible outside of K. It's not NBA level. And I'm sorry to say, I'm a little bit older than you guys, but in 1994, Seattle was the number 1 seed, Denver was the number 8 seed, and they took them out, man. I don't want to go up against a team like Charlotte who can shoot. Because what teams are finding out, New Jersey game, this was horrible. They got one shot block.
And look,
talking about the Dikembe Mutombo.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Mutombo. Yeah.
But to
And
give you an
see, we
example,
take it-
here's your problem, right? So you've got Karis LeVert next year for $15 million. You got Duncan Robinson
Don't want
next
him.
year for 16, and your
No.
your savings, okay, like. Hey, we're going to have Herter off the books at $18 million. We're going to have Tobias off the books at 27.
29.
Essentially, all that money's going to Duren. So
Can't do that.
Well, hey, I got yelled at when I said, look, Duren at 25, 30 mil, I can work my way to it. But that negotiation quietly sounds like it went off the rails. Duren now posted this. The worst thing that ever happened was attaching all-star to it, because then that makes people think that he's Michael Jordan. Now, if I'm repping Duren, I'm gunning after 40.
Yep, we got to keep him. We have to keep him, Mike. But we got to get another. I don't care if it's a guard or whatever. These other teams, if you look throughout the league, all these young players, like you guys said earlier, with these late round picks, they're getting shooters. You cannot get a LeVert after you already have a Thompson and you have a Holland. How you going to add a LeVert to it? He's not been that type of shooter, man.
No, look,
So-
I mean, you can you got to put all your eggs in one basket almost and pray to God that Ron Holland, Mr. Hustle, has a huge offseason and gets a hell of a lot better. I mean, he's young. I was excited about the draft pick, but I said to you guys, it would be years until he's going to be a guy you're going to run a play for in the fourth quarter. Now, can a guy get better and have this explosive? Yes. But that's kind of a risky thing of like, we're gonna have the better part of $100 million in Cade and Duren. Well, if I got another $30 million tied up in two guys I don't want, I'm losing Tobias. You got to start asking yourself some questions. And then, by the way, the Asur Thompson question starts, where now he's going to want a contract.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Holland, kind of like Ivy, if you don't want them, you probably need to trade them while they still have some value, while some team will say, you know what, you just didn't use them the correct way. We can turn this person into an all-star.
Also, how turned on were you? He mentioned the Charlotte Hornets. I mean, you're the Lord of Buzz City. You've been a Bobby Nipples truther since his time at Duke.
Well, that's true.
He's a hell of a player, man. I'll tell you.
He is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I like 3-pointers. So modern.
But, or you could just go through the grit and toughness.
Gotcha.
Play defense.
All right. We'll get to a blitz. We'll get more to calls. 97.1.
All right, guys, take a look outside. It is sunny. It's almost 70 degrees. That means spring is almost here. You need to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green. Stay green with Natural Way. You call 888-GET-GREEN right now, and you can save some green when you prepay if you call by the end of the month, and you'll get the early bird discount. Look, if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass grow thin every summer, now is the time to make the call. Great lawns just don't happen by accident. You need to do the right thing. With the right timing and the right program, you could have the best lawn on the block. That's why I say you need to call 888-GET-GREEN right now and let Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service come up with a plan for you. Remember, it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. And if you call right now, you purchase a full lawn program and you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name. Tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Also, these bells can be heard every Sunday at the 11 a.m. Mass at Greater Life Church on Tireman.
It can also be heard, I guess, in the hallways of, I don't know, whatever house he lives in. Isaiah Likely signed 3 years, $40 million. Could go up to $47.5 million. He's going to the Giants.
Mike, what's it feel like to be privileged?
Okay. No, I mean, I like the player a lot. The Giants already have their inline tight end in Theo Johnson. They want to run a lot of 12 personnel, and they're going to run a ton of RPO. Likely's that athletic freakazoid. Yeah, I like the player. I mean, is it an overpay? Sure it is. It's day one of free agency. But he's got upside to live up to the deal. I'm good with it. But my team's won 7 games in 2 years.
No, but I think it's a steal for your team, Mike, even with the amount of money, because you have a legit offensive weapon. You put him with Theo Johnson and
Malik Neighbors.
You got the young quarterback. I know you like, oh, we only won so many games. Your team's a fun team to watch.
Oh, good. Nothing more fun than losing.
They're young and they're getting better.
I like the signing. I need to see some offensive linemen. But carry on.
Let's get to a team that is fun to watch, also annoying to watch. Kelsey's back.
Ugh.
Back again. Kelsey's back. Tell a friend. He's coming back to the Kansas City Chiefs. They are working on a deal.
Oh, great.
Hasn't been announced yet, but it could be worth up to $15 million.
That's expensive for a coffin.
Right, but
you could wheel a coffin onto the field wearing an 87 spray painted on it. I don't even understand why the team wants him back. He's done. Go get married. Get out of here.
See, I don't think so, Mike. He gave them the hometown discount. And
this is not a discount.
He's coming back to Kansas City, a place he's familiar with, his OC he's familiar with.
These are all his reasons. What's the Chiefs' reason for wanting this empty husk?
Because he can come back, because Taylor Swift is not doing because he can focus on football, because she's not doing a world tour, and he can just go out there, because all throughout the season, he's dropping simple passes. It's like, bruh, are you even here?
Once again, why do they want him back?
Because he's Travis Kelce.
They could have signed Isaiah Likely for the money that they're going to spend on Travis Kelce.
They could have, but he's a legend there, David.
Also going to Kansas City is the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker. He will sign a 3-year, $43 million deal, 28 guaranteed. Beautiful signing for the Kansas City Chiefs here.
Whatever. I don't pay running backs. You can leave me out of this one. Go ahead.
No, but here's the thing about Kenneth Walker. He's not that great of a pass catcher. So can you leave him in there on third down? No, because if Mahomes is scrambling, I don't think that's the guy you want to throw him the ball to, because he doesn't have the greatest hands in the world. But if you're Kansas City, you'd rather take, I guess, the person that you know rather than gamble on Jeremiah Love. So now you can go out and actually draft somebody with the 9th selection overall. You can get a defensive player.
Another deal here that was kind of discussed, but we really didn't get into it. It is Rashawn Gary getting traded to the Dallas Cowboys for a 2027 4th-round selection. Former defensive coordinator there with him now.
What is it, Clay Thompson? What the hell's his name? But, yeah, he was a Packer defensive assistant. And, again, Kenny Clark, Packer. Gary, Packer. They're rebuilding their front. I don't hate it. And for that scheme, they like what he brings to the table. I mean, what am I going to tell you? It's a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny because Dallas, just when you think, okay, they're out of it, they got rid of Micah Parsons. You're like, well, they're actually doing a pretty good job there. Like, I hate to say, is Jerry Jones actually doing something correct and not getting in his own way? But for a 4th-round selection, yeah, this looks like a pretty good deal for the Cowboys.
And I can't believe I didn't bring this up earlier, just to get you all's full thought on it, because it happened over the weekend. It is Max Crosby getting traded to the Ravens. They traded 2 first-round picks to get him. Just your full thoughts on it, since we didn't really get to it.
They had to do it. Their pass rush was a joke. You can go and get one of the best players in the league. You give up 2 first-round picks. Look, they made their choice. They made their bed. They stuck with Lamar. So they got to do everything they can to get Lamar over the hump. And that means that defense has to get better.
It's funny you mentioned that because Lamar, I guess, gave us the hint on Friday when he tweeted out the eyeball emojis. Like, hey, I know something that you guys don't. We all thought, okay, Max is going to the Bears. The Bears were the betting favorite. I was a little shocked. I mean, when I saw, wait, he's going to the Ravens, I was fully expecting, and now he's a Chicago Bear. Yeah, if you're the Ravens, yeah, you're gonna invest in your defense. You're gonna run it back with Lamar. And I thought about you, Mike, because it's once again, Lamar, you got no excuses. Like we're reinvest. A new coach is gonna come in here and invest with you. You got the old coach fired. What are you gonna do for this new one?
Lose.
Why do you hate Lamar?
Because he sucks. He's one of the most overrated players ever. Well, go look at him in the playoffs. You can go look for yourself. Right. You can just check the Carfax. David?
Well, let's get to it here in Philadelphia. Things are moving because over the weekend, they announced that they signed one of the defensive tackles to an extension, and that was Jordan Davis. He signed a 3-year extension for $78 million, which is $26 per year. 65 of it is guaranteed. And because of that deal, then news on Jalen Carter began to come out, and the Eagles were receiving calls from multiple teams, and the Jags are one of them that are calling. So we'll see what happens with Jalen Carter, whether they extend him, trade him.
They're going to have to trade one of their core people. Yeah. If it's not A.J. Brown, it's Jalen Carter. If it's not Jalen Carter, it's going to be somebody else. Right. They have to trade somebody.
Right. I was just kind of shocked because I was told that, Jordan Davis is just an overrated nose tackle, and he was never going to be good in the NFL anyway. But yes,
just do whatever you're doing.
No. But the Carter thing, I was shocked because that tells me they're having problems moving A.J. Brown, because I thought A.J. Brown would be the no-brainer. He doesn't want to be there. You really don't want him there. You got to find somebody. There's lots of teams that need that type of a wide receiver. But when I saw the Jalen Carter name, I was like, yeah, maybe people are saying we don't want that headache that is called A.J. Brown.
Yeah, it's the contract, too. Go look at it.
The
contract's
money,
horrible.
Right, but the money, and then you don't know how motivated he's going to be. He gets there, and after 3 games, he's reading books on the sideline.
And then you talk about, trouble and players.
What?
Yet again, Trent Williams is in the news.
I'm out of this.
Trying to come up with a deal. They seem to not be able to come up with a deal, and now he's being talked about as being traded. His cap hit is salary is $32 million this year. What happens? Does he get traded, or do they actually figure out a deal?
David, I don't know. I mean, if I'm the Niners, it's that bite the bullet. Hey, we may not win the Super Bowl. We got to hit the reset button because we can't do this every year. When he plays, he's an all-pro. But it now gets to availability. He's often injured, and that's the problem.
But the boombox.
And the boombox.
You got to sign him for the boombox alone.
You know what? We could have a new person bring out the boombox.
Your other problem, too, he's 36, 37 years old now.
That's what I'm saying. It gets to the point where you got to draft his replacement, and maybe you just let him go. You'd like to keep him around, but he's not going to. Unlike Kelsey, he ain't giving you that hometown discount. He ain't trying to stick around and make it easy for you. That brother's trying to get paid.
Well, speaking of that brother's trying to get paid, well, he's not a brother per se, but he is trying to get paid. The Indianapolis Colts, according to reports, offered Daniel Jones a similar contract to Sam Darnold, 3 years, $100.5 million.
So he's like the South Carolina Helmets.
Well, his agents have gone back. They want $50 million per year.
What?
He wants $50 million, according to the reports.
All right. Well, good luck. I'd like to walk out of the studio, but I'm here till 6. I don't know what to tell you. There's no universe I pay him $50 million a year.
No, not at all. Like I thought just the transition tag was enough. Like, okay, we'll give you you got injured. You were playing well. We'll give you another shot at this. But coming off of an injury, demanding 50, man, please.
And you're Daniel Jones. Asking for 50.
Look, he played really well, but
he did.
You're just to make 50 a year, you got to be one of the 5 to 7 best guys in the league. What are we talking about?
To make 50 a year, you either have to be a Super Bowl MVP, a regular MVP, or have a Super Bowl ring. He has none of those. So no, You can ask for anything that you want, and we can act like we're going to be negotiating, or I can just tell you right here like a man. I don't even have to call your agent. No. Try again.
And that is your NFL Blitz.
Real quick, just a interesting note. We've talked a lot about Howie Roseman, and we talked earlier Jalen Phillips, and look, they tried to sign him, but Carolina just went to a different place, 4 at 120. So Adam Schefter reporting this, and this is kind of what the Eagles have become really good at, as have the Ravens, and even David Steelers.
Surprise you with this.
Yeah, I'm just reading an article about it, and they've embedded the what do you call it? The picture of the X. God, I sound like the commercial. Hey, can I get another order of jalapeno poppers over? I sound like the "Don't Become Your Parents" thing. Hey, is it on the line?
Hey, what are you guys doing over there? A little work?
You guys outsource this, or is this part of a different company?
Is this connected to what's happening at the school?
So Eagles, Ravens, and Steelers each got 4 comp picks today. Mm-hmm. So, like, for instance, Philadelphia got a 3 for Jalen Phillips. Why? He signed a BOGO deal. Steelers got a 3. And then, they each got 4 comp picks in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. Pittsburgh 2 were in the 6th, to be accurate. But it just shows you kind of all the little, all the GMs in this town like to talk about margins. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. All these extra 3rd and 4th round picks do add up. Mm-hmm. Philly, Philly
has 9 picks in this draft.
Yep, they got an extra 3rd, 2 extra 4ths, an extra 5th. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just a nerdy little interesting note. Sorry. Woj?
Michael, we come to you for nerdy little extra notes. We do.
I'm glad I could provide a shred of value.
Always enjoy them.
What's going on?
How you like your center now, huh?
Yeah, 33rd in run blocking.
I know.
I'm borderline turgid.
No, but very good in pass blocking.
He is.
And very good.
Listen, juxtapose what PFF says about him versus Bleacher Report guy.
Oh, completely
It's like
different?
They're talking about 2 different players.
Really? Well, it's 2 different disciplines, pass blocking and run blocking, right?
No, the run blocking.
Oh.
PFF says he's Fugazi, and then Bleacher Report is he's Dave Remington. I'm like, okay, I got nothing. I don't know. All I'll tell you.
Oh, by the way, yeah, the pick this year for the Eagles, that 3rd round, that's for Milton Williams from last year.
There you go.
So they get another 3rd rounder.
They will get Jalen Phillips from next year.
Yeah.
But it just shows you the value of it. But no, Bob, the other part, in the end, anything's better than Glasgow. So I'll take it.
Right.
But I always caution fans.
Mm-hmm.
If this guy is so sweet, he's an all-pro, why'd Carolina let him walk for 80
I don't think anybody's celebrating it. They're just celebrating the arrival of a body.
Ticket text. We got the best center on the planet for a huge value. F. Linderbaum. Oh, just please.
You know what? I do think, and this is not a surprise, but it's dawning on people that no, they're really not going to make a big splash in free agency.
We talked about it.
They have too many openings to fill. Just too many.
No, they do, but I also think that it marks. I don't want to say it yet because I want to let the free agency period and draft
Let Brad cook.
But Rico's point about a gap year, depending on how this goes, Bob, you can fill the gaps, but if you're not getting better, that's the challenge.
A gap year. So the Lions are going to go study overseas for 1 year.
No, Bullock Harsh. They're going to work in an Australian winery and then show up in Rico's dorm room mid-semester.
Right, with that Vegemite stuff.
Oh,
that he came back with.
It's just
pretending like he likes rap music.
Yeah, well, that's why he stayed in the room. So.
Yep, I've heard the story. But it and then the other guy, the other offensive lineman they got, that's just a depth guy, right? What's his name? Lorem or Larome or Lamock?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He was the guy that Hutch dominated at those joint practices.
Okay.
It's
a joint practice.
We were having an uplifting
How about this?
day.
He's new Dan Skipper. He's going to be your swing tackle because if you start him at tackle, that means you're the Dolphins.
Wait. So he's Black Dan Skipper. So he's Blipper.
Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
I'll go with it.
Is he eligible?
As long as he reports that way.
I like when you make Mike so uncomfortable that he just wants us to end.
No, he likes when we mush the words together.
I don't mind it. It's funny.
Yeah, exactly.
The other
Blipper.
shows play scared. We don't.
That's a good point. You guys don't.
If you
Neither
did
do
that
we.
to Doug and Scott, they would have both fainted simultaneously.
They would have asked for human resources to enter.
He might not have asked to be respectful.
Oh, my God. Is he using racial humor?
I don't feel comfortable with this, Doug.
Oh, you think Gator would have been the guy asking?
I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah. So did you hash out what's going on with Mr. Izzo?
I thought he just acted like a baby. I didn't like it.
It was shocking that he was upset that the Chrysler crowd chanted "Little Brother."
Right.
And honestly, of everything that they chanted, was probably the safest thing.
It really was.
Because I was like, do people on TV? I was like,
What else did they chant, Rico?
We heard the other thing.
Yeah.
The FU fears.
Which, by the way, again, like,
but once again, you're
stop
on the
kicking
road.
people in the balls.
No kid. It shouldn't be that hard. But then Izzo said he didn't really see it, even though he
Well,
was
Rieger
pretty
has
sure
a
he got
great
pushed.
point that makes Izzo's complaints very curious. Your point about the rivalry,
Well,
which
yeah,
was
if you're begging for a rivalry, don't act like a
Right, then don't be mad when
that's
one
just
shows up
it.
at your front door with a
Exactly.
baseball
But
bat.
seriously,
in the
he has
rivalry,
demanded
sometimes-
a rivalry.
Yeah, you're going to be the nail.
Right.
So
And
don't
you just
look,
gotta
look.
like it.
And that's my other thing. They beat you twice. And to me, you could play 100 times. You could have Hollis schedule a game on an aircraft carrier again. We won't beat them. They hung a banner. You are a little bro for the year. Just take the medicine and learn how to buy better players.
Factually, he is a little brother. He's got 2 older sisters.
Okay, all right.
I'm just
I
saying.
can't believe with
it's
all
true.
that he's done that still bites him, digs him at this
because
stage
he
of his
usually
career.
beats Michigan.
Because it's right. He hates Michigan,
Not
but he
usually.
wants
Which
this
I respect.
rivalry, and it's like you can't have it both ways.
No, you can't.
I just think like he could have been worse.
And I
Like,
think it's,
I watched the press
and you know
conference. He
what?
stopped this.
Save it for the show.
Dusty Smarmy, he's like Costa.
See
as
you
a
tomorrow,
coach.
too.